This is Audible.
The Dark Path of Romance, Kim and Angel, Book 2. Written by J Judkins and read by Richard Coombs. Chapter 1. Kim followed Angel through the maze of brightly lit corridors, while Angel followed the trail of unconscious security guards, as if they were breadcrumbs, leading them to safety from the depths of the dark forest. Their escape from the facility had been uneventful so far, yet Kim couldn't shake the uneasy feeling burning in the pit of her stomach, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. She hadn't been present during Angel's rescue attempt because she'd been the one being rescued. Now that she'd seen the result of Angel's incursion firsthand, it came as a shock to discover how much damage her girlfriend could dish out when she set her mind to it. Kim nudged an unconscious guard with her foot, barely taking note of Angel as she set down her oversized bag of loot and busied herself with his partner. Could it be she felt sorry for them? He seemed roughly the same age as her, 30 or so, a foot taller, woefully out of shape. She could easily imagine what must have happened. They'd been minding their own business, doing whatever it was security guards did, when Angel came at them out of nowhere and made their intensive half-day security guard training look even more pathetic than it actually was. No, it wasn't sympathy for the fallen. The fighting hadn't been entirely one-sided. Several of them had taken shots at Angel. The evidence was all around her, bullet holes and shell casings all over the place. The uneasy feeling lingered. If Kim stretched credibility just short of the breaking point, she could almost claim she and Angel were escaping the lair of a mad scientist. Could she be feeling disappointment in the lack of automated defenses, or distressed at the absence of killer robot guardians programmed to destroy intruders with extreme prejudice? Or was all of that wishful thinking, considering that, at the conclusion of their meeting less than 30 minutes ago, she and Angel were now gainfully employed by that very same scientist? Angel rose to her full 5-foot height, her examination complete. She slung her bag over one shoulder again, and Kim was struck by how much her girlfriend physically resembled a well-endowed and surprisingly sexy Christmas elf. Pale complexion? Check. Snowy white hair with a hint of gold? Check. Giant-sized bag of loot filled with guns, and still more guns? Check. If the National Rifle Association employed elves, and if those elves handed out Christmas firearms for all the good little boys and girls, Angel could definitely have passed for one. Not necessarily a toy-making elf, but more of a stab an orc in the eye with an arrow and shoot a different orc with the very same arrow type of elf. "You do know where we're going, don't you?" Kim ventured. Angel turned to her and held a finger to her lips. Okay. Kim followed Angel into the unexplored corridor, her footfalls distinct against the silence of her stealthy companion. Maybe her apprehension had something to do with the differences between her and Angel's techniques. That seemed closer to the mark. If Kim were playing Thief, or Hitman, or any of the other stealth-based games, she would have been just as thorough as Angel. Guards weren't meant to be snuck past. Guards were meant to be snuck up on and thumped over the head. Kim differed from Angel only in that she would have taken extra time to stuff her victims into cabinets or closets to avoid alerting wandering patrols. Angel seemed to be more of an ambush and let the bodies fall where they may type of girl. The pieces fell into place. That's it! The pathfinding! Angel's archaic methods reminded Kim of the very first version of Castle Wolfenstein. Kim had spent hours playing on her father's computer, slaughtering Nazis in her noble quest to steal the secret plans for Operation Rheingold for the Allied High Command. The castle layout was always randomized, so Kim would leave her slain victims in front of explored passageways to avoid needless backtracking, just like Angel had now. Did Angel go out of her way to leave a trail? "Are we lost?" Kim asked. Angel heaved a sigh. It irked Kim to know this had been the loudest sound she'd made in over 10 minutes. The woman was an absolute ghost when she wanted to be. "We're not lost. We'll be at the exit eventually." Kim scoffed at the explanation. Angel didn't seem to care. She turned right again, a move which did nothing to convince Kim that Angel wasn't taking the grand tour. This new spacious room appeared to be a waiting area. A skylight let in the warm late morning sun, and pictures hung on the wall, each depicting expressive woodland scenes with notable attention to detail. The matching sofas, however, would have looked better if both were on the same side of the room, and if one of them wasn't lying on its side at an odd angle, and if there weren't a sizable, unsightly hole in the otherwise pristine wall just above it, presumably marking the point of impact. 2 security guards lay next to the oddly placed sofa. Angel set aside her bag once more and began tending to the first, rendering medical aid, or whatever it was she was doing. Kim stood where she could easily watch all entrances. Harrison may have been manipulated into hiring them, but it didn't seem all that likely that any of his subordinates had gotten the memo. "You threw a sofa at them?" she asked. "I gave them ample warning," Angel said, her voice sounding defensive and somewhat indignant at the implied accusation. "It forced them to dodge. This allowed me the time necessary to close the distance and put them down before they could retaliate. You're lucky they didn't shoot you." Angel turned her attention to the second guard. "I was never in any real danger. Did you know that according to FBI statistics, less than 10% of firearm assaults result in an injury?" "Yeah? Did you know that 78% of all statistics are made up on the spot?" Angel blinked. "I wasn't making it up. Less than half of them had adequate opportunity to shoot me. Fewer still came close to hitting me. I happen to like your body the way it is." "I like your body, too." Angel grinned at Kim before recovering her bag. She chose the closest path this time instead of the one furthest away. The one Kim guessed did not lead to the exit despite the fact logic said it should. Kim shook her head and smiled. 2 weeks ago, an embarrassing offhand comment like that would have sent her into shock. Today, Angel's words made her feel warm inside. Theirs was a classic romance, if classic romances included aliens who'd forgotten their own history and blatantly made up details in order to match audience expectations. Kim hadn't believed Angel's amnesia story. She had instead become convinced that Angel was an alien posing as human. But their relationship grew despite Kim's best efforts, and when Kim finally confronted her, Angel confirmed she was an alien scout. That was now her established official story anyway, and she was sticking to it. According to Angel, she and 5 others had come to Earth to conduct a rescue operation. The mission had ultimately failed, and they'd been forced to retreat. Angel also said she'd been killed at the end. In Kim's opinion, this fact contributed to the story's overall lack of credibility. Angel's second potential background was directly tied to Dr. Edward Harrison, their new employer. The doctor was a self-proclaimed genius, scientist, and inventor, although Kim would have labeled him as resident geek in a lab coat with an eyedropper and a petri dish. Both agreed Angel had spent years under Dr. Harrison's supervision, but there the similarities ended. Harrison claimed, without an ounce of humility, to have created Angel himself. That the moment Angel had achieved self-awareness and put 12 people in the hospital on her way out the door had been the proudest moment of his life. In either case, Angel had an onboard computer, and considering automaps were a given in the modern world, how could Angel possibly be lost? The two of them had long since left the industrial part of the building far behind. The exit had to be close. If the higher quality carpet and artfully arranged furniture were any indication, why were they still running in circles? Kim ran a hand through her short auburn hair and followed after her girlfriend. "Are you sure we're not lost?" Angel didn't deign to answer. She slipped away, silent as a ninja gifted with her own personal mute button. The next room turned out to be an office space, with desks and chairs stretching from one end to the other. Kim's eyes were again drawn to the unconscious guards, which seemed to come standard with every room. The first was propped up, as if awkwardly sitting with his back to the wall. His comatose friend lay half on his stomach, at an awkward angle, a short distance away. Nothing about either one seemed in any way remarkable. Same shabby grey uniform as the others, same dark pants and empty gun holster. Tired of playing sentry, Kim eased closer to get a better look. Angel wasn't seeing to the injured. She was counting out money. Several dollar bills were placed within easy reach of the first guard, along with a handful of loose change. A much larger amount was left at the foot of the second. Once again, the pieces fell into place. When Angel had first invaded the facility searching for Kim, she hadn't been content to hunt down, and pummel into severe unconsciousness, the entire security force arrayed against her. She had also hacked into their computers, confiscated their weapons, and stolen everyone's pocket change. Only the non-combatants had been allowed to escape. After Kim's subsequent rescue, Angel had promised to return all the money she'd taken. Kim had forgotten the promise until that moment. But she wasn't returning everything, Kim noticed. "Why are you keeping their identification cards? Can they be used to open doors?" I wanted to be thorough. Kim thought for a moment. Then she grinned. "Kicking ass and taking names?" Angel smiled back at her. "Are we almost done? I notice you're almost out of money." Angel's smile faltered. "In a way, these two," she made a sweeping gesture, "should have been the very last, but 3 are unaccounted for. Perhaps they recovered, or perhaps they were discovered by others and taken away." "Others? I thought you kept searching until you got them all." "Once I found you, there was no need to keep looking. My search was over." Kim blinked. The now familiar but still unexpected warm feeling of happiness welled up within her and made her words catch in her throat. She shook her head, attempting to clear it. "We could leave the rest with Harrison the next time we see him." Her suggestion was met with silence. She turned a slow circle. Angel was gone. "Nice disappearing act." Kim crossed her arms in a huff. "I might be impressed if it weren't so irritating." Angel returned moments later, somewhat anxious and with a frown on her face. "2 guards," she said, setting her bag at Kim's feet. "Both of them armed. They're blocking the path to the elevators. Stay here." "Wait, we can tell them that we're—" Angel was already moving. "Get back here!" Kim hissed. "Angel!" But it was too late. She could only watch with her heart in her throat as her memory-challenged girlfriend stepped into the open archway. Kim heard angry shouting and indistinct harsh demands from the other room. Angel raised both hands as if to placate them, then twisted and contorted her body as if already dodging an imminent attack. Kim understood the reason for it. Angel had once proudly boasted of her ability to accurately predict bullet trajectories, but knowing Angel was preparing to dodge bullets did nothing to help her relax. Kim could easily picture what must be happening on the other side, the guards doing their best to line up shots and Angel constantly moving to counter their attempts. "Let's talk about this," Angel tried once again. "Could you please lower your—" A gunshot echoed through the halls, loud and jarring. Angel stopped moving. She blinked as if surprised, uncertain as to what had happened. One hand tentatively reached to touch her chest. Then she crumpled to the marble floor, as if her strings had been cut. Kim couldn't find the breath to scream. Chapter 2. Kim stumbled to Angel's side. Her hand reached out, but she couldn't make herself touch her. Touching would make it all real. And it couldn't be real. Angel couldn't be dead. It simply wasn't possible. She became aware of the 2 guards approaching, their weapons held loose in their hands. Both wore identical wide-eyed expressions of shock and disbelief. Angel still didn't move. Her lovely blue eyes stared out at nothing. "We're so fired," one of the guards muttered under his breath. The second man spun on the first. "What's the matter with you?" he cried. "We were supposed to take her in, not shoot her. What the hell did you do that for?" "What? It wasn't me. I sure as hell didn't do it." Kim found her voice. "Will both of you shut up? She's been shot! Get help!" The first guard needed no further prompting. With a final glare at his companion, he sprinted down the hall and disappeared around the corner. The remaining guard took 2 tries to put away his weapon. "Where is she hit?" "I don't know," Kim moaned, sick with despair. "Why isn't there blood? There should be blood." The guard stepped closer, and Angel came alive in a blur. Rolling into a crouch, she spun, sweeping his legs out from under him and launching herself to her feet. The guard landed flat on his back with a whoosh of escaping air, the thin carpeting doing little to cushion his fall. Even as he wheezed, he pulled his gun free and aimed. Angel leapt into the air, spinning like the corkscrew on a roller coaster to evade. Kim could only stare. The maneuver seemed like a fantastical technique from a low-budget martial arts movie, something she hadn't thought possible without the assistance of special effects. As soon as Angel's feet landed on the ground, she snapped the guard's weapon from his grasp and struck with a lightning-fast jab to his jaw that was almost too quick to see. Kim winced in sympathetic pain. The guard didn't move. Angel stood. The captured gun disappeared into her bag with a flourish, and she made a show of dusting her hands. "No need to return their money," she said. "I must have missed them the first time around. Let's go." Kim didn't move. Her fists clenched and unclenched at her side. "Kim?" "What the hell was that, Angel? I saw you get shot!" "I wasn't." "You were faking it?" "The term is feigning death," Angel corrected. "Not faking." "But I heard the gun!" Angel's right hand mimed a gun. She pointed her forefinger and thumb in a safe direction and imitated the loud crack of a gunshot. Kim half stumbled back in alarm, her ears ringing. It took her several seconds before she could convince herself that Angel's finger hadn't actually gone off. Angel had imitated other voices in the past, including her own, but not sound effects. Never anything like this. Her mimicry had been flawless. It took several more seconds before Kim could relax the grip on her chest and regain adequate control of her breathing. "You nearly gave me a heart attack!" Angel seemed taken aback. "I'm sorry." Kim threw herself into Angel's arms, overcome with unexpected emotion. I couldn't... Dear God, Angel, never do that again!" Angel's arms wrapped around Kim in a warm embrace. "I love you too," she whispered. It dawned on Kim that she'd been babbling. "Did I just say—" "No, you didn't. Not right then. But you did tell me you loved me this morning. Don't forget." Kim remembered. She remembered that moment all too well. The pressure of the hug increased to a level just shy of painful. "You're not allowed to take that back, by the way." "Wouldn't think of it," Kim managed to gasp. Chapter 3. Kim slipped on her sunglasses as she stepped outside. She hugged her jacket more tightly about her to ward against the cold autumn air. "I thought you chased out the normal employees. Where is everybody?" "I believe they escaped to the other building," Angel said. The building she indicated was a much smaller structure, seemingly constructed out of glass and steel. A small group of people stood assembled just outside. Apparently their arrival had not gone unnoticed. All of them silently glowered at her. Kim waved to them. None waved back. "Still resentful about being chased out. Got it." Kim took Angel's arm and hurried her along. "Let's go before one of them finds a sniper rifle." Once past the outer gate, they followed the private road to where it intersected with the city streets. Angel had hidden Kim's Corolla behind one of the few trees in the area. Kim approved of the tactic. Approaching drivers would have had difficulty noticing the vehicle, although it would be plain to see for employees leaving for the day and coming from the other direction. Angel nonchalantly tossed her bag in the back seat before getting in on the passenger side. "Where to?" Kim fussed with her driver's seat preferences. Her forced meeting with Harrison that morning and Angel's subsequent rescue hadn't even lasted an hour. She could still show up late for work, but there was also the new job to consider. Should she return to her old job and finish the day, or simply quit? It might be worth showing up just to be able to say, "Sorry I'm late, I was kidnapped," and have it be the truth. The idea of quitting without notice didn't sit well with her. She'd worked at GDI Industries for the better part of a decade. That sort of long-term dedication demanded a certain amount of loyalty she couldn't just easily set aside. Kim pulled into the light, late-morning traffic, her destination still undecided. While the details and specifics for her and Angel's new alien investigation job were sketchy at best, Kim never once doubted that the job was real. The fact that Angel existed was proof of it, although one needed to jump through several logical hoops in order to reach that specific conclusion. Kim still wasn't certain if Angel was an alien scout, as she claimed, or whether she was the final result of the creative use of captured alien technology, as Harrison claimed. In either case, the results were the same. Aliens had to be real because nothing else could explain Angel. This in turn implied that the job hunting aliens was real. To quote the movie Die Hard, they hadn't been hired for their charming personality. Speaking of which, why were you against me taking the job? Kim asked. Because we'd be working for Dr. Harrison, Angel said, and I don't trust him. But isn't this exactly the sort of job you wanted? You've always been interested in finding out more about yourself. My personal history doesn't matter to me. Angel held up a hand before Kim could object. I wanted to find out more about my people and their purpose here, but only for the purpose of rejecting them decisively. It isn't more complicated than that. While you were busy denouncing them, you sounded as if you knew everything about them. A lot of what I believe to be true is guesswork at this point, Angel admitted. Kim bit back a response. Any other person might label what Angel had done as making things up as she went along. It wasn't a point worth pursuing, though. Open doubt would be counterproductive. You've always worked under the assumption the aliens hope to conquer the world, Angel said. We need more information to prove or disprove your theory. If it turns out to be true, I'll assist you in stopping them. Why involve yourself? Because of you. Kim's brow furrowed. That's it? Because of me? You want to save the world because you thought I wouldn't like it if my world were invaded? That's your only reason? Because it would make you happy, yes. You're hoping to save the world to impress me? Angel smiled a wistful smile. Could there be a better reason? As an avid consumer of science fiction in all its varied forms, Kim knew professional spies and adventurer types would save the world for a host of different reasons. Some would be motivated by a pressing desire to do the right thing, or out of a sense of duty, or because saving the world was practically in their job description and they were damn good at it. But to do it to impress the girl, to save the world for love, for romance, that implied that saving the world was incidental. Thank you, I think. Ultimately, I want you to be happy. I want you to love me in return. Kim turned away to hide her embarrassment. Apparently she'd misunderstood. Angel's emphasis hadn't been on saving the world, with getting the girl as a side bonus. She wanted to save the world in order to get the girl. Leave it to Angel to do things backwards. In the past, you've argued against me finding out more about myself, Angel said. Given that, why did you go out of your way to take the job? Don't get me wrong, Kim cautioned. I'm still against it. There's no way to know what you'll discover. Then why take the job? It seems counterproductive. Kim took a moment to consider her answer. This was tricky business. While in the process of gathering evidence to prove her origin story, Angel had discovered Harrison's employers were in the business of reverse engineering captured alien technology. Kim had become so enamored with the idea of snapping up alien toys that she jumped at the chance to join up. It seemed like a dream come true. It hadn't registered until much later that this was exactly the sort of investigative work she didn't want Angel doing. Others might label her a cynic, but Kim thought herself a realist. She'd seen the pattern countless times in science fiction stories over the years. Love of space travel trumped romantic love. A boring life on Earth couldn't possibly compare to life among the stars. Angel openly rejecting her alien heritage would normally be a point in her favor, but Kim suspected that Angel still didn't actually remember the history she claimed to reject. Her statements therefore lacked a certain credibility. I took the job because we're going to end up investigating anyway, Kim said. Might as well get paid to do it. In retrospect, she didn't regret her decision. Someone needed to take the alien invasion threat seriously, and government agents in the movies always screwed things up. The aliens would inevitably escape with all their high-tech toys, and nothing would change. Kim tightened her grip on the steering wheel. The thought of losing all that technology made her blood run cold. I can't let that happen. A nearby gas station caught her eye. She glanced at the fuel gauge. Half a tank remained. It was a good enough excuse for her to stop, fill up, and consider her plans for the day. "I need to quit my old job, but I need a good reason," she said. "Any ideas?" "What's wrong with the truth?" Kim snorted at the absurdity of it. "Think about it, Angel. As of today, we're working for a nondescript and possibly non-existent investigative branch of a company that shall remain nameless. We're supposed to be operating below the radar. The fewer who know, the better." "Why give your employer a reason at all?" "My boss deserves some sort of explanation. I've worked there for years. I'd feel guilty if I just quit." Kim signaled her turn and pulled up to the gas pumps, deliberately going out of her way to park out of the glare of the sun. She fished out her credit card. "Do you want anything?" "No, thank you." She found $2 extra and handed them to Angel. "Would you go inside and buy a lottery ticket?" Angel cocked her head. "Surely you're aware the odds against winning are—" "Yeah, I know." "If you're aware, why buy a ticket?" "People buy them because it's nice to imagine winning," Kim said and stepped outside. She ran her credit card through the reader and selected the medium grade. "Yeah, I know it's a blatant waste of money, but someone's gotta win eventually." Angel closed the passenger side door behind her. "Is money important to you?" she asked. "I know money can't buy happiness, but I love the idea of having the freedom to do whatever you want to do, whenever you feel like doing it. How could that not be good?" "I see." Angel disappeared into the convenience store, and Kim's thoughts returned to her employment dilemma. Should she claim a family emergency, or call in sick? "I'm dropping my old job to take a new one hunting aliens. I suppose I'm going to have to lie eventually, no matter what." Angel stood waiting while Kim finished up and replaced the gas nozzle. Both then re-entered the Corolla. Angel handed the lottery ticket to Kim, who placed it behind the sun visor and promptly forgot about it. "I've given the matter some thought," Angel said. "Why not say you took a plane and eloped with your new girlfriend? During the honeymoon, you found a local job and decided to stay. No one would question you for not returning." Kim's blood chilled at the suggestion. "Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?" Angel seemed to be thinking about it, and Kim abruptly remembered with a shock of near heart-stopping proportions that Angel didn't have a sense of sarcasm and was probably interpreting her words as a serious suggestion. Her eyes remained fixed on the road as she eased into traffic. Slip-ups like that were dangerous. She needed to quell this now before it got out of hand. "Eloping is a bad idea." "It could work," Angel mused. "I don't think so. Granted, we don't have the details as of yet, but together we could create a good story. All we have to do is tell a few friends, and we could—" "Are you kidding me?" "If you'd rather not involve anyone else." "I don't have any close friends to tell," Kim said, then realized in horror that a notable lack of friends would make an elopement easier to accomplish, not harder. No friends to invite meant nothing was stopping them. They could get married right away. Kim tried to keep a straight face. She cared deeply for Angel, but still wasn't sure what it all meant. Angel was Kim's first kiss, her first relationship, her first in practically everything. They'd barely known each other for a month. Wasn't a month too early to talk about marriage and lifetime commitments? Apparently, Angel didn't think so. She had made her feelings abundantly clear and had told Kim she loved her on several occasions. It took effort for Kim to tell Angel she loved her in return. It hadn't been at a time of her choosing, but she didn't regret doing it. Now she was paying the price. Actions had consequences. This new development certainly fit the pattern. A casual observer might look at Angel and conclude she didn't care about getting married one way or the other. They'd mistake her casual demeanor and indifferent expression for a complete and utter lack of interest. They'd assume the thought of marriage had never crossed her mind. They'd be wrong. Angel was not one to be underestimated. Her flippant comment mere moments ago was all the evidence Kim needed. She'd seen the pattern demonstrated countless times in anime and science fiction throughout the years. The facts couldn't be denied. To a romantic like Angel, two people confessing their love meant the final obstacles had been overcome. She must have concluded marriage was the final step in a serious relationship. "This is ridiculous. When exactly did Angel decide she wanted to get married anyway? We haven't even been intimate for an entire week, and now she wants to make it permanent and get married? What prompted her to think this way? Kim hadn't proposed to her. She hadn't even said anything that could potentially be misinterpreted as a proposal. At least, she didn't think she had. She hadn't, had she? "Did I ask you to marry me?" Kim asked. Angel spun to face her. "That wasn't a proposal," Kim added. "I was only wondering if I had or not." "No, you haven't." Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Good to know Angel wasn't planning the wedding ceremony without the technicality of being asked. But she wasn't out of the woods yet. Angel often came up with inaccurate conclusions based on flimsy evidence without even realizing it. She might see Kim's reluctance as positive reinforcement instead of as a deterrent. In fact, it was entirely possible that if Kim even hinted at marriage while talking about something else, Angel would interpret her words as a deeply sincere marriage proposal, backed with full intent. "I think you're misunderstanding me," Angel said, interrupting Kim's thoughts. "My elopement idea was merely an idea. I didn't mean to imply that we actually should—" "I don't think we should," Kim blurted. Her thoughts skipped and jumped. "If I tell her I don't want to elope, will she assume I'd rather have a big wedding?" "Yes, you said that already," Angel said. Kim jerked back. Already? She'd told her twice? When did that happen? "You were looking for suggestions." "It's nothing against you, Angel, but we've only been—" Kim's hands twisted, searching for words that wouldn't embarrass her. "Doing stuff for barely a week. I'd rather not be tied down at this stage in our relationship." Angel seemed to consider her words. "I believe I understand," she said. Good. Is this a bondage thing?" "No, not being tied down isn't a bondage thing," Kim snapped. "I'm talking about the two of us getting married." "I thought as much," Angel sighed. "And you'd rather not do it now." "Or in the near future," Kim confirmed. "Then we're in agreement." "There are reasons why we shouldn't," Kim insisted once again. "As you say." Kim gave up, mentally throwing her hands in the air in exasperation. This was an exercise in futility. She'd have to find a better way to convince Angel she wasn't interested. "How about we change the subject?" "You were worried about a cover story to explain quitting your job. I merely suggested telling your boss that the two of us had eloped. It doesn't matter if we actually elope or not. That part of the story is irrelevant. I'm only suggesting that we could pretend." "You know that pretending isn't official, Angel," Kim retorted. "That isn't what I want." Angel turned away in a huff to stare out the window, evidently frustrated her spur-of-the-moment matrimony plans weren't turning out as she'd hoped. "I'm not talking about actual marriage," she said at last. "This isn't about the two of us getting married. We don't have to make it official. You simply tell them, nothing more." "That isn't legally binding. We're not getting married." "You misunderstand. I'm not asking you to marry me," Angel told her, her voice rising. "In fact, I never once asked you to marry me." Kim let out a frustrated sigh. "Don't I get a choice in the matter?" "This isn't a trap, Kim." "Well, it certainly sounds like one. Why are you always in such a rush?" "I'm not rushing into anything. As you've said repeatedly, we've known each other for only a few weeks." Recognizing she was becoming hopelessly distracted, Kim pulled to the side of the road, shifted the lever to park, and cut the ignition. "It doesn't matter how long we've known each other," Kim said. "Marriage should be something way off in the distant future. It should be a special event, not some sort of spur-of-the-moment decision." Angel seemed as if she were all but grinding her teeth in frustration. "Please understand, this isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision." Sensing she had pushed things too far, Kim gave ground. "I know you were looking forward to it, but we should really give it some time. In fact, we should give it some time before we even start discussing it." Angel closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, She looked serene and calm. "If you insist on waiting, that's perfectly fine with me," she stated, without even a hint of resentment. "Why don't we discuss it later?" The placating tactic had never worked in the past, but this time Kim hoped for a different result. "Fine," Angel said stiffly. Kim smiled and restarted the car, relieved she had averted disaster. Chapter 4. Kim's procrastination worked in her favor. By the time she decided on a plan, the day was nearly over and it was far too late to try anything else. Her choices were effectively narrowed down to one, which ultimately made the decision easy to make. Her plan was partially based upon the examples of others. People often quit their jobs with little or no notice. Kim would emulate this, weaving a work of fiction as vague as possible. The less people who knew about her new job searching for aliens, the more believable the job would sound. Details and specifics could only screw her up. After stewing over it all day, Kim had decided to wait until after everyone else had gone home. GDI Industries didn't have a second shift, but her boss, Jack Morrison, was a known workaholic. By coming in after hours, Kim would only have to explain her heavily edited version of the truth once. It would be difficult burning her bridges behind her, but she didn't see a viable alternative. Anything was better than Angel's alternate story. Kim strode through the main work area and paused at Jack's open door. Her boss took no notice, didn't even lift his head. "Excuse me?" she called. Jack glanced up from behind his desk. Kim avoided meeting his eyes, primarily due to the uncomfortable nature of her purpose here, but this was not the only reason. Everyone at work knew that Jack suffered from a degenerative eye problem. He'd once described it as the image from his right eye drifting downward in relation to the left, which remained constant. If he looked down, however, nothing changed, which is why his computer monitor was set at a lower angle. Kim's second reason to avoid eye contact was related to the first. The monitor light shining into Jack's face also had the disconcerting side effect of making him look evil. "Glad you could make it," Jack said. "You're 8 hours late." "Yeah, about that." Kim stepped inside and stood behind an open chair. Her legs felt jumpy, as if they'd like nothing better than to run from the office. "I've noticed you've been missing a lot of work," he said. "Yes, but there's a reason for it." Kim took a breath, then let it out slowly. "I've made a decision. I'm sorry I didn't call in this morning, but I've decided to quit." Jack stiffened in his seat. "Just like that?" Yes, just like that." "May I ask why?" Kim ran her hands down her sides, smoothing out her clothing. I had a job interview today." "For which company?" Jack asked. "What?" "I'm assuming this job interview was successful." Jack pursed his lips. "Which company? Who's hiring you?" Kim blinked. That sort of information would have been useful, but it was now too late to do anything about it. "I can't recall," she stammered. "But the job is real." "What will you be doing?" "It involves investigation," Kim said, wincing even as she said it. Her plan to use vague answers had sounded better in the car. "Investigating what?" "I'm not supposed to say." Jack kept up the pressure. "You're not sure?" "Why wouldn't I be sure? I didn't say I wasn't sure. I'm just not supposed to say. It's complicated." Wow, that sounded stupid. Jack's fingertips drummed his desk as his eyes narrowed. "This isn't like you." "What do you mean?" "You've never missed a day for years, but lately you've been calling in sick, missing work without calling in." "If this is about Angel—" "No one's even mentioned her," he interrupted. "Are you saying this is about her?" "I'm going to be working with her," Kim said, which was more or less true. Jack sighed and pushed his keyboard away. "Listen, Kim, we've known each other for years. You can tell me the truth." Kim grimaced and ran a hand through her hair. The truth? Telling the truth was the last thing she wanted to do. She should have phoned it in. Coming in person had been a mistake. If she'd phoned in her excuse, she could have avoided any sort of personal confrontation. Even using Angel's idea would have given her the entire weekend to find a different solution. Okay, maybe not Angel's plan. Angel's would have been a temporary solution at best. Her quest to find aliens for the purpose of rejecting them was only the beginning. It all came down to trust. Their relationship in the bedroom thus far had been decidedly one-sided on Angel's part. Angel had seduced her on that special night less than a week ago. At the time, Kim had yet to confront Angel regarding her suspicious memory loss story, or to demand answers about her extraordinary nature. The lack of trust made it easy for Kim to resist loving Angel in return. She simply hadn't been sure. What were Angel's true intentions? Did Angel genuinely care about her? Was she using her for her own nefarious ends, thinking she had Kim fooled? Their relationship had improved since then. Angel made no secret she wanted Kim to return her love. To counter further resistance, Angel had taken it upon herself to solve Kim's lack of trust issues directly by making herself appear more trustworthy. Not the way anyone else would do it, though. In typical Angel fashion, she'd done things backward. A normal person might spend years cultivating a reputation for honesty, but that would have taken too long. Instead, Angel had started searching for physical proof to back up her claims, to prove she hadn't been lying all along. Given Angel's faulty memory, it had been an uphill battle. Angel had done her best to reassure Kim that her love would endure, even should her memories return. Kim still had her doubts. How could Angel know for certain her current life was better than her previous life, when she couldn't even remember it? Kim wanted it to be true, but she also feared to know the truth for certain. Why take a chance and potentially ruin a good thing? She was happy with the way things were. As for the physical act itself, Kim considered it to be the single most intimate thing she could ever imagine doing. Giving in would signify a long-term commitment that she wasn't prepared to embrace. The implications were clear. Taking that final step, reciprocating Angel's affections in the bedroom, would mean she truly loved Angel. And then there was the marriage thing. Oh yes, let's not forget the marriage thing. Angel wasn't content to have sex with her every night and twice on Sundays. She wanted to get married. Until meeting Angel, Kim hadn't even entertained the prospect of marriage. Now it was all she could do to discourage Angel from picking out the wedding date and somehow tricking her into marital bliss. Kim knew she wasn't an expert in romance by any stretch of the imagination, but she knew an established pattern when she saw one. How could people be in a committed relationship if they didn't actually commit? "Are you all right?" Jack asked. Kim looked to the heavens and wrung her hands, not noticing Jack staring at her as if she were insane. Was this her future? Was she destined to marry Angel, a woman who may be a highly advanced, walking-talking, state-of-the-art piece of technology? Assuming she didn't turn out to be a designed, rather than born, alien life form from another planet. It wasn't as if she doubted Angel's devotion, but getting married? Lifetime commitments? That was taking things too far. Her private life was supposed to be private. Marrying someone wasn't something she could keep hidden from friends and family. Everyone would know, and it was permanent. "Kim?" "What?" "You were daydreaming." "No, I wasn't." Jack closed his eyes. A fingernail tapped the desk. "If something's troubling you—" "You wouldn't understand," Kim insisted. "Try me." Kim snorted. Yeah, right. There was no way in hell she would ever tell him. "Angel wants to marry me," she blurted. Her eyes widened in horror, and she stomped her foot. "Damn it, I didn't mean to say that." "Wouldn't that be a good thing?" "No, you don't understand. She wants to get married to me." Jack's brow furrowed. "And you'd rather she didn't?" "Ha! Why would I? Do you know what Angel wanted me to tell you? Do you? She wanted me to walk into your office and inform you that we're eloping this weekend, and then tell you I'm quitting because we're spending the rest of our lives together wherever we end up on our honeymoon." "And you don't want to?" "Of course not. I don't want to elope, or have a big wedding, or anything." "Okay." "Look, just because I like her a lot and think about her all the damn time and things, it doesn't mean I'm in love with her." "Okay." Kim put her hands on her hips. What exactly are you accusing me of? Jack gave Kim a diplomatic, neutral look that suggested, without actually saying it, that it was possible she might be in a state of denial. I know what you're thinking, Kim snapped with an indignant huff. Even if I was zoning out thinking of her, that doesn't prove anything. Then why are you so upset? I'm not upset, damn it! Kim, you don't have to rush into anything. Take your time. Kim barked another laugh. I haven't even asked her to marry me and she thinks I've asked her twice. Were you planning on it? Apparently, I just haven't mustered up the courage to do it yet. Kim leaned her full weight against the chair and glared out at nothing. It doesn't matter, it's a foregone conclusion. Angel and I are going to get married and I'm going to ask her sometime in the not-too-distant future whether I want to or not. I think you really... This is all her fault. She planned this somehow. I'm stuck in a relationship that's about to escalate into marriage, and the best I can hope for is to hold her off for a week or two if I'm lucky, or this freaking weekend if I'm not. If you're not prepared for this... Kim rubbed the back of her neck. I only told Angel I loved her one time. One time! Being coerced doesn't count. Kim. Jack rose to his feet. If you're not ready, you're not ready. The tactic worked. Kim felt herself calming down. What's wrong with me? She moaned. I never meant to say any of that. Are you quitting your job because of her? Not directly. Take a vacation, he said. What? Take a vacation, Jack repeated. I believe you have around 2 weeks available. Tomorrow is Friday. Why not take next week off to think about it? Your job will still be here waiting for you if you want it. But I've already accepted the other job. He blinked. The job is real? Kim winced anew. I don't have the details. It doesn't matter. Jack cut her off. Take the vacation. Don't rush into anything you might regret. Chapter 5. Kim followed Angel through the rainy city streets, her hands stuffed deep into her pockets. Of the two, only Angel seemed not to care about the dismal weather. Winter was coming, but it wasn't here yet. She pulled out her cell phone and activated it for the second time that hour. The text message from her father that morning hadn't changed. Not that she'd expected it to. Dad, dinner tonight? It had taken Kim over an hour before she could muster the courage to agree, and she'd been second-guessing her decision ever since. The implications had been enough to throw Kim's entire morning into turmoil. As far as she knew, her relationship with her parents wasn't anything unusual. Kim would occasionally drag one or both of them out to a movie they normally wouldn't see, or visit them to enjoy a taste of homemade cooking. Other times, one or the other would make the journey to meet her at her condominium. They rarely offered a reason for doing so, but that was nothing new. Nightfall was fast approaching, and she still hadn't told Angel. Kim had yet to settle on a reason why. A meeting between Angel and her parents would certainly mark a turning point in their relationship. Dad would have questions, and Kim wasn't looking forward to answering them. She'd never been one to share private information. If it were up to her, her parents would only find out about Angel after Kim brought her home for Thanksgiving dinner. Perhaps not even then. And yet, wasn't the meeting inevitable? Angel was part of her life now. Kim missed a step. Angel's hand snapped out and pulled her upright, saving her from a painful fall. Are you okay? She asked, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Kim picked up the pace as if nothing had happened. Internally, though, she was shaken. I can't imagine life without her. When did I start thinking like that? Kim put the matter from her mind. All this marriage talk must be getting to me. They walked towards Brookings Pharmaceutical. Kim had seen a few advertisements for their prescription medications and over-the-counter drugs here and there, but had never had personal dealings with them. This particular office was for managers and their support staff, wage-slave commoners like herself. Manufacturing was handled elsewhere. Their destination came into sight. What exactly are we doing here, Angel? Angel's expression became curt, with a hint of exasperation. I told you before, Mr. Friedman works at Brookings Pharmaceutical as an operations manager. He vanished 3.5 weeks ago and reappeared 3 days later. He fits the pattern. Kim was familiar with Angel's theory based upon the example of her own memory loss. In an effort to uncover more about herself, Angel had compiled a list of scientists, doctors, and prominent businessmen who'd theoretically been taken, altered, and quietly returned to their homes days later with no one the wiser. Even more bizarre than the outlandish theory, however, was knowing that there seemed to be something to it. Angel had hacked into their new employer's computers during her rescue mission. As it turned out, they'd had their own list of suspects, a list which closely matched Angel's. At present, Blackgate hasn't devoted any of its resources toward monitoring their activities. Blackgate? Kim frowned in puzzlement. What's that? Angel gave Kim a look that seemed to suggest that she wasn't at all sure if Kim was an idiot or not, but had decided to err on the side of caution and assume she was. You remember a scientist named Dr. Harrison, do you not? Fairly tall, brown hair. He wore a lab coat and worked in a large black building. His men took you captive. Shortly after being rescued, you asked him for a job to find aliens in order to steal their toys, and... Of course I remember that, Kim snapped. Pardon me for not noticing the Welcome to Blackgate sign on the way in. I was being kidnapped at the time. Mr. Friedman appears on both Blackgate's list and mine as a person of interest, Angel said. I believe that if we're able to determine the specific reason why each individual was taken, it might provide clues as to the aliens' plans or ultimate objective. Unless they were snapping up people at random, hoping to throw investigators off their trail. Angel's expression turned sour. Your theory is less than helpful. I try. The entryway stretched up into a multi-level atrium. Numerous offices could be seen on every floor. A long information desk extended from one end of the lobby to the other. 6 interlocked chairs and a directory broke the pattern of office suites situated on the opposite side. They passed a man in a dark business suit. He simply stood there, reading a newspaper. The unusual sight made Kim frown. Do they even make newspapers anymore? What's special about Friedman? Kim asked. I believe he was taken, his memory was altered, and he was put back. I mean, any idea why anyone would want him specifically? He's an operations manager. You said that already. Angel sighed. That's all the information I have. We're here to uncover more and hopefully form a workable theory. Kim started for the directory, but Angel stopped her with a hand on her arm. He works on the 16th floor, she said. Do we have a plan? We should interview him. If you've already researched enough to know which floor he's on, don't you already know the questions the media asked about his disappearance? I'm familiar with all those questions, yes, but seeing him in person could reveal additional information. We can't just walk up unannounced and demand an interview. That wasn't my intention. We'll take the elevator. Angel walked away before Kim could thump her. While they waited at the elevator doors, Kim took a closer look around. A bored security guard stood at the main desk, eyes vacant, not even glancing at the occasional foot traffic. Another stood with his arms crossed, his back against the stairway door. Both were armed with handguns, but the man at the stairway also carried a smaller orange device on his belt that Kim didn't recognize. Kim gave him a half-hearted wave. The man's expression didn't change. Is there something wrong with the stairs? She asked. Angel answered instead, apparently assuming Kim's question had been meant for her. It would be inefficient to use the stairs. No, I mean this guy is guarding the stairs. Kim deliberately spoke loud enough for the man to hear. His unfriendly attitude was getting on her nerves. The man didn't break eye contact. The stairs are down for repairs, he said at last. Kim openly scoffed at the explanation. How can stairs be down for repairs? No one is permitted to use the stairs. What's the orange box? Kim half raised her hand to indicate the device on his belt. It's an ordinary taser. Ordinary, huh? Yes. I see. That makes sense. Yes. The elevator doors opened and Angel stepped inside. Kim followed a moment later. There's something unusual about this place, she said. That's why we're here, Angel replied.
No, I mean, there's really something unusual about this place.
Chapter 6. Naomi sometimes envied the humans and their way of life. Her co-worker Melanie was a prime example. She was intelligent, attractive, and got along with anyone and everyone. A standard background check revealed she'd been involved in unsuccessful relationships in the past, but that wasn't the point. The point was, she was free to make those mistakes. She could find another job, or climb the corporate ladder, or choose to leave it all behind. Nothing prevented her from doing whatever she wished to do. It was a simple matter for humans, this ability to choose, a freedom they took for granted. For Naomi and her group, this wasn't meant to be. She wasn't allowed to quit. Those in charge wouldn't permit it. Naomi's job at Brookings Pharmaceuticals served a purpose in that it allowed access to a key position without drawing unwanted attention. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. The actual work she did while on the job, completely and utterly irrelevant. Even more depressing was the knowledge that she could never escape it. After she and the others finished up, they would be transported to a new planet to do similar, meaningless, useless things all over again. Research, build, implement. The pattern never ended. The others might enjoy travel and a change of scenery, but not her. Naomi had long since grown tired of it. One of her front doors opened, but it turned out to be a welcome distraction. Melanie strode inside, and Naomi's heart brightened at the sight of her. A hint of perfume wafted into the room, a pleasant, floral scent which lingered in the air.
I wanted to thank you for helping me on the Madison project,
Melanie said. I didn't really help, you did most of the work. Melanie's finger idly traced a pattern on Naomi's desk. Was there something else? Naomi prompted. The tall blonde woman took a deep breath. Her expression hardened into what Naomi recognized in humans as determination.
Yes, there is. Are you interested in dating?
Naomi readjusted her glasses and gave Melanie an inquisitive expression consisting of a raised eyebrow and pursed lips.
I couldn't help noticing how you complained about time being limited the other night,
Melanie continued.
How you wished you could find someone special.
Naomi nodded. It was true. Her job at Brookings didn't allow her time to go out and find potential love interests, and her time off was rarely her own. If she were permitted to openly complain, she'd be first in line to complain about it.
And seeing as neither of us are involved with anyone else at the moment...
Naomi hung her head. Again, all true. How could she ever expect to find someone interested in her while she sat behind a desk doing a tedious job nobody could possibly want? A potential love interest would have to have prior business with her, physically walk through her doors. And what were the odds of that happening? 0 to none.
I know an outdoor cafe.
Melanie's hands fidgeted. Naomi couldn't help but be depressed. Others found love, why can't I?
Would you be interested in having dinner with me?
Naomi wrung her hands in frustration. What's the purpose of it all? Am I destined to live my life alone? Isn't there anyone out there for me? Anyone at all?
Naomi? Dinner?
What?
Are you interested in dinner?
In a rush, it all became clear. Melanie had been painfully hinting at something, and she'd missed it. She smiled. Melanie smiled back. No, not really, Naomi said. I don't get hungry. Instead of simple acceptance, Melanie seemed perturbed and somewhat irritated at the news. Naomi wondered at the cause. Then it clicked. She realized her mistake. Food wasn't necessary to her kind. She and the others ate in front of other humans every so often to keep up appearances, but physical sustenance wasn't necessary to survive. Mistakes like that could get her in trouble. I mean, I don't eat much, Naomi amended, hoping Melanie wouldn't notice her slip.
How about a movie instead?
Melanie asked.
We can do whatever you want. Your choice.
Naomi relaxed. The diversionary tactic had worked perfectly. Humans can be so clueless sometimes. I'd like to see a movie, Naomi said. But I have work. She gestured to the two small piles of paperwork still needing her attention. Melanie's hands clenched rhythmically at her sides as if they sought something to do.
I'm talking about after work, she clarified. As in, the two of us, together.
Naomi hesitated. She didn't enjoy paperwork, but she couldn't voluntarily choose to disobey either. She and the others were bound by their assigned roles. Social conditioning wasn't something any of them could easily set aside and ignore. I'd like to, but I can't. I need to finish my work. Mr. Friedman is still feeling ill.
He's here?
Melanie's tone indicated surprise. Naomi glanced over her shoulder at the higher quality double doors behind her. Yes, in his office, but considering his illness, I felt compelled to pick up the slack.
Let me help you with that,
Melanie said in a rush. Her blue eyes seemed to burn with intensity.
We could have food delivered and even make a date out of it.
A date, Naomi mused. A date would be nice, wouldn't it? I'd like that. Then... Please forgive me for asking a seemingly unrelated question, but do you think I'm attractive?
What?
I was thinking how unfortunate it is being confined to this office all day. Paperwork, arranging meetings, answering the phone, all of it. It gets tiresome. I wish someone would show an interest in me. Naomi laughed a bitter laugh. But that isn't likely to happen, is it?
What about me?
Melanie asked. You. Naomi did a mental double-take, followed by a physical one to make it authentic. Wait, are you suggesting... You mean... Melanie nodded, a faint smile upon her lips. Naomi leaned forward in her chair, eyes alight, hoping to conceal the naked eagerness in her voice. Are you saying you know someone? Would you be willing to introduce me? Melanie's irritated look returned.
Would you even recognize it if someone made it painfully obvious they wanted to go out with you?
Naomi harumphed. You sound like the others. Of course I'd recognize it if it were obvious. How could I not? That's what obvious means.
What if there was someone you knew, someone, say, mid-30s?
Melanie's eyes fluttered, and she struck a pose. One hand waved to herself, as if in comparison to this unknown beauty.
Single, long blonde hair, blue eyes, reasonably attractive, and actually likes you for some odd reason that escapes her?
Naomi's eyes narrowed. That almost sounds as if you're describing yourself, she said, her voice dubious. Melanie's hands clenched into fists at her sides. Sensing a potential downturn in the conversation, Naomi decided to bring it to a close with an amiable conclusion. She selected a paper from the closest stack, then made a show of scanning its contents before returning her attention to Melanie. Is there anything else? The intensity of Melanie's glare made Naomi wonder if she were contemplating murdering someone. Given she was the only other person in the room, Naomi slid her chair a little bit further away.
Are you honestly this clueless?
Melanie demanded. Before Naomi could ask what she was talking about, there was a knock at one of her front doors. Come in, she said at once. Brandon appeared in the doorway, then hastily pressed his back to the wall as Melanie stormed past him. He pulled the door closed behind her. Is something wrong? He asked. Naomi shrugged to show her confusion. Your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps she's late for an appointment or something. Brandon was her immediate boss, although the title supervisor might have been more accurate. He directed their group and coordinated their actions, but ultimately he answered to central authority, the same off-planet overlords as the rest of them. People would look to him if things went horribly wrong. He'd be the one taking charge, making the hard decisions, sacrificing subordinates to save his own worthless hide. He embodied everything Naomi expected in a leader. But leadership wasn't necessarily an enviable position. The secretive nature of their incursion into human society denied him the perks of his station, which would otherwise be his due. Friedman is resisting the conditioning, he said, his voice low. Naomi grimaced. She knew Brandon wasn't blaming her for the failure. He was making it known that she would be the one to correct the problem. Naomi glanced at the work to be done. Hours of paperwork still required her attention. A follow-up conditioning session with their human employer meant at least 3 hours of additional work, if she were lucky. Brandon handed over the modulator without another word. Naomi checked to ensure the device's safety was enabled before placing it on her desk, wedging it between her monitor and an unused coffee cup to ensure it wouldn't roll away. The modulator was a handheld precision instrument, absolutely irreplaceable, yet widely considered to be an early model, substandard piece of junk compared to the specialized tools they could be using. Its primary function was for detailed, delicate tweaking. Specialized shipboard equipment was used for individual long-term adjustments. Far grander machines would be used for what followed, constructed on Earth by indigenous workers who couldn't begin to guess as to the true purpose of what they were assembling. Joseph Friedman's company was useful for its resources. Brookings Pharmaceutical was part of the network, one of several used to obtain specific raw materials without drawing unwanted local attention. Brandon jerked a thumb back at the door, a uniquely human gesture which amused Naomi to witness. Is she going to be a problem? Melanie? No, why would she be? The two of us were only talking. Her boss folded his arms. I think she's interested in dating, Naomi added in an unnecessary, confidential whisper. You? I'm interested in dating too. The revelation seemed to amuse Brandon. No, I think she wants you. Naomi waited. Brandon also waited. Wants me to do what? Naomi prompted. Brandon's mouth fell open in the expression Naomi recognized as surprise. Are you honestly this clueless? She wants you, you idiot, romantically. Melanie wants you romantically. Oh, please. Naomi waved a hand. If Melanie were at all interested in me, she would have said something. Her boss let out an unnecessary sigh. Exasperation this time. It made Naomi wonder at the cause, as there wasn't an apparent reason for it. We can discuss it later, he said. I want Friedman fully conditioned by the end of the day. As of this moment, he's useless to us. Naomi indicated her paperwork. After I finish... No. I want it finished today. Naomi bristled, but kept her temper in check. The little furless weasel was still her superior. I'll instruct one of the others. The others have their own tasks, Brandon interrupted a third time. I'm giving it to you. Friedman's your responsibility. Naomi smiled her best winning smile. Is there anything else? She asked sweetly. Brandon scowled, a scowl of irritation, and left the room. Naomi waited until he was gone to lean back in her chair, hands clasped behind her head. The device on her desk silently mocked her. It represented everything she despised about her life. Perpetual servitude, being forced to play a role arbitrarily assigned to her decades ago by an indifferent bureaucrat who hadn't cared one whit for her personal desires. In an act of petty rebellion, Naomi set her eyeglasses aside and used her Neuralink to delve into the surveillance system. Any of their group could use the network, but she was the only one whose job allowed for her to be nosy. No one could fault her for keeping up to date with local events. Friedman wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 7. Excuse me, Angel said. Have you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Friedman since his return? Kim kept her smile fixed in place while she resisted the urge to groan. Sometimes Angel could be as subtle as a brick to the head. This particular office space was a notable step up from Kim's former place of employment. Instead of a slavish devotion to cubicle land and overhead fluorescent lights designed to sap a worker's creativity and will to live, the stations were broken up by wood cabinets and many rest areas, which Kim assumed were meant to encourage social interaction. The neat rows had made it easy to isolate and corner Angel's current target, a businessman whose friendly smile never reached his eyes. He was in his late 30s, dressed in a black suit, and sported a professional-looking tie. His full beard was reminiscent of Commander Will Riker from Star Trek: The Next Generation. This gave the man a boost of credibility in Kim's eyes. Everyone knew beardless Riker episodes weren't worth watching. I'm sorry, he said. Are you a reporter? We're investigators, Angel said. Kim let out a hiss of warning. Private investigators, Angel amended. The man gave a curt nod. Yes, of course. I'll tell you what we told the others. Joseph Friedman was suffering from stress and decided to take an unofficial vacation without prior notice. It wasn't anything the rest of us couldn't handle, though. He brushed past Angel and walked away at a brisk pace. Angel kept up with him.
Has the company undergone any unusual changes since his unofficial vacation? She asked.
We hired a few new people.
What sort of people?
The man's smile became a little more forced. I'm sorry, who did you say you worked for?
We're employed by a nondescript and possibly non-existent investigative branch of a company that shall remain nameless.
The Riker clone stopped and gaped at her. Kim took advantage of the opportunity to jump into the conversation.
What my colleague is trying to say is that we're not allowed to share that information with others. I'm sure you understand.
Actually, I don't, he said stiffly, still professionally polite, but visibly becoming more annoyed with each passing moment.
Have any established employees been reassigned or fired in favor of new employees?
Angel asked. I don't see how that's any of your business, he snapped, then pointed back the way they'd come. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I understand, but before you do, would you please introduce us to one of these new employees?
The Riker clone seemed to lose a second. What do you mean, before I do? I just did. Kim grasped Angel's arm and attempted to lead her away.
He means he already asked us to leave.
Angel refused to be budged.
He said he was going to, but he hasn't yet. Thank you for your time.
Kim tugged a bit more insistently.
I have more questions. Let's go, Angel.
Chapter 8. The images of the two women flickered and danced. Both were dressed in casual, inexpensive business attire, a choice suitable for office work. The first had shoulder-length auburn hair and seemed of typical height for one of her gender. Other than her nervous demeanor, nothing about her seemed remarkable. The taller woman was striking in comparison. Her hair color and skin appeared only a shade or two darker than albino white. Very distinctive and exotic, in Naomi's opinion.
Angel, stop for a moment,
the shorter woman said.
This isn't working. Neither one of us are cut out to be investigators. They'll never let us in to see Friedman.
Naomi perked up at the mention of her human employer. She concentrated, muting background noise and other distractions. The internal surveillance system was as far from intuitive as a mental link system could get. Following a conversation from one location to another always took an extra bit of effort. The two were moving again, making a beeline for the windows overlooking the city streets in the northeastern corner.
Then why did you come with me?
The second woman, now identified as Angel, asked.
I came because I got swept up in the moment,
the other said.
I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't realize I was making you uncomfortable. We need to play up to our skills, Kim said. Talking to people isn't getting us anywhere. You have a suggestion?
Kim nodded enthusiastically.
You're great at breaking encryption and getting into computers. Even Harrison said so. How about, instead of interviewing people and hoping one of them slips up and makes a mistake, we find one of their computers and you work your magic? You believe that would be enough?
Kim took Angel's hand. Naomi realized she was smiling in reaction, interested in their little drama despite herself.
Angel, listen to me.
Kim's voice was pitched low, as if fearful of being overheard.
You proved yourself to me when you stole Harrison's research data. Aliens are in the city, I believe you. You've shown me that.
Kim's words shocked Naomi to her core. The room about her seemed to dip and sway, as if something had happened to the artificial gravity.
They know. How is that possible? Then why did you take his side?
Angel asked. Kim seemed confused.
What? I told you about my extraterrestrial origins, yet you accepted Harrison's version of events, Angel said sharply, her arms folded. Your arguments were based upon his assertions and not mine. Is that what you're upset about? It has been bothering me, yes. I only did that because he set himself up.
Following the mental pathways, Naomi called upon new surveillance sources.
Angel was examined down to the finest detail, recorded at every angle, from every conceivable vantage point. Who is this woman? Is she one of us? Could she have been a part of a previous failed expedition? Naomi had never heard of any other groups, and she'd certainly never heard of any failures. The search results came up negative. As far as the databanks were concerned, Angel didn't exist. Naomi wasn't deterred in the slightest, though. Failed missions wouldn't be included in the archives. They'd be locked away, certainly not easy to find. The powers that be would sweep everything under the rug, and then deny ever owning a rug. Angel could be exactly what she claimed to be. "I believe you, Angel," Kim said. "You, not him. I loved your solution for how you became your own person." "Became your own person?" Naomi echoed to herself, once again sent reeling by the implication of Kim's words. Her grip on the table tightened until it was just shy of breaking it. Angel had somehow achieved the impossible. Angel had achieved independence. "Then believe me," Angel said. "We're here to find irrefutable evidence of an alien presence in the city and stop them." Kim shook her head. "Angel, if you believe me, we should continue our investigation. If you don't, then I respectfully ask that we continue until I find proof." "I'm all for continuing, but we're never going to get anywhere using casual conversation." Angel appeared to think about it, then nodded. "I agree with your assessment. We'll leave for now and come up with a workable strategy." "No, that can't be allowed to happen." Naomi partitioned her mind to open a channel to their head of security. "There are 2 women on the 16th floor," she sent, including a direct link to the surveillance feed. "They're here to see Joseph Friedman. I want them brought directly to me." Naomi received an affirmative response seconds later. She severed the connection and returned her attention to the 2 women. Both were waiting at the elevator doors. "I may never have a better chance to be free. I don't know how you managed to escape, Angel, but I'm going to find out." Less than a minute later, Naomi's orders achieved results. 2 sentries closed in from either side. They appeared as security guards, dressed in matching dark blue uniforms with crisp white shirts and black ties. Both stopped at the optimal position for maximum intimidation, folding their arms and adopting matching glowers. Kim began doing a curious dance in place, eyes wide and looking about as if searching for an exit. Angel folded her arms and adopted her own arrogant smirk, apparently unimpressed. "I think we caught someone's attention," she remarked. Kim slumped in place, her options seemingly exhausted. "Ah, crap baskets." Chapter 9. Kim stumbled through the halls of Brookings Pharmaceutical like a woman condemned, the pallor of doom weighing her down. The unspeakable had happened. They'd asked too many questions, and the aliens had discovered them. Somewhere along the line they'd made a mistake, and now the situation couldn't be any more hopeless. If there was some way out, some glimmer of hope shining in the darkness, Kim couldn't see it. Logical deductions, blatant guesswork, and multi-page flowcharts that cost the reader sanity to skim past and even more sanity to fully comprehend told her that Angel considered Kim's lack of trust to be the final deterrent preventing her from loving her in return. And Angel would certainly see their captivity and subsequent interrogation as irrefutable proof of alien activity. Kim could only contemplate the grim future which lay in store for her. There was no escape now. As a fan of anime and science fiction, Kim knew what to expect. The pattern was clear, assuming they somehow survived the next few hours. Angel would no doubt press for a physical demonstration of love the moment they returned home. Kim was all too aware of how one meaningful event would inexorably lead to another. Could marriage be far behind? But one thought troubled her above all else. The idea of indulging in that physical part of Angel's expectations didn't seem all that scary anymore. In fact, it could even be said she was looking forward to it. Could that thought be any more terrifying? The corners of her lips threatened to curl into a smile. Kim felt apprehensive and ecstatic at the same time. What changed? How did this happen? Is this my future? All Kim had were questions. When and how it happened, she hadn't a clue, but the results were undeniable. She hesitated at the open doorway, only for her muscle-bound goon escort to somewhat forcefully usher her inside. What she beheld seemed like nothing more than a typical office. Certainly not what she'd expected. 2 comfortable-looking chairs sat before a large mahogany desk. Behind the desk sat a smiling mid-30s black-haired woman, her hands folded neatly before her. The upswept glasses perched on the end of her nose gave Kim the impression of a stereotypical librarian. Behind her were 2 more double doors, both of which were closed. Kim was made to sit down by steadily increasing pressure on her left shoulder. Angel sat next to her. The 2 goons stood directly behind them, doing their part to contribute to the intimidation. Nothing in their mannerisms betrayed any hint of higher brain activity. She squirmed in her chair. She tried to concentrate, to dwell upon the seriousness of the situation, but she couldn't. Thoughts of Angel filled her mind. What was tonight going to be like?
Focus, Kimmy. You're about to be interrogated and tortured. Worry about the other stuff later.
My name is Naomi West, the woman said. I'm Mr. Friedman's personal assistant. Her smile looked carefully crafted, as if to reassure her guests that they had nothing to fear, that this meeting was nothing more sinister or dangerous than any other meeting between friends. Naomi's words effectively shocked Kim out of her introspection. An introduction? What was this, an interview? What was going on? Surely this so-called Naomi West was only stalling for time, waiting until some minion retrieved the brain slugs from cold storage. The rational yet sarcastic part of Kim's mind had a different opinion.
Naomi could be assuming she has legitimate visitors and is hoping to find out more about them.
Kim had to admit that the rational yet sarcastic part of her mind did have a point. Secretive behind-the-scenes aliens with world domination on their mind would have spent time and effort establishing backgrounds for themselves. They'd trust in their credentials' effectiveness. Reassured, Kim started to relax. They were safe. She and Angel had nothing to fear. No self-respecting alien would pull out the brain slugs at the first hint of public scrutiny.
We'd like to see Mr. Friedman, Angel said.
If you have questions for Mr. Friedman, I'd be happy to answer them for you, Naomi replied.
I'm sorry, but no. We'd like to interview Mr. Friedman specifically.
Naomi tapped her fingers against the mahogany desk. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid Mr. Friedman is currently unavailable. In his absence, I'd be happy to answer any and all questions. Please, what organization do you represent?
I'd rather not say.
That specific information is required for an interview, I'm afraid.
We're private investigators, Kim said.
Naomi shifted her attention to Kim. Oh? Investigating what? For what purpose? There's nothing noteworthy at Brookings Pharmaceutical to investigate. We're a global specialty biotechnology company that researches, develops, manufactures, and markets products to treat and prevent serious human medical conditions. At present, we employ over 10,400 people worldwide. If you require more information, I'd be happy to provide it. She slid a pamphlet across the table. Kim glanced at the title, Pharmaceuticals and You. The cover depicted men and women dressed in white lab coats and engaged in various stages of scientific research and discovery. One female doctor stared intently into her microscope. Another seemed thoughtfully concerned, plagued with apparent internal turmoil as he frowned under the light of a computer screen. A third looked off into the distance, staring out at nothing with a look of deep contemplation in his eye. Below them all, 6 doctors appeared on the verge of open cheering. Each smiled brightly for the camera, as if ecstatically overjoyed, simply because they happened to be doctors.
When will Mr. Friedman be available? Angel asked.
Again, I'd be happy to answer any and all questions, but before I do, I require more information. Are you representatives of the local government? Kim did her best to conceal her surprise. Could the Riker clone have talked to Naomi? Or had she overheard Angel's reference to a nondescript organization during their conversation? If she had, it would certainly explain her line of questioning. Kim tried to recall the specifics. What had they been saying? Surely they hadn't said anything that might be considered suspicious or incriminating, had they? After the Riker clone conversation, she and Angel had found an isolated corner and discussed strategy. They'd talked about how their conversation and social skills were sorely lacking.
She remembered telling Angel they needed to find a new way to investigate, and Angel had reminded her of her quest to find physical proof, how nothing else would do. Angel had been upset. They'd talked of Harrison and Angel's theory about aliens in the city. A shiver ran up Kim's spine. Naomi knew exactly why they were here.
But wait, if that were true, why would their host continue to play along?
Because she wants more information. That's why.
Angel's vague job description may have inadvertently saved them. If Naomi believed she and Angel were untouchable government agents, she would dare not act against them. At what point will Mr. Friedman be available? Angel asked again. We're willing to compromise and return at a later date. That would be an acceptable and agreeable compromise, Naomi agreed. I'm willing to set up the appointment. Now that that's settled, what organization do you represent? Shouldn't you be asking Friedman if he's willing to see us? Kim asked. I screen all visitors, Naomi said testily. My questions need to be answered to my satisfaction in order to determine your importance. As his personal assistant, it's within my power to arrange a meeting. She took a moment to look at Kim, then at Angel. Once again, who do you work for? Kim decided to run with her theory, assuming Naomi's own mistaken beliefs and fears would prevent her from taking direct action. What if we're both independent? She asked. Naomi's smile seemed to become genuine for the first time. Seeing this reaction, Kim wondered if she dared take it a step further. Could she exploit Naomi's fears of discovery and back her into a verbal corner? Naomi looked past Kim and Angel to the guards standing at the door. Leave us. We provide security, one of the brutes said. Then provide it in the hallway, Naomi snapped, displaying anger for the first time. I said go, get out, leave us! Neither one seemed to like it, but they obeyed. The giant doors eased closed behind them with the finality of a closing tomb. Naomi's genuine smile returned. Her eyes seemed to shine. Please, tell me, how were you able to achieve independence? She asked Angel. Kim blinked. This was not the reaction she'd been expecting. Excuse me? The receptionist chose not to answer. Ultimately, I'm here because of her, Angel said. Because of her? Naomi looked Kim up and down. How? What do you mean? What's special about her? Tell me how you did it. It took time, but love has given me... Kim jumped halfway out of her seat. Don't tell her that! Angel seemed on the verge of arguing, but fell silent. Try not to get sidetracked, Kim admonished her. Don't say anything personal. Remember why we're here. Naomi's eyes narrowed in evident frustration and anger. Don't try to silence her. Let her talk. I'm interested in what she has to say. That's personal information, Kim said. For a moment, no one spoke. Naomi broke first. Let's dispense with the games, shall we? She asked with a thin smile. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. You told my associate you were employed by a nondescript and possibly non-existent investigative branch of a company that shall remain nameless. You also said you were in favor of her solution. Naomi indicated Angel with a flick of her eyes. Please, don't try to deny it. I heard you. She achieved independence and became her own person. Her tone softened to the edge of pleading. Please, I'd like to know more. Kim could only stare back at her. The idea of Naomi playing the role of a receptionist and never breaking character made sense to her. It was something she could accept. But if she were aware that her secret had been exposed, how did it make sense to deliberately give that information away? Why say anything at all? Had Naomi made a mistake? Or could it be similar to the blinding overconfidence of a supervillain boasting of their plans to the hero, secure in the knowledge that they were about to be destroyed by a custom-made death trap? You admit to listening in, Kim blurted out, realizing too late that she was also giving herself away, but burning with curiosity. Why would you tell us that? Naomi hesitated, as if carefully considering her words. My duties demand nothing less. This is my official role. What does that mean? It means I'd like for us to help one another. Naomi said simply. You wish to accomplish your ends. That's commendable. I ask that you assist me in achieving mine. When Kim didn't answer, Naomi again took the initiative. Please, tell me how Angel achieved independence and I'll help you. I believe I understand, Angel said. Are you able to give us specific information? No. You're unwilling or unable? I'm under restrictions. Kim was starting to become alarmed. Angel, what are you doing? She's like me, Kim. When I first met you, I had become a tourist. I adopted the role and claimed it. I didn't pretend to become a tourist. There was no acting, no deception. It became who I was. Think of it as acting according to expectations, if that helps. Naomi and I are the same. Now that the parallels between the two had been pointed out, Kim realized she could see it. It was literally impossible for Naomi to do anything an ordinary receptionist couldn't for fear of being exposed for what she truly was. Their desire to blend in was too extreme. Angel was right. Naomi wasn't simply playing a role, she was locked into one. Kim rose to her feet, overflowing with confidence and secure in the knowledge that her opponent didn't know enough about them to challenge them. We work for a... Kim's mind drew a blank. What did you call it, Angel? A nondescript and possibly non-existent investigative branch of a company that shall remain nameless, Angel said. Where are you going with this? Naomi is willing to help. We only need to ask the proper questions. Reassured, Kim turned to address Naomi directly. You guessed it right the first time. Angel and I are part of a secret covert branch of the government. We're so incredibly secret, in fact, we're not allowed to tell anyone about it. Naomi's eyes narrowed. Why are you telling me if it's a secret? Damn it! That doesn't matter, Kim said. As a duly designated representative of the organization I work for, I demand to see Mr. Friedman at once. No. Kim blinked. What? No, Naomi repeated. Why would I do that? I'm his receptionist and personal assistant. You need to talk to me before you'll be allowed to talk to him. How many times must I repeat myself? He doesn't set up personal meetings with outsiders. I do. Angel laid a hand on Kim's arm. Kim, this is unnecessary. Naomi is looking for help. She can't act against us, Angel. There's no need to worry, don't you see? You said it yourself. We're completely safe. Then what are you... Now, if Naomi were a supervillain playing the role of an ordinary receptionist, Kim said, then we'd be in trouble. She'd be free to abandon her receptionist persona on a virtual whim and worry about cleaning up the mess afterwards. Nothing could stop her. She could act in any manner she chose as she saw fit. Naomi leaned forward, a rapt smile on her face. Tell me more. What are a supervillain's limitations? Kim shrugged. All self-imposed. Supervillains only pretend to be ordinary people until it's time to throw aside their carefully crafted mask and do whatever they feel like doing. They ignore the rules. That's what makes them villains. Angel was on her feet. Kim, what are you doing? I've made my decision. Naomi pushed back her chair. She stepped around the desk and embraced Angel in a hug. Thank you, she murmured. Kim could only bristle at the sight, feeling a surge of something she chose not to call jealousy. Thank you? For what? I'm very, very interested in you, Naomi whispered to Angel, ignoring Kim. I don't know if you truly are what I suspect you are, but I intend to find out. She released her. Until we meet again. Thank you for what? Kim demanded once more. For hope. You've given me hope. Naomi turned her smile upon Kim. Neither one of you have yet to tell me what I need to know, but I can tell you that Angel is the key to everything. Time is running out. I suggest you use yours wisely. What does that even mean? It means there are going to be some changes around here, she said sweetly. I'll give you 30 seconds to vacate the building before I summon security and throw you out. What? 25, she said 5 seconds later.
She mimed glancing at a non-existent watch at her wrist.
20. Angel tugged at her arm. Let's go.
Bewildered and confused, Kim could only follow. Chapter 10. Angel reached over from the passenger seat and touched Kim's arm. She held up a small device.
Do you have any idea what this is? Stop that, I'm driving!
Kim brushed Angel's hand away. She couldn't afford the needless distraction. There wasn't much time left. The day was spent, and her condominium was 5 minutes away. That left barely any time at all to find a solution to her current dilemma. It had taken time, effort, and a whole lot of what some might consider repetitive inner dialogue and navel-gazing for her to realize she wasn't quite as doomed as she'd first imagined. This was assuming doom could be marginalized, of course. It all came down to what Angel believed and how logic guided her emotions. Kim's lack of trust was a perfect example. It had been classified as a deterrent to Angel's romance-oriented goals, and so she'd implemented a plan to overcome that specific obstacle. One set of conditions inexorably led to another. Angel's theory was sound, but she hadn't followed that particular chain of logic to its natural, final conclusion. She hadn't realized that specific conditions didn't necessarily lead to specific outcomes. Kim and Angel both agreed that love couldn't survive without trust, but Angel still hadn't realized that establishing trust only meant love was possible, that it could happen, not necessarily that it would. This was why Kim still felt she was doomed, but only in a limited sense. The threat of marriage still loomed on the horizon, but her free will was still her own. Loving Angel in the biblical sense wasn't inevitable, or fated. It was simply pretty damn likely to happen.
I found it in my jacket as we left the building, Angel said, once again holding up the device on the off chance that Kim might have missed it. I know for a fact it wasn't there when we left home this morning.
Kim knew the truth of it, but could she make Angel understand? Did she have the words to explain it? What would happen if her sex-crazed girlfriend simply refused to see it that way? If Angel believed Kim's personal deterrence had been lifted, then it wouldn't matter one whit if the logic she'd used to reach that specific conclusion turned out to be flawed or not. Angel would proceed as if she'd been successful, and Kim knew she didn't have a fraction of the willpower necessary to resist her. Protests in the heat of the moment were barely articulate, even at the best of times. They certainly weren't effective. Kim could picture how it would happen in her head. They'd walk into the apartment, casual as you please, neither one betraying any hint that they knew exactly what was about to happen. But it wouldn't last. It couldn't. Tensions would mount, sparks would fly, and then they'd be overcome with desire, and falling into each other's arms. They might not even make it to the bedroom. Then the front door would open and there would be Dad staring back at them. Kim could imagine nothing worse. The embarrassment would kill her. But what could she do about it? How could she avoid that fate?
When I was in Blackgate's computers, I discovered that their agents had looted several other artifacts with similar markings,
Angel rattled on. A deceptively attractive thought popped into Kim's head. What if she took the initiative and led Angel directly into the bedroom under the pretense of getting it over with before Dad arrived? No, that couldn't work. Doing so would inadvertently give Angel the mistaken impression that Kim wanted her desperately, and that it was all her idea. But the alternative was even worse. If Kim dared attempt to reassure Angel that tonight was the night, in the hopes of delaying her until this evening, it was entirely possible that Angel might take her words to heart and mistakenly conclude that tonight was the night.
As for the individual symbols, Blackgate scientists have never been successful in extrapolating a meaning from them. These 3 characters are new.
Angel's finger hovered over the indicated symbols one by one.
They've never been recorded.
Kim continued to ignore Angel and whatever it was she was prattling on about. She turned into her condominium complex and tapped the garage door opener hanging from the sun visor. Best guess, she had between 1 to 4 hours. Dad would show up whenever he felt like it, and not a moment before. It was always random. She shut off the car. The soft ticking of the cooling engine did little to help her relax. Kim gathered her belongings from the back seat.
1 to 4 hours to decide my fate. Not much time at all in the grand scheme of things.
Hold on. 4 hours implied a time limit.
Could she use that? Angel stood waiting at the garage door. "It seems to utilize the same power source as the others," she said. "Nothing harmful to humans, no radiation."
Kim grinned as she closed the garage door behind them.
Yes, that was perfect. A time limit. Angel would want hours to savor her ultimate victory. A time limit was the perfect excuse. Neither spoke as they crossed the parking lot. The sun was setting in the horizon. Daylight savings time was still in effect, but the chill of a crisp autumn night was upon them.
Kim unlocked the security door, but didn't open it.
She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. This was it. The moment of truth. If she didn't explain herself in full, Angel would certainly seduce her ahead of schedule, and she'd lose her chance. "Dad's going to come by later tonight," Kim said. "It's something he does every other month or so. He'll pick a random time to show up." Meaning we can't be busy having sex in the doorway because he might come by at any time." Angel's mouth fell open. "You were planning on it? In the doorway?" "No, we shouldn't plan on it," Kim corrected her. "I see." Angel shuffled her feet, apparently carefully considering her next words. "Is there another point at which you'd rather—" "I'm not saying I don't want to," Kim interrupted. "All I'm saying is that we definitely shouldn't before Dad gets here, because of the time limit." "How much time do we have?" She doesn't give up, does she? I just told you." "Allow me to clarify." Angel transferred the whatever it was from one hand to the other. "Do you have any idea of when to expect him?" "Oh." Kim pulled the security door open and held it for Angel. "No idea, it's kind of random." That seemed to satisfy Angel.
Chapter 11. Kim followed Angel as they ascended the stairs to Kim's condominium. It wasn't the largest or most expensive of the three on that level, but it was home. The door opened into the living room. Kim tossed her keys and sunglasses onto the end table next to the couch. Mindful of her father's imminent arrival, she took a moment to search for distasteful, subtle indications of human habitation. Other than the open credenza door, which Kim promptly closed, there was nothing to be found. There were no piles of unread mail, no discarded clothing or dishes scattered about hither and yon. The entertainment center was clean and free of dust. Even her somewhat uncomfortable 10-year-old couch and its matching chair on the opposite side of the room seemed as pristine as could be. Living with Angel certainly had its advantages. With no final preparations to make, Kim's thoughts turned to the inevitable confrontation with her father and what she could hope to expect. A plan formed in her mind. Dad wasn't the most inquisitive person on the planet, but he would certainly want to know more about his only daughter's new roommate. He'd ask pressing questions that Kim wouldn't want to answer. Fortunately, there was a solution. All Kim needed to do was match Dad's expectations of her by feeding him mere tidbits of information. She'd tell him Angel was staying here, but leave the rest unsaid. Dad would assume his secretive daughter was concealing something. Kim would let him wonder what the hidden truth could possibly be, and then at the proper moment Kim would let slip that she and Angel were dating. It was a solution that would leave everyone satisfied. Angel would be ecstatic to be acknowledged, and Dad's curiosity would be sated. All the personal details of her and Angel's private relationship would remain private. There was only one potential problem. Angel was the polar opposite of the cautious type. If Dad asked direct questions, Angel would respond with direct answers. To prevent this, Kim needed to find a way to keep Angel from saying too much. Anything less risked disaster. "Kim?" Angel tapped Kim's shoulder. "What?" "I said, I'm curious as to why you said nothing to me about your father's impending visit until now." "No particular reason. I'm not going to hide you away if that's what you're worried about." "I expected this. I understand." Angel's words of reassurance did nothing to reassure her. "Hold on, you expected what, exactly?" "You've often cautioned me against sharing personal information with others." "And?" "There have been no exceptions to date. I'm expecting you to conceal certain aspects of our relationship. Why should it be different with your parents?" "I haven't been avoiding talking about you because I'm ashamed of you, Angel. I just
don't think it's anyone else's business. I understand. You don't need to convince me. I've never been in the habit of sharing information. As I said, you don't need to convince me. This didn't fit with what she knew about Angel's intentions. Kim was firmly convinced that Angel wanted to get married to her in the worst way. The act of telling the parents was a necessary step on the dark and twisted path to matrimony. You think I should tell them? Kim asked. Is this because of the marriage talk? Angel's forehead wrinkled. That hadn't occurred to me. Then what? I'm uncomfortable with the thought of picking and choosing which facts to reveal and which to conceal. It seems reasonable to assume your parents will find out everything there is to know about us before long, but I can understand your reluctance to share information if you're too shy. Kim folded her arms. I'm not keeping them in the dark because I'm shy. Then why conceal specific facts and reveal others? Why not tell them everything? Angel's point seemed valid on the surface, but Kim wasn't willing to embrace it just yet. Because it's none of their business, that's why. Parents only need to be informed about relationships after things get serious. Until then, it doesn't matter. Angel looked away. I see. Kim sighed. She doubted Angel understood, but didn't see a better way to explain it. First rule, keep everything a secret. Don't tell Dad what we've been doing. Wait until after I tell him. Meaning... Just follow my lead, okay? Of course, Angel said. Kim remained cautiously pessimistic. Her eyes drifted to the small device in Angel's right hand. What's that? Angel held it up so Kim could get a better look. A tool of some sort, but beyond that, who can say? The popular theory at Blackgate is... Where did you get it? I believe Naomi slipped it into my jacket when she hugged me. Kim's eyes lit with fascination. The unknown object was roughly half again the size of a handheld remote control, seemingly constructed almost entirely out of a reddish-gray metal. A deep emerald green light extended halfway down its length. Is that what I think it is? I don't know, Angel said. What do you think it is? Looks like some sort of high-tech alien toy to me. Angel's face scrunched into her dubious expression. I doubt it's a toy. Kim reached out to grasp the suspected alien device, but then she thought better of it and pulled her hand back. It wasn't something she could hear, but she could feel minute vibrations in her chest, as if she were in a spacious room with numerous intermittent speakers cranked up to 10. Okay, what's with that humming? Why is it doing that? No idea. I believe it's safe, though. There's no radiation. Radiation? No radiation, Angel corrected. Why would you think there's radiation? Angel's expression became subtly more irritated. I said, no radiation. That's not what I meant. Why would you say anything about radiation at all in the first place? Oh, because despite years of work with other suspected alien devices, their power source remains a mystery. Nothing harmful? Nothing detectable so far. Angel absently tossed the device to her other hand. At least, nothing that's been proven. I'll risk it. Kim took the device. The cylindrical shape and coloring reminded Kim of a stick of dynamite from the old Warner Brothers cartoons, only without the protruding fuse. There were no dials, buttons, knobs, or switches of any kind. After giving it a thorough examination, Kim set the device on the couch's end table. What were you saying about Blackgate's popular theory? In their attempt to explain away the lack of visible controls, Blackgate's scientists theorized that the devices are operated through direct mental interaction. As in, the computers in an alien's head interacts directly with the devices. That's the popular theory, Angel confirmed. Any insight as to what it could be? An Illudium Q-36 explosive space modulator, Kim said. Angel cocked her head slightly. I'm not familiar with... It's from a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Marvin the Martian wanted to use one to destroy the Earth. Any idea why Naomi would give it to you? No idea.
Angel's eyes were wide.
He wanted to destroy... Why would he want to do that?
Kim fell into her best Marvin the Martian voice.
It obstructs my view of Venus.
Angel smiled and gave a curt nod.
Of course.
Kim was about to remark on Angel's somewhat condescending reaction when her suspicious and somewhat paranoid mind kicked in.
Maybe we shouldn't have brought it home? If you believe it might be an explosive, why not give it to Dr. Harrison?
Kim smiled ever so slightly.
I mean, we shouldn't bring it home because the aliens might use it to track us down, not because it might blow up and kill us. Why give it to Harrison? Is it because you don't like him or because you think he could keep it safe?
The latter, of course. Angel drew herself up.
We're being paid to recover such items, after all.
Kim's smile widened.
Of course.
My personal enmity with Dr. Harrison has nothing to do with it.
Got it.
Kim's cell phone chirped with a text message. She acknowledged it so it wouldn't bother her again 2 minutes later.
Dad's in the parking lot. You ready for this?
I'm ready. Kim wished she could say the same. Her heart pounded like a drum in her chest. Even without the threat of marriage looming over her head like the sword of Damocles, the act of introducing a girlfriend to her father couldn't be seen as anything less than a significant step forward in any relationship. Hopefully, Angel wouldn't take advantage of the situation.
Speaking of which, we're still not officially engaged, Angel, so if it's all the same to you, you should probably hold off on calling him Dad or Father for the time being.
Angel opened her mouth, then closed it with a shake of her head. Her expression settled into that look Kim had come to loathe most of all. The look carefully crafted to indicate that the thought had never occurred to her. Angel's signature look.
Okay,
Angel said at last. Kim was about to call her on it when she heard a knock at the front door. She pulled it open, stepped back, and her father walked in with an easy grin. Kim found herself swept up into a hug that lifted her off her feet.
Hi, Dad!
Kim laughed. His eyes drifted to Angel.
Who's your friend?
Kim took a moment, smoothing down her clothes while she gathered her courage.
Here we go. Angel, this is my father, George Rowland. Dad, this is Angel.
George stuck out a hand.
Hello, Angel. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Angel returned the handshake.
Kimberly never mentioned a roommate.
The small talk began in earnest. Kim let it all wash over her, doing her best to keep calm, but ready to intervene at a moment's notice.
Everything is going according to plan. Any second now, Dad will start asking specific personal questions. He won't be able to help himself.
How long have you been staying here? George asked.
I've been living with Kim for quite a while now,
Angel said. Kim held her breath.
Any second now, the questions will become invasive. It's only a matter of time. Stick to the plan. Tell him nothing, then admit we're dating. That will be enough to keep him satisfied. He'll never know the details. Any second now. Any second now.
Where have you been sleeping? On the couch?
For several nights, Angel confirmed.
Kim fidgeted in place. What was taking him so long?
Not very comfortable, is it?
He grinned.
I've discovered this as well. Angel and I are in a relationship,
Kim blurted. All conversation ceased. George and Angel turned to look at Kim with identical open-mouthed expressions of surprise. Kim quelled her rising panic. All was calm. The situation was still manageable. She'd anticipated this and planned on it. Dad expected her to be hiding something, and she'd only given away that the relationship existed. It didn't matter that she'd skipped step 1 and 2 and gone directly to step 3. No big loss. She was still on schedule. Angel's face was beaming. Her reaching hand found Kim's.
Thank you for that,
she said.
For what?
For finding the courage. Kim pulled her hand back.
I told you before I wasn't avoiding it because I'm shy.
George went from surprise to open doubt.
You?
He scoffed.
You're in a relationship?
That's right. Angel and I are dating.
Her father looked about the room, as if suddenly not at all certain if he were in the right condo.
You? He asked again.
You don't have to act so surprised about it, Kim said with a huff, drawing strength from her irritation.
Exactly how serious is this relationship of yours?
Kim hid her smile. There it was. Her father had finally fallen into her verbal trap. This was the key moment she'd been planning on.
Feed him slivers of information, downplay the issue, don't overplay your hand. Oh, it's not as serious as all that.
George held up his hands.
Okay, fine, doesn't matter.
We've gone on a few dates, she said, irritated at being so casually dismissed. Doesn't matter? What's that supposed to mean?
I get it.
Kim clenched her jaw. She could tell her father was doing his best to avoid a potentially embarrassing subject.
Don't get the wrong idea. I had good reasons to take her home.
No need to explain.
George took a step back. Really, that's enough.
Angel didn't have a place to stay.
Again, perfectly understandable.
Kim burned with frustration. This wasn't fair. She'd gone out of her way to give the impression that she and Angel were dating and nothing else, but despite her efforts, Dad had still automatically assumed she and Angel were sleeping together. That hadn't been what she'd been denying at all.
Listen, Dad, you've got it all wrong. I'm not denying having sex with Angel. I'm denying it was serious. Wait.
You don't have to explain a thing. Believe me, I get it.
Angel drew her hands to her chest.
Please, don't misunderstand. Kim and I are dating. Our relationship isn't unusual in any way. What she's told you is entirely true. When I first slept with your daughter, it was with the intention of sleeping with her in the classic sense and nothing more. Oh, thank you so much for clearing that up, Kim snapped. You're welcome.
I don't care about details, George rasped. Why are you telling me this?
What do you mean?
Blustered Kim, who had a very good idea.
What details? I don't know what you're implying. An ordinary relationship doesn't imply constant, you know.
That's true, Angel confirmed. We take occasional breaks.
I don't want to hear this.
Kim's father seemed on the verge of physical pain, his eyes cast about as if looking for an exit.
It isn't as if I was planning on sleeping with her when I invited her home.
Angel nodded in agreement. It took a bit of time.
Stop helping me, Kim hissed. That follow my lead advice? Worst idea ever.
It doesn't matter, Kimberly, George sighed. You're an adult and old enough to make your own decisions. I'm not upset with you. The old couch creaked slightly as he sat down. Have you told your mother yet?
No, not yet. Why would I? I keep telling you it isn't that serious. No immediate plans to get married, if that's what you mean. Kim, I think you're still laboring under a misconception, Angel said. I never asked you to marry me.
Kim bristled at Angel's words.
It's tradition to ask the person first. They might say no.
I never asked you, Kim.
So it's a foregone conclusion? I thought you were going to leave it up to me to decide.
That was my intention.
Then leave it up to me. On the day I want to get married, I'll ask you.
Angel's expression darkened. I was hoping you'd allow me longer than a single day to prepare.
What?
To clarify, I believe you're still under the assumption that I want this, that I'm biding my time content to wait. That simply isn't true.
Well, you're going to have to wait. I'm not ready to get married to you, Angel.
I never said it needs to be today.
Don't you get it? I'll ask you first. We won't be getting married on the same day.
Angel's scowl deepened. You said you would.
What? When did I say that?
Just now, Angel said, then spoke in a perfect mimicry of Kim's voice.
On the day I want to get married, I'll ask you, she quoted.
George whistled in appreciation.
That's a pretty good impression you've got there.
Kim's widened eyes were the only outward sign of her internal shock.
Oh, that's nothing,
she laughed, waving a hand in dismissal.
Angel's really good with her tongue.
There was a sudden, awkward silence. Kim's face began to simmer and burn.
It took several unsuccessful attempts before she could speak coherently, in even a limited fashion. I mean, Angel's really skilled with her tongue. As in, Angel is skilled with impressions. She's good with impressions. Oh, God.
George focused all his attention on the end table next to him, seemingly in the vain hope it could somehow burn away the last few seconds of his life. I really, truly, honestly did not want to hear that. His eyes fell upon the alien device. What's this? The sight spurred Kim into action like nothing else could.
Don't touch that!
She shrieked. Time seemed to slow as her father's hand hovered over the device. Kim knew her father was waiting for an explanation, but she felt paralyzed. All she could do was stare back in gibbering horror. The device was clearly extraterrestrial. How could she possibly explain it away? George picked up the device.
It's a sex toy!
Kim exclaimed, and dropped it again, as if it had suddenly caught fire. Kim snatched up the offending device before it could roll to a stop, then sprinted to her bedroom, threw it in, and slammed the door after it. Only Angel seemed immune to the awkwardness of the situation as Kim reluctantly returned to the living room. So, George clapped his hands together. Anyone for dinner? Chapter 12. George Rowland took Kim and Angel to a local steakhouse in his four-door Ford F-150, a vehicle spacious enough to seat more than twice their number. He'd purchased it for comfort, safety, cargo efficiency, and to annoy the hell out of his environmentalist friends with its low fuel efficiency, gas-guzzling reputation. Although it was a Friday night, the restaurant wasn't crowded. The city had expanded westward since the building's construction 50 years ago. Its location was no longer ideally suited for attracting new customers. A young man with a bright smile and tired eyes met them at the door. He guided them to a nearby booth. All about them were the sounds of quiet conversation and the occasional soft clinking of silverware. Kim and Angel took one side, while George sat across from them on the other. All three ordered steak with a wide variety of side orders. When Kim's plate arrived, she held up an onion ring and waited until she'd caught Angel's full attention.
Look, sir, droids!
Angel gave her a blank look.
It's from Star Wars.
I see, Angel said, who clearly did not. Kim's shoulder slumped.
Do I really need to explain it to you?
Angel reached out and took the onion ring. Her expression didn't change.
Forget it, Angel.
You're disappointed?
I get that the reference might be obscure, but it's not that obscure. I thought you'd catch it.
She sighed again, this time more dramatically.
Don't worry about it.
Please tell me.
I said don't worry about it.
Angel fell silent. George seemed content to ignore the exchange, busying himself with his food. His French fries had apparently not been served with nearly enough salt, and so he spent several long seconds correcting the deficiency. Tell me, Angel, what do you do for a living?
I used to be a tourist,
Angel said.
Now, I'm in investigation.
That sounds interesting. Investigating what? Angel glanced at Kim. The two shared a moment of eye contact. When it became clear that Angel had no intention of answering, George rescinded the question. It's okay, you don't need to tell me. How long have the two of you... One hand rose and fell. Angel tilted her head slightly.
How long have we... what? Been intimate?
Angel! Kim gasped. Angel looked from Kim to George and back again.
I'm sorry. I was under the impression we'd moved past the employment questions and had proceeded into questions of a more personal matter.
Kim glared murderously at her plate in an attempt to glare at Angel without being blatantly obvious.
I quit my old job to try this one. Angel and I haven't been doing it for very long.
I see. George nodded.
The job, I mean.
Kim's face burned slightly.
We were both hired at the same time and haven't been doing the job for long.
It's a question I might have wanted to know, Angel grumbled. George cut off a small portion of steak, taking great pains to avoid making eye contact. Is that how the two of you met, at this job? He asked. Kim took a long drink of water to cover her silence.
It can't have been too long ago, her father pressed.
We met before the job,
Kim answered, hoping he would change the topic. George looked to Angel instead.
It seems like only yesterday to me, Angel mused. But I'll defer to Kim's assessment. She's a much better judge of time than I am.
The remark prompted a raised eyebrow. A better judge of time? Kim did her best not to wince. Angel's sense of time was comparable to that of a fast-moving clock. For her, time seemed to pass much more quickly than it did in reality.
Angel's still not used to local time zones, she lied.
As in what? She's jet-lagged?
In a way, sort of. It's hard to explain.
George absently stirred at his mashed potatoes. If you'd rather not tell me...
If you look at it a certain way, we got the job because Angel's father hired us, Kim offered.
Angel's eyes narrowed.
Please never refer to Dr. Harrison as my father again.
Kim blanched. She'd known it was a sore spot with Angel.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
There's no need to apologize, Kim. I concede your point.
Angel waved a hand as if the matter were already forgotten.
I suppose I'll never be entirely free of him. There are legal matters to consider after all.
Legal matters? George asked.
It's an out-of-country thing,
Kim lied. She had never accepted Harrison's claim to be the closest thing Angel had to a living relative, but she couldn't deny the two of them shared a history. I hadn't realized you weren't from America. You don't have an accent, George said. What country are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Why?
Angel latched on to the only part of the question that interested her.
Are you suggesting a foreign accent is important? Is it necessary?
No, not having an accent is fine.
To answer your previous question, Dr. Harrison might be necessary for legal purposes. I'm hoping to start receiving my own paycheck in the near future.
Hold on, Kim said. You're still worried about that? I thought you didn't mind sharing my name.
I'm sharing your name.
Angel seemed surprised by this revelation.
When was this?
You remember the bank account I set up for you?
Of course I do.
Technically, the bank account still belongs to me, Kim said. I added your name and we're calling it yours, but I'm the one responsible for it.
Her father went still. You're sharing a bank account with Angel, and you still claim it isn't serious? This was yet another untouchable subject. Angel had once embraced a unique form of vigilante tourism to generate income. Kim had set up the bank account to offer her a peaceful alternative, hoping to keep her closer to home. It wasn't something she could discuss.
Angel's special. I trust her,
Kim said. Have you considered all the legal ramifications of what you're doing?
What do you mean?
Typical of the younger generation, George said with a stern look of disapproval. You think you're somehow entitled. You want all the perks of a marriage, but care nothing of the responsibility.
Hold on a second.
Kim waved her fork, irritated.
The bank account with Angel wasn't set up as some sort of lame cohabitation agreement.
And that's the part that worries me, George said. I didn't help finance your condominium so you could play house with your new girlfriend.
That isn't what we're doing.
He held up a hand. Don't get me wrong. I don't disapprove of the two of you being together, if that's what you want. That's not why I'm upset. He pushed away his plate. I'm upset because both of you are treating this far too casually. Dating is perfectly fine, but if the two of you are serious, then I think it's past time both of you started taking responsibility.
I understand your arguments for stability, Angel said, but I respectfully disagree with your conclusions. Kim shouldn't be compelled to marry me against her will. The matter should be left up to her.
A slight smile touched Kim's lips, and she nodded in agreement, relieved to be taken off the hook.
Thank you, Angel. What happened with Kim wasn't her fault, Angel continued. Your daughter couldn't resist me. It was inevitable that our relationship would evolve into a satisfying, pleasurable, intimate...
Kim jabbed Angel in the ribs, hard. Again, I didn't need to hear that, George muttered under his breath.
Then you agree?
Angel asked. He focused on Kim. Look, Kim, I'm not trying to pressure you.
Well, it certainly sounds like pressure to me, Kim shot back. What kind of choice is that? Either I agree to marry Angel on the spot, in which case you'll generously and graciously allow her to stay, or I refuse and she has to leave? That isn't a choice, it's an ultimatum.
I told you before, Kimberly. Dating Angel is fine. I'm only asking for you to stop living together until you finally do get around to making a decision.
Angel doesn't have a place to stay.
Then perhaps she should find one.
You can't order her to leave, Kim repeated, a hint of steel in her voice.
I most certainly can. I helped finance that condominium you live in. The only reason you have it at all is because of me.
You've never done anything like this before, Kim protested.
You've never given me a reason before, her father shot back.
That's financial blackmail.
Leverage, not blackmail. His smirk was back. You want to be treated like an adult? Fine by me. Try acting like one and take full responsibility. Or buy me out and start making your own decisions.
And how exactly do you expect me to do that? Kim spread her empty hands. I don't have a spare $10,000 or $15,000 lying around.
Then I still have some leverage.
This isn't fair.
Life isn't fair, Kimberly. He stabbed a piece of steak with his fork. Deal with it. Parents have always used financial leverage against their children. That's the way the world works.
Kim looked away. Angel's hand found hers beneath the table. It felt comfortable and warm, but did little to reassure her.
Look, Kim, George sighed. Don't make me out to be the bad guy here. I'm only asking for the two of you to get some distance. Stop playing house. Stop acting as if you're in a committed relationship when you're not. Why are you so dead set against it anyway?
Kim said nothing. At any other time, she might have admitted that her father had made a legitimate point, but the thought of giving in didn't sit well with her at the moment. Angel didn't have her own history, let alone a legal identity. She didn't even have her own income. What other options were there?
Please don't ask me to do this. Angel is special.
Is it that serious?
Kim absently picked at her food, not knowing how to answer.
I understand what you're trying to do, said Angel. This is a mistake. Kim isn't one to be pressured into decisions. We shouldn't make assumptions that it's all but inevitable. If it helps, I fully believe Kim intends to marry me, but lacks the courage to ask.
Kim's head snapped up.
What?
George was already shaking his head.
Not good enough.
Hold on a second, Angel, Kim said. Don't assume I haven't asked you to marry me because I'm too shy.
Angel turned her full attention to Kim. Was there another reason? For a moment, Kim could only gape at her.
What's wrong with not wanting to get married? Wasn't that a good reason?
But she couldn't say that. Kim bit back the words, mindful of her audience. Dad was already convinced she and Angel were involved in an intimate relationship. The fact that it was true was beside the point. If she dared claim she didn't want to get married at all, Dad would have all the justification he needed to order Angel out of the house. Fortunately, there was an alternative. Angel had made a critical mistake and overplayed her hand. Kim leaned closer to Angel.
Do you honestly think I'd consent to proposing to you in some random restaurant on the spur of the moment?
The question seemed to take Angel aback.
No, she admitted. I suppose you wouldn't. That's right.
Kim continued to drive her point home with the subtlety of a sledgehammer.
Don't assume I've already asked you, or that I would ask you if only it didn't embarrass me so much. I refuse to be pressured into anything. We are not engaged.
I understand. Kim sat back, grinning with satisfaction.
Thank you.
Angel gave George a steady look.
You're assuming Kim isn't taking our relationship seriously, correct? As you can clearly see, Kim has indicated she wishes to propose to me in a more romantic setting. How much more proof do you need? Marriage is only a matter of time, Mr. Rowland. I love Kim very much. I love most everything about her. Truly, deeply, and frequently.
Kim blinked.
Hey!
And as she's demonstrated, Kim loves me.
Wait! If you consider what Kim and I share to be one step removed from an official engagement, will you grant me permission to stay? Hold on a second!
Fine. George waved a hand. You've convinced me.
Further words of protest died on Kim's lips as she lost a moment to sheer incredulity.
I'm sorry, what? What did you say?
I said Angel can stay.
But wait, what? What are you saying? You're agreeing to this?
You weren't doing a good job of showing it, but Angel convinced me, her father repeated. I suppose if the relationship is that serious, then why not?
Kim sat back in her seat. The revelations of what had just happened rolled over her and left her dazzled. Angel was a genius. In one flawlessly executed move, she had taken advantage of Kim's reluctance to provide an explanation by providing her own, implying that the relationship was deeply serious. So serious, in fact, she had convinced Kim's father that marriage was inevitable. But it didn't stop there. Not only had Angel appeased her father with a pseudo-engagement which only existed as a theoretical concept, but she'd also artfully arranged for herself to stay by implying that the mythical engagement was certain to happen. An engagement was supposed to be nothing more than a vague promise, an agreement to marry at some future point. Angel had managed to achieve the same results without the technicality of anyone actually proposing or agreeing to anything. Kim could only stare at her now quasi-fiancé, torn with amazement, respect, and a healthy dose of fear. She wanted to object to what had happened, to argue the point and win back her freedom, but how could she? Despite the severity of the situation, she and Angel still weren't officially engaged. How could Kim object to an engagement that didn't technically exist? Her status as a single woman hadn't changed one iota, and yet it had. Angel was a manipulative genius. Kim squirmed uncomfortably in her seat.
Oh God, I am so hot for her right now.
George took note of his daughter's expression.
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, he mused. He raised his fork in a parody of a salute. Welcome to the family, Angel. Unofficially, of course.
Kim tried once more to find the words, but couldn't. Angel had done it all so effortlessly. An absolutely flawless victory. She was so impressed she couldn't speak.
If you want, George said, I'll keep this to myself until you decide to tell your mother.
I don't believe that will be necessary, Angel said, speaking for Kim. Based on her latest romantic assertions, I believe Kim has finally overcome her shyness issue.
Kim made a strangled, unintelligible noise.
Mostly.
Chapter 13. That night had been a night for revelations. Kim sat next to Angel in her father's F-150. She kept absolutely still, her hands folded in her lap. Angel would occasionally glance at her and out the window. No one spoke. Internally, her mind was racing. Angel intended to marry her. Kim hadn't doubted it before, and she certainly didn't doubt it now. It was enough to make her wonder if she ought to devote her life to prophecy, considering her stellar track record in getting things right all the damn time. It wouldn't be a huge change at this point. All she'd need was a nice hefty chisel and a decent supply of stone tablets to carve them on. Then she'd be in business. But that wasn't the true revelation. Angel's actions had inadvertently revealed a hidden truth, a truth Kim doubted Angel ever intended to reveal. Angel wanted to get married, but not because she loved her, or because it was the next logical final step in a healthy relationship. Tonight, Kim had learned Angel's true goal wasn't marriage itself, that she considered marriage nothing more than a convenient tool, a stepping stone, a means to an end. From there, the conclusion was inescapable. What Angel truly wanted were the inherent benefits a marriage would bring. Angel believed love and sex followed marriage, and so she worked to secure the former by achieving the latter. And that was it. Angel's entire master plan in a nutshell. She wanted Kim's full participation in the bedroom, and was willing to marry her to obtain it. It wasn't any more excessively complex, underhanded, deceitful, or deeply meaningful than that. And therein lay the plan's weak point. If Angel were truly only interested in the implied physical and emotional benefits marriage would bring,
That implied marriage was avoidable, that it didn't necessarily have to be part of Kim's future. It further implied that if Kim wanted to avoid getting married, she could do so by circumventing Angel's need for it. In other words, if she deliberately chose to love Angel physically, if she chose to give Angel the sexual experience she desired, worked for, and envisioned as a direct benefit of marriage, it would immediately take away Angel's reason to get married in the first place. Kim kept her breathing steady.
Nothing in her mannerisms betrayed her thoughts.
This wasn't the first time she had envisioned such a future. The solution seemed viable on the surface, and she couldn't deny that the thought of personally testing the theory to see if it held true appealed to her on multiple levels, but Kim also recognized in herself the telltale signs of a diminished sense of judgment. Internal self-realization made her doubt her own conclusions. Was the solution genius? Or was the solution deluded, lust-inspired madness? The idea felt right, but how could she know for certain? Kim recognized she was in a precarious situation. She was no longer thinking in terms of escape or resistance, or of limiting her exposure to survive and fight another day. She was openly dreaming up ways to get away with it. As of right now, Kim wanted Angel so badly she quite literally couldn't think straight. The words of a wise old Muppet rang in her ears.
"Once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny."
Luke Skywalker may not have been worrying about aliens scheming to marry him, but it was still good advice, even if the advice did not necessarily apply to her.
Surely the plan had merit. She and Angel were in a sexual relationship. A certain amount of sex was expected in sexual relationships. Wouldn't it be even more unnatural for her to keep putting it off? It was going to happen eventually, wasn't it? George parked his truck in front of the walkway to Kim's condominium. He kept the engine running. Angel unfastened her seatbelt.
"Thank you for dinner, Mr. Rowland. It was very enjoyable."
"You're welcome. It was nice meeting you, Angel." Kim's eyes remained fixed on the dashboard.
"Breathe in, breathe out."
"Good night, Kimberly," George said.
"Nothing, just thinking," Kim replied, not blinking.
"What?"
"Good night,"
Angel said. She opened the passenger side door and stepped outside.
Kim followed after her.
Maybe what she needed to do was find a way to love Angel physically without it looking as if she had anything to do with it. Do it casual-like, ease into it somehow. As if she weren't actually planning each move in advance. The fact she wasn't actively planning each move in advance would even give her credibility. Then there was the added bonus. Angel surely believed she'd scored a telling victory, a significant step forward in her marriage scheme. It followed that, given her recent success, Angel must be feeling extra confident she'd be getting a little bonus tonight.
If Kim gave in to her passions for no reason, Angel would certainly mark it as an extraordinary special occasion.
But if Angel expected her to give in, as was the case tonight, then giving in would be the best way to keep her fooled. In fact, not making love to Angel this very night would make her suspicious and alert Angel that she was on to her. A distant part of Kim's mind tried to follow the twisted paths of logic. The rest of her mind ignored the inconsistency and rubbed its metaphorical hands together in gleeful anticipation, not caring if her internal justifications happened to make any particular logical sense or not. Angel was first through the front door on the condominium, her eyes cast about before finally settling on the television remote. Kim gently but firmly took it away from her and tossed it out of reach.
"None of that."
"None of what?"
"I'm not in the mood for your teasing indifference techniques tonight, Angel."
Angel raised an eyebrow slightly in an attempt to appear surprised and confused. Kim wasn't buying it.
"It really irritates me when you pretend not to know."
Kim's voice became high and mocking.
"Kim wants it all the time. Kim wants it more than Angel."
Her voice returned to normal.
"Is that really what you think of me?"
"I'm thinking it must be serious if you're referring to yourself in the third person."
"Yeah, okay, you know what? Enough talk."
Kim took Angel's hand and half led, half pulled her toward the bedroom. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were in each other's arms. Kim allowed the pent-up desire she'd been suppressing to take full control. Angel was only a step or two behind. They left a trail of clothes as they stumbled in the general direction of the bed, lost in a frenzy of kissing. Kim attempted to keep her plan foremost in her mind.
We're definitely doing this, so don't forget to keep it casual. The no need for marriage message needs to be subtle for it to have any chance of working.
Wait, passionately subtle? Wasn't that a contradiction? Angel took advantage of Kim's hesitation to push her back onto the bed and take the lead. Kim wondered if she should interrupt and attempt to regain control. Her courage wasn't infinite, after all. She felt ready and willing to indulge her fantasies, but if she waited her turn, she couldn't be certain her courage wouldn't abandon her. Angel's hands began to work their magic, and Kim quickly lost all will to argue.
If Angel wanted to go first, then that was fine by her.
Nothing wrong with waiting. Kim found herself in a classic don't do anything that could possibly in any way make Angel want to stop moment, a theory she never once felt inclined to put to the test. One hand reached out to bring a pillow closer, the other gripped the sheets, readying herself for what was about to happen. Wouldn't want to alarm the neighbors. But it didn't happen. Angel pulled away. The unexpected rush of cool air was enough to jar Kim back to her senses. Angel returned to touch and tease, but even her magic fingers weren't enough to fully distract Kim from an almost imperceptible hum upon the air. She had a brief moment to wonder at the source before she felt the distinctive pressure of a roughly cylindrical, vibrating something being gently eased inside her. This was new. She and Angel had never used toys before. Kim briefly wondered when and where Angel had managed to find the device, but then she lost her train of thought, picked it up again, and then wondered at the same thought a few seconds later. Angel found a comfortable pace and settled into a steady rhythm. Kim took advantage of this relatively new position to pull Angel closer into a kiss. Her tongue danced with Angel's. Her skin felt heated everywhere her lover touched. Kim felt lost in euphoria, delirious with passion. Nothing mattered but Angel. Nothing at all. Then it happened. The world slowed to an absolute crawl and stopped.
Chapter 14. Kim remained conscious of herself, but everything seemed disjointed and muted. She could register Angel's voice saying something, but the words carried no meaning. Nothing seemed to matter. It was as if reality itself had been dismissed, like an uninteresting television show playing in the background. The memory of a summer day came upon her unbidden. It had been hot, but not humid. A gentle breeze blew in from the south. She remembered standing on a busy city street corner, waiting to cross. The unfiltered, bright daylight seemed unnaturally strong. Kim felt she wanted to shield her eyes, but couldn't. A building stood before her. It seemed ordinary enough, a 2-story white structure with an empty shipping dock off to one side. The memory seemed of utmost importance, but nothing about it seemed familiar. And then it was over. The unexpected memory ended as abruptly as it started. She was back in her own bed. Angel knelt at her side, saying words that made no sense. Kim's entire body tingled from head to toe. It felt unpleasantly similar to that of a low-grade electrical shock, as if she were deliberately touching an electric socket, but lacked any inclination to let go. Kim realized she was in Angel's arms, but the knowledge came as a gradual, growing sense of awareness. She could feel nothing of the contact beyond the tingling. Angel's voice sounded frantic, and Kim couldn't understand the reason for it. It took time for the words to become meaningful and clear.
Kim, please answer me,
Angel was saying over and over. Kim focused past the uncomfortable sensation and swallowed past a dry throat. It took several unsuccessful attempts before she finally found her voice.
I'm awake.
Angel let out a sigh of relief.
Thank God. You just blanked out.
Kim attempted to reorient herself. The unpleasant numbing sensation remained a constant irritant. Her entire body felt sluggish and unresponsive. It took a supreme effort of will for her to push herself up into an awkward sitting position.
Angel,
she rasped. She swallowed, then tried again.
Angel, where did you get that thing? We found it late this afternoon, don't you remember?
Kim put a hand over her eyes and spoke through gritted teeth.
That wasn't a sex toy!
Blind to Kim's irritation, Angel nodded in agreement.
I think you're right. The vibration effect is likely nothing more than an unintended side effect. It's far more likely the device is intended for some other purpose, nothing sex-related at all. Not what I meant.
Kim tried shaking her head, but it only made the disorientation worse.
I never once thought it was a sex toy.
Angel's eyes became heavy in accusation.
You said it was a sex toy. Only because I didn't want Dad picking it up.
Ah. Angel folded her legs to her chest and wrapped her arms around them.
One mystery solved. I had wondered how you'd managed to identify it so easily. Where is it now?
Angel reached down and pulled, and Kim let out a gasp. The unpleasant tingling stopped at once. Kim looked at the device in Angel's hand, but didn't venture to touch it.
Well, that was embarrassing. I can't speak to the embarrassment, but I'll take your word for it that it must have been. Shall we continue where we left off?
Kim hesitated. Should she mention the vision? The brief interruption had done nothing to curb her desire. She still felt ready to finish what she'd started, but would stopping to discuss her experience kill the momentum? The foreign memory still burned in her mind, but for how long? Would it fade like a dream if she dared put it off? Kim's eyes fell to Angel, waiting expectantly, and she made her decision.
To hell with the vision. I don't really feel like talking right now,
Kim breathed in her best bedroom voice. She took the device from Angel and set it behind her on the nightstand.
Why don't we put it off until morning?
Angel lay back on the bed, her long whitish-blonde hair spilling out over her pillow.
If you're certain that's what you want.
Kim couldn't help but drink in the sight of her. How had she ever ended up with someone so amazingly beautiful and wonderful?
Yeah,
she breathed.
That's what I want.
A moment went past. Then another.
Angel?
Kim prompted. There was no answer.
You better not be asleep,
she warned. The deep silence was followed by even more deep silence. Kim scooted closer. Her eyes confirmed the truth she didn't want to believe.
Damn it, Angel, I meant put off talking until morning.
Kim crossed her arms in a huff. This wasn't right. Since when did Angel misinterpret things to avoid sex? It was supposed to be the opposite. Surely the entire concept defied the natural order of things. For the longest time, Kim did everything she could to force herself into action, to wake Angel up and proceed as planned. But she couldn't make herself do it. It simply wasn't in her nature to be the instigator. Besides, her make-love to Angel casual-like plan could only work in the heat of the moment. Anything blatantly obvious would be counterproductive and defeat the purpose. Completely out of options, Kim lay next to her beautiful yet increasingly frustrating girlfriend and glared up at the ceiling.
Why did Angel even feel a need to sleep anyway? She must be doing it just to spite me. That has to be it.
Was there a silver lining? Considering how far she'd gone out of her way to justify her plans, perhaps she'd gotten lucky things hadn't worked out. Kim gave her pillow a vicious thump. She sure as hell didn't feel lucky.
Chapter 15. Kim woke up alone in an empty bed. She threw aside the covers and for once didn't feel overly self-conscious about waking up naked. Her mind felt clear, or at least clearer. Certainly not fogged over with lust and blind desire to do this and that with Angel. She wasn't obsessing about it or thinking about it, not even a little bit. Except, of course, for actively thinking about how she wasn't thinking about it, which didn't count. Kim looked up at the ceiling and let out a deep sigh.
Okay, fine. Admit it, Kimmy. You've got it bad.
So what now? There had been a distinct transition in her relationship with Angel. An invisible line had been crossed. What this meant for her in the long term, or even the short term, she couldn't say. The answers refused to come, dancing elusively just out of reach. Despite what she once believed, her feelings towards Angel weren't becoming more manageable with time and experience. They were becoming more intense, increasingly more chaotic. Control was an illusion. The old, tried-and-true ignore the problem until it goes away strategy simply wasn't paying off as expected. The evidence may not be conclusive as of yet, but it was piling up. How long had she been feeling this way? For a long time now, Kim realized. She hadn't crossed that particular line on their very first night because she hadn't believed Angel was being entirely truthful. She'd enjoyed everything Angel had to offer, but her own emotions were still in doubt. So what did it say about her today, at this moment, knowing that she was 100% looking forward to taking that all-important step? It meant... Wait, who said anything about looking forward to it? There were other reasons mixed in. The fact that she was willing to do it today, when she'd been apprehensive about doing it before, only marked it as a point of transition. It told Kim that this was the moment she finally realized she trusted Angel. The last hurdle had been overcome. She knew Angel loved her emotionally, and knew in her heart that she wouldn't abandon her and leave her wanting by the wayside. That was it. End of story. But Kim's hopeful subconscious refused to give up. "If you refused before because you weren't in love," her mind prompted, "yet today you're willing, then that must mean—" Kim's conscious mind rebelled. "Who cares about any of that? That doesn't matter. I'm going to go through with it because of reasons, damn it!" But first things first. Kim thought back to the previous night and what amounted to a foreign memory being stuffed inside her head. It all came back to her in a rush. All of it. Every last detail. The memory felt as if she were reliving an actual experience. Not even her own memories were as unnaturally vivid and realistic. The foreign memory hadn't faded at all. Unfortunately, neither had the embarrassment. Kim found a convenient wall to beat her head against and proceeded to do exactly that. She and Angel were supposed to go out into the world to find and steal alien technology, not take it home and see if they could have sex with it. The dull, throbbing headache helped only in that it gave her something new to complain about. Kim slipped on some clothes and padded off to the bathroom to find an aspirin. Angel was seated at the kitchen table. Kim poured herself an orange juice and sat down opposite her, avoiding eye contact. How was she supposed to broach such an embarrassing subject? Should she start with the vision, or discuss the device itself? Her thoughts were interrupted when Angel reached across the table, slid the orange juice from Kim's side to her own, and took a sip. Kim raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I'm sorry, was that yours?" "No, it was yours," Angel said. "Would you like me to pour you some juice?" Kim mocked. "No, thank you." "I could, you know." "That isn't necessary." Kim recovered her pilfered drink and placed a fingertip on the edge. "Mine. Not yours. Mine." "It tastes better when it's yours." "Speaking of thieving tendencies, I wanted to talk to you about something." Kim's hands smoothed down the material of her jeans. "Last night, when you used that thing on me, the Illudium Q-36 explosive space modulator." Kim grimaced. "Yeah, that. I kind of blanked out for a second." "I remember," Angel nodded. "One moment you were lost in sexual euphoria, doing your best to deny giving voice to rising—" "Stop describing it!" "Sorry," Angel said. She didn't sound very sorry at all. Kim grumbled something unintelligible. "You were saying?" Angel prompted. "Something else happened while the rest of it was happening." "You mean something beyond your euphoric—" "Yes, beyond that! I'm not sure how to describe it." Kim raised a hand as if to grasp the elusive thought. "When I blacked out, I wasn't unconscious. I felt as if I were sent a picture, except it was more like the memory of an event, as if someone thought of this one specific building really intently, and then somehow took a snapshot of it and stuffed the entire experience into my head like a psychic text message." Angel became still. "This happened to you last night?" Kim nodded. "Why didn't you say anything?" "You didn't give me the chance!" Kim made no attempt to mask the bitterness in her voice. "You fell asleep."
Could it have been one of your own memories? It wasn't mine. How can you be certain? Kim's hands clasped the drink before her, but didn't pick it up. You're going to think it's stupid. Angel waited. I remember thinking to myself, where in the world are my sunglasses? I know it wasn't my own experience because it was really bright out, and I never go anywhere without them. Whomever the memory belonged to didn't seem to care. When you see a bright outdoor scene from a movie, you don't automatically reach for sunglasses, Angel pointed out. This wasn't a movie clip, Angel. Perhaps the device can be used to call up old memories? Children rarely wear sunglasses. Could it have been a childhood memory? No, it seemed recent to me. I don't know how I know, but I know. Were you able to recognize where you were? It was just a street. Angel slid her hand closer to Kim's. Touched by the gesture, Kim met her halfway. The moment her orange juice was unguarded, Angel deftly stole the drink away. Were there other people around you? Kim's eyes narrowed. I'm the one who buys that. And I thank you for doing so. Angel's face was smug as she took a long drink before returning the glass to Kim's side of the table. Were there others around you? I didn't see anyone, but I know a few others were around. Describe the weather. It felt like a summer day, sunny, a bit windy. What do you remember about the buildings? I didn't recognize it. Interesting choice of words, Angel remarked. Was there one specific building that seemed more important than the others? Didn't I say that before? Was the important building surrounded by other buildings? Yes, on either side. Angel's fingers drummed the table as she considered her next question. Tell me about them. Were they restaurants, shops, office buildings? Did you see any advertisements or signs? I know there were 2 restaurants behind us. Kim's eyes lit up. A Chinese buffet, and some sort of delicatessen. That's it, we could look them up. Very good. Angel took advantage of Kim's excitement to pilfer another drink. This knowledge should put us in good standing with our employer. Yeah, about that. Kim grimaced anew. I don't think we should turn it in. Angel raised an eyebrow. Why not? Isn't this what we were hired to do? Yes, but we used it, Angel. We can't let them have it now. They'll take it and run tests on it. Why is that a problem? It wasn't damaged. I know it's not broken. That's not the point. Kim ran a hand through her hair. It's just, I don't want them finding out how we used it last night. It's embarrassing. We could wash it off. Washing off a murder weapon never works in the police dramas, and anything stronger might damage it. I wouldn't think an alien artifact would be vulnerable to cleansing agents. I don't foresee a problem. It isn't just physical evidence I'm worried about. Last night, I somehow managed to pick up a memory from a previous owner. Angel's expression didn't change. Am I going to have to spell it out for you? Kim again combed a hand through her hair. When she realized she was doing it, she placed both hands flat against the table to keep them still. What if the next owner picks up stray memories we may have left behind? We were only able to activate the device through a very specific set of circumstances. What if Harrison or one of the others turns it on by accident? I seriously doubt a professional researcher would ever choose to have sex with it. Kim babbled and stammered incoherently. I didn't mean to imply an insult, Angel said. You've convinced me. Let's hold on to it for now. We may have further use for it. Kim snorted. Yeah, it's a literal plot device. The whole thing sounds like a bad My Little Pony joke. Angel gave Kim her very best what-in-the-world-are-you-talking-about stare. It's a fan-based definition of the word plot, Kim explained. As in, I watch it for the plot. If you were a fan, you'd get it. Ah, Angel said. You understand? No.
Chapter 16. Naomi strode through the halls of Brookings Pharmaceutical as if she owned it. Today marked her first day as a supervillain, the first on her personal quest to claim a life for herself. But her transition wouldn't be accepted by all. A few minor obstacles would need to be overcome. Speaking of which... "Good morning," one of her co-workers said. The man stood in Naomi's path, smiling as if pleased to be personally obstructing her rise to power. Naomi altered her course slightly, pretending not to have heard him. It was vital she remain focused on her task. "Did you bring something?" the man asked, keeping pace with her. She shifted her burden from one hand to the other in an attempt to shield it from view. She recognized him now. Robert something or other, a wage-slave drone from marketing. "Yes," Naomi said. Then she thought better of it. "No." Robert's stare remained devoid of the light of comprehension. "Yes and no," she amended. "It's complicated. They're intended for another purpose, is what I meant to obscure." He blinked. Whether satisfied with her answer or hopelessly confused and determined not to show it, the results were the same. He went away. Naomi continued on, unabated. Brandon's double doors were closed. On any other day, this minor deterrent would have been enough to delay her. But not today. Today she was a supervillain. She knocked a courtesy knock before seizing the left door handle, pulling it open as far as it could go, and then brazenly walked inside without asking for permission. Her skin felt flush with excitement. The subtle disrespect would probably go unnoticed by her target, but that wasn't the point of the exercise. The important thing was that she was able to do it. Brandon's office was very similar to Naomi's own. A desk with space for chairs on either side. The windows were the only difference. Naomi didn't have any, while Brandon's windows at the far wall offered an unflattering close-up view of the building next door. The sight of dirty brickwork made Naomi appreciate her own office's ordinary walls. Brandon gave Naomi no more than a cursory glance. "I didn't see you this morning. Where were you?" Naomi smiled a secret smile, content to wait until after the door had eased shut behind her. She reveled in the implied insult. Brandon's telling words would prove beneficial, giving her the mental push necessary to follow through on her plans, to do what needed to be done. He wasn't aware of it, but Brandon was digging his own grave, hammering the nails in his own coffin, barking up the wrong tree. There were other phrases which would doubtlessly apply to the situation, but few of them made sense when one stopped to analyze them. "Yes, that's true," Naomi said. "See that it doesn't happen again." Her self-centered boss returned to his own work, apparently considering the matter settled. Naomi focused on the callous dismissal, allowing deep-seated resentment, both real and imagined, to simmer and burn within her. His cruel attitude, the condescending judgment, the hideous, ridiculous-looking tie. Brandon was guilty of all of it. This had gone on long enough, and could not be allowed to continue. Absolute power had corrupted him, absolutely. Something needed to be done. He needed to be removed. Naomi attempted to cackle maniacally in her head, but it made her feel ridiculous. She gave it up. With a flourish, Naomi pulled away the wrapping from her tasty treats. "I've prepared snacks for you." Her boss didn't even glance at the plate she offered. "Not interested," he said, and waved her off. Naomi opened the office doors, then turned back as if reconsidering. "If you don't try at least one, the others might become suspicious," she said in a confidential whisper. Brandon cast an irritated glance beyond Naomi to the office workers outside. At that moment, Naomi knew she'd won. Her gamble had succeeded. It was hard not to smirk. In truth, it didn't matter if any of the humans were paying attention or not. What mattered was keeping up appearances. The act of eating in front of others was a necessary part in maintaining the illusion of normalcy, and none of their group were immune to the deeply ingrained need to behave according to human expectations. Even Naomi couldn't count herself immune, but unlike the others, she wasn't using willpower to overcome her own personal social conditioning. Her new supervillain persona gave her the freedom to follow a different path, to ignore old rules by following a new pattern of behavior. Being a villain allowed Naomi the ultimate freedom to plot Brandon's downfall, even while holding true to her original purpose.
Brandon selected a brownie. What's the occasion? I thought you might enjoy them. Naomi chose her words with care, not at all eager to test her own limitations if she could avoid it. They were made specifically for you. Oh? They're not for the others? The question gave her a moment's pause. What would the average human think of them? She honestly couldn't say. Would they be toxic, harmless, delicious? It was anyone's guess. If they want them... Her boss eyed the tasty treat with deep suspicion. Realizing Brandon needed further persuasion, Naomi attempted to ease his decision with a hefty verbal shove in the proper direction. Consider it an apology. An apology? For what? The brownies are meant to symbolically convey the sincerity of my apology for being 2 hours late cooking brownies this morning. His brow furrowed. That doesn't make sense. Naomi nodded in agreement. Being late cooking brownies to serve as an apology for being late hadn't made a lot of sense to her either. Perhaps her timing had been off. And the second reason? Brandon prompted. I'd rather not say. It's complicated, Naomi said, which was exactly true. If Brandon knew the brownies also served to apologize for deliberately poisoning him with said brownies, it was doubtful he would eat them. He took a bite, then chewed, and chewed, and chewed. Naomi gave a good approximation of holding her breath with anticipation. Finally, he swallowed, and it was done. She was now committed. There was no going back. Her course was set. Nothing could change it now. Success would see her free. Failure would tie her to an irrevocable life of perpetual slavery if she were lucky. Is there anything else? He asked. Nope, we're all finished here. Naomi grinned at him. Like taking candy from a baby. Not a glorious victory, but the rewards were sweet. She took the plate and all its contents with her as she left the room. Only after the doors closed behind her did she allow herself to smile. A victorious laugh welled up within her, but she decided not to give it free rein. There were people watching. The dreary workload of the day didn't seem quite so dreary anymore. Chapter 17. Saturdays were considered half-days to the employees of Brookings Pharmaceutical. Few remained past noon, and today had turned out to be as typical as any other. Naomi counted only 4 employees preparing to leave as she made her way to Brandon's office after 30 minutes past the hour. The doors swung open. Her target looked significantly less than healthy. The intervening 2 hours had not been kind. His skin shone a pasty yellowish gray. His hands gripped the sides of his chair, as if fearful the artificial gravity system was about to fail. Brandon returned Naomi's cheery smile with a weary-eyed and profoundly unfocused stare. There was something wrong with those brownies, he complained. I don't feel able to move. The room won't stop spinning. I tried calling for assistance, but can't concentrate to form a link. Don't worry about the link, Naomi soothed him. Please come with me. She led her boss stumbling out of the room. The remaining co-workers watched with curious eyes from over cubicle walls and through open doorways. None made an effort to impede them in any way. A press of the button and Naomi ushered Brandon into the open elevator doors. They descended to the sub-basement storage floor. Oppressive silence greeted them upon their arrival. They were alone. No one ever came to this level unless they had specific business, and fewer still lingered for long. This made it perfect for Naomi's purposes. This is the basement, Brandon said, an observation Naomi considered somewhat impressive given the unholy concoction she'd fed him only a few hours ago. Yes. Overhead lights flickered and snapped on as they progressed down the cardboard box-laden, shadowy hallway. This is the basement, Brandon repeated once again. We're in the basement. Why? What are we doing here? Naomi didn't answer. They had reached their destination. She pulled open the freezer door, taking a moment to steel herself against the rush of escaping frigid air. Your body is going into phase 2, she explained. The cold will slow your metabolism, and you'll go into torpor. Brandon didn't move.
This is where the humans store food,
he said. Yes, that's correct. Are you leaving me here? Yes, I am. This is necessary, Naomi said. As I said, the cold will put your body into torpor. This will save your life, as this will prevent the poison from causing further damage and any potential lasting harm. Brandon still refused to be moved. No, that won't work. I can't stay. The humans come and go here all the time. Naomi pulled on Brandon's arm, prompting him to take a tentative step forward. Then another. Normally they would, she agreed. But you're fortunate. Today is Saturday. This is a good thing. There's no possibility of discovery until early Monday morning. Oh. Brandon stood within the freezer. He hugged himself against the cold, wintry air, looking forlorn and lost. The sight caused Naomi to hesitate. I'll return for you soon, she promised, her voice betraying a hint of sympathy. Please don't worry about anything. You're going to be fine. Hold on, did you say poison? The closed door silenced any further words. Naomi took a deep breath, then allowed a faint smile to cross her lips. She'd done it. There was no going back now. Everything had been finalized. The die had been cast. The goose had been cooked. The farm had been bought. The cards had been dealt. Brandon pushed the door open from the inside. Poison? I heard that right, didn't I? What do you mean, poison? Get back inside. Not until you tell me what you've done. Only Brandon's unsteady stance prevented him from crossing his arms in obstinate defiance. Naomi stalked forward, hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Wait, what was she doing? Violence certainly offered a great deal of short-term satisfaction, but it wasn't the answer. Naomi's hands relaxed. She took a few deep breaths to allow herself time to gather her composure, to reassess the situation and fully determine the best course of action. Brandon tapped his foot to fully convey his impatience. I'm waiting. Are you familiar with the term accidental poisoning? Naomi asked. Yes. This wasn't accidental, she cried, and gave Brandon a hefty shove, slamming the freezer door after him. The next several minutes were spent rearranging boxes and stacking cases of non-perishable foodstuffs against the door, blocking it from ever opening again. Safety features? Who designs a freezer with safety in mind? How ridiculously inefficient! Anyone could escape with door handles on the inside. Naomi waited until after the rhythmic pounding on the far side of the door faded into silence, then added an extra 5 minutes to be certain. Only then did she dare summon the elevator to return to her office on the 16th floor. As expected, the office was empty and quiet. It was 5 minutes past the hour. Naomi's grin got away from her. Everything had worked out perfectly. The humans wouldn't be back until after the weekend was over. This would allow her plenty of time to make further arrangements. She made a beeline for her own office to gather her personal belongings.
Excuse me, a voice prompted.
Naomi turned in surprise. Melanie?
I saw you with Brandon. What happened to him?
I thought everyone had gone home, Naomi said, evading the question. A cover story. How could she have forgotten a cover story?
Is he sick?
Naomi hesitated, momentarily overcome with self-doubt. Should she be laughing maniacally? It seemed like an unnecessary risk to laugh and potentially give herself away. But if she waited until after she was alone, why bother doing it at all? From what she understood, supervillains pretended to be ordinary until it was time to cast aside their thin veneers of civilization. Could laughing be a psychological thing? Something to boost morale? What was the appropriate course of action? She'd hoped to be a supervillain playing the role of a receptionist, but her uncertainty made her feel as if she were a receptionist playing at being a villain, as if it wasn't genuine. In any case, it would be a mistake to dwell on it. Playing the part would only slow her down. She couldn't afford self-doubt at a critical moment such as this. The elevator doors opened. It was only after they'd closed again that she realized Melanie had been waiting for an answer that never came.
Apparently, having also concluded that Naomi wasn't going to respond, Melanie had tapped the down button to summon the elevator once more.
Have a nice weekend.
Naomi hugged herself. A wide grin spread across her face. Could the situation be more ideal? She and Melanie were alone. There were no distracting co-workers around to complicate matters. Her boss was no longer in a position to interfere or otherwise forbid the interaction. This was a rare opportunity. Naomi hadn't embraced the supervillain persona for the ability to kick ass. That had been a welcomed perk, but combat effectiveness paled in comparison to what it truly offered. After everything was said and done, what Naomi truly wanted was a lifelong companion to ease her loneliness. She wanted someone special to love, someone with whom to spend the rest of her life. Freedom wasn't the goal. Freedom was the means to achieve that goal, to make that ideal life possible. And to reach that elusive goal, she need look no further than the attractive woman standing before her. Melanie was everything she wanted, intelligent and fearless. She followed her dreams no matter where they took her, and allowed no one to dictate her actions. And she was cute as could be. That certainly helped. Naomi hurried to the blonde woman's side. The office can wait. There may never be a better time than this. Wait.
Yes?
I was hoping to talk to you about something personal. Melanie waited. Naomi used the brief respite to choose her next words with care. She didn't want to frighten her away. During work yesterday, something happened. A certain special woman caught my eye. Naomi noted Melanie's raised eyebrow and decided to interpret the reaction as interest, a sign to continue. She pressed on. I don't want to get in trouble by saying too much too soon. My words may sound deliberately vague, and I apologize for that. She wasn't worried about inquisitive security listening in, but she was all too aware of being recorded. Deeds could be explained and justified, but words held deeper meaning. If she gave too much away, those words could be used against her. She could face retroactive justice. Don't expect privacy. Keep things non-committal. Give future accusers nothing incriminating to use. But at the same time, it would all be for nothing if she couldn't drop enough clues for Melanie to understand her meaning. It was going to be a tricky balance. Naomi's hands twisted as she sought the perfect words. Suppose, for a hypothetical moment, that there was someone working here who happened to be interested in a special someone.
And does this special someone have anything to do with me?
Melanie asked. It could. I'd like to involve you, if you're interested. This got a smile out of Melanie. I think I understand. The doors opened. After a short pause, they closed again. The empty elevator began its return journey to the ground floor. I'm taking a chance by telling you this, Naomi said in a low voice. There are work-related complications I'd like to avoid. If you're in agreement and say yes, it's vital we keep this between ourselves. No one else can know. Naomi paused to take another look around. It remained unlikely that anyone could be listening in, but she couldn't shake the irrational fear. We'd have to keep it secret, she reiterated, her voice barely a whisper. Melanie's bright smile lit the entire room. Naomi smiled back. Then you agree? Are you interested?
Of course.
Good. That special someone is named Angel. I saw her yesterday afternoon with... Naomi stopped talking as Melanie angrily stabbed at the elevator button. She showed her confusion by tilting her head and narrowing her eyes slightly. Is something wrong? Melanie whirled about.
What do you expect me to do? She snarled. What in the world do you want from me?
You have resources.
You're saying you want me for my resources? What resources? What are you talking about?
You know, resources. As in old friends in the government agency you worked for. Those kinds of resources. Melanie's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Do you want specifics? Naomi asked. We did a standard background check before hiring you at Brookings 2 weeks ago. You were recruited out of high school for specialized government work. I can provide details if you like. Melanie held up a hand.
Stop. I'm not going to ask how you found that out.
She paused for a second.
How did you find out?
I thought you weren't going to ask.
I changed my mind. I'm asking. How did you find out?
Naomi shrugged, hoping that the gesture would reiterate that the task had been nothing unusual. What else is there to say? We do ordinary background checks. I can't answer as to how, as I wasn't specifically involved. There's nothing at all unusual about it. Melanie's stunned, wide-eyed expression reasserted itself.
Nothing unusual?
Nothing unusual, Naomi agreed. What I'm attempting to say is that I'm fully aware of exactly why you're here.
I see.
Are you willing to help?
If you know that much about who I am and why I'm here, then you must know no one's expecting results. I was sent because my supervisor needed to send someone. He thinks it's a waste of resources, that there's nothing to find. Basically, he wanted to get rid of me.
Naomi didn't have the slightest idea what Melanie was talking about. What does that have to do with anything?
You're saying you know why I'm here, what I'm supposed to be doing, and you're perfectly fine with it?
Melanie asked once again, her astonished expression now mixed with open disbelief. I don't see a problem, Naomi said.
It really doesn't matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter, and you're asking me?
Melanie stated once more, as if to be really, really, really sure and not merely really sure.
You're familiar with my government background, you know why I'm here, and you're asking me.
Your government background isn't a deterrent in any way, Naomi reassured her once again.
Got it,
Melanie said. She still didn't sound entirely convinced. I'm assuming you still have friends there?
Not friends.
Her face scrunched as if irritated.
I spent years trying to get ahead, surrounded by people snapping up the credit. I finally got sick of it and took a stand. My immediate supervisor took exception to that.
She spread her hands.
So here I am.
Naomi shook her head in bemusement. How could she not help but admire such a woman? Years and years of dedication and service, and Melanie had thrown it all away to pursue a lifelong dream. Naomi couldn't understand that particular dream herself, as the entire pharmaceutical industry seemed dreadfully dull to her, but surely Melanie's inexplicable love of medicine, or drugs, or whatever it was, had to have some appeal if she'd been willing to walk away from a lucrative, high-paying government job to follow her passions. The elevator arrived once more. Both women ignored it. A short time later, it departed.
Let me see if I understand,
Melanie said.
You're acting independently of the others in your group and don't want whoever's ultimately in charge knowing about what you're doing. Is that it?
I need to find this specific woman, but my time and options are limited. I can't afford to wait. Melanie's eyes narrowed.
Why her?
She asked testily.
What's special about her?
She's independent. Melanie waited.
And
I could tell after meeting her that there was something unusual and special about her. The look of disbelief returned.
You're kidding, right? You're interested in a special someone, a woman you just met, but you're afraid the powers that be will try to stop you from seeing her? That's why you're sneaking around, going behind everyone's back?
My plan does involve a fair amount of sneaking, so yes. Melanie's finger repeatedly stabbed at the elevator button.
Stop that!
Naomi hissed.
If you want someone so badly, what's wrong with me? Why not ask me?
I did ask you. I've officially lost track of how many times I've now asked you. Will you help me? Jab, jab, jab. Melanie was apparently incensed the elevator had yet to arrive in a timely manner.
Dear God, we're speaking the same language, aren't we? Why not ask me?
Naomi shifted uncomfortably. I'm not following.
I can be independent.
It isn't the same. You started out independent. This angel woman achieved her independence.
Right.
Jab, jab, jab.
Can't compete with an angel.
Does that mean you'll help?
I really don't see why I should. That's not why I'm here. I'm not getting paid for this.
Naomi tried another tactic. That woman took something from me. I'm going to need it back. This seemed to spark Melanie's interest.
What sort of something?
An item.
You're going to have to do better than that, she said dryly.
A unique and valuable item.
Ah, that's different.
Naomi regretted the deception, but felt it necessary. In truth, she had no interest in recovering the modulator at all, certainly not right away. Each day it remained out of reach meant one more day to locate and interrogate Angel, and hopefully uncover her secret for independence. The group could still finish their work without it, but not without adding weeks or months to their schedule. In addition, going through the motions would serve as a crude form of life insurance. Naomi wasn't so brave as to gamble her life on Angel's vague success story. If the worst should happen, and Angel couldn't give her the answers she sought, Naomi would need convincing evidence she'd been determined to recover the device since the beginning. It would help justify her unorthodox actions. And if Angel had the answers, the rest of it wouldn't matter. She would be free. The elevator arrived. After a brief stay, it departed once more.
Is this item something important?
Melanie prompted. Naomi looked to the ceiling, her best tactic for avoiding unwanted questions. I'd rather not go into specifics.
If I'm going to help find this thing, you'll need to tell me what it is.
Naomi was about to deny her again, but then she realized how Melanie's presence could turn the situation to her advantage. If she were caught, her actions would be scrutinized down to the last detail. That much was undeniable. But if she concealed the true nature of the device from Melanie, Naomi could pretend to look for the modulator while in fact looking for Angel, utilizing all the resources available to her. In addition, since inefficiency was the goal, having a human along would allow Naomi to be as inefficient as she wanted. The act of hurrying would give Melanie the impression the device was somehow important, a fact Central Authority would absolutely hate for outsiders to know.
Any idea why she stole it?
Melanie asked. It doesn't matter. They'll never be able to figure out how to use it effectively.
What kind of tool is it?
Unnerved at the accuracy of Melanie's guess, Naomi didn't answer.
Why not let Angel have it and replace it with a different one?
The item is irreplaceable, Naomi said. I need that one back.
You still haven't told me what it is.
She's not giving up, is she? It's old but serves a purpose, unique but not valuable.
That explanation doesn't explain anything.
That explanation wasn't meant to explain anything. Will you help me?
Yes, I'll help you.
Thank you. Naomi caught Melanie's hand before it could reach out to summon the elevator a final time. You understand, don't you? This is important to me. Melanie averted her eyes.
I get it.
Why don't we arrange a time to discuss our strategy? I seem to recall you'd mentioned something about food after work. Naomi glanced over at the clock. Are you interested in lunch?
That sounds nice,
Melanie said with a smile. Perfect. Naomi clapped her hands once. I'll meet you after you've finished eating. Melanie's expression darkened, which suggested she was irritated at something.
You know what? Forget lunch. I'm going home.
The elevator doors opened and Melanie stepped inside.
You've got my number. I'll help track down this lady friend of yours if you want, but as for the rest of it, give me a call when you're actually serious.
The doors closed behind her, leaving Naomi to wonder what she'd been talking about. It really was a shame Melanie wasn't at all interested in her. Chapter 18. Naomi strode through the brightly lit corridor. It always surprised her how much her perceptions changed over time. When she'd first gone planet-side, the environment had seemed unnaturally dim, as if the world were covered in a fine layer of ash. Now the opposite held true. The ship's lighting seemed uncomfortably bright. The door slid open as she approached, accompanied by a trace smell of old machine oil. Naomi stepped inside and took a moment to survey her surroundings. She stood on a multi-level platform overlooking the main engineering deck. Similar to most, their ship was largely automated. Occasional maintenance drones scurried about, but that was the extent of the activity. Floyd was the local distribution manager in charge of all the advanced technology that couldn't be replicated. He'd been waiting for her, no doubt alerted by Naomi's computer request to track him down. Naomi knew him only by reputation. Similar to most,
His happiness and well-being were directly tied to his bureaucratically ordained purpose in life. He rarely left the confines of his workstation.
He carried a clipboard, which Naomi thought new and uniquely human. Until that moment, she hadn't realized just how deeply her people were integrating with human society.
"I need 1 hand blaster, 1 tangler, and 2 sentry units," Naomi said. 1 hand blaster, 1 tangler, 2 sentries, Floyd repeated, jotting the information down. "Got it. Signed here." "No, I've changed my mind. 4. I need 4 sentries," Naomi corrected herself. Floyd gave her a sidelong look. 4? 6. 4 is all we've got. If you want more, we'll need to pull them in from off-site. 4 is acceptable, and the weapons. Sign here. I'm assuming you have Brandon's approval for all this?"
Naomi drew back.
"Why wouldn't I have his approval? The fact that I'm here implies approval." "Got it. So long as Brandon approves, I don't care. Sign here." Naomi squinted her eyes to convey her suspicion. So long as Brandon approves? What did he mean by that? Floyd took a step forward to close the distance between them. Naomi batted the outstretched clipboard away. "Your tone suggests something nefarious happened to Brandon. That assertion couldn't be further from the truth." "Got it the first time." Floyd straightened the paperwork on the clipboard and offered it to her once more. "Sign here." Naomi ignored the clipboard. "And in any event, he's indisposed." Floyd stared at the wall as if it were fascinating, although his expression suggested something about the wall was also tedious and somewhat irritating. "Sign here," he ventured. "He's gone into torpor," Naomi said. "And why's that?" "Someone shoved him into a freezer." "Doesn't matter to me. I'm sure whoever did the freezer thing must have done it for a good reason. Sign here." "Someone poisoned him. The poison made it necessary to relocate him to a freezer." "Poisoned. Got it." "It needed to be done. The process was necessary. Going into torpor saved his life." Floyd switched the pen from one hand to the other and offered it to Naomi once more. Naomi ignored it. "It isn't as dramatic as you seem to imply," she said, waving a hand. "I'll admit to speculation on my part, but no doubt someone unspecified who happened to be interested in consolidating her power needed him safely out of the way for an unspecified yet doubtless justifiable and necessary reason." "Right. Unspecified consolidation of power. Makes perfect sense to me. Also not my business. Don't ask, don't care. That's my motto. Still need you to sign." "I need the blaster, the tangler, and my 4 sentries. This is necessary. Brandon isn't available to agree with my reasonable request, or he would." Floyd's shoulders sagged. "If you're positive he'd agree, then I don't have a problem with it. Sign here, please." "Let's run with your hypothetical assertions." Naomi crossed her arms and attempted to loom ominously with her best haughty expression. "Assuming Brandon's so-called mysterious assailant wanted him out of the way, how does it make logical sense for you to then make an unfounded, unwarranted assumption that this mysterious and yet-to-be-identified assailant needed additional resources in order to consolidate her power?" "I have no idea." "What exactly are you accusing me of? I need the blaster and 4 sentries for unspecified reasons." "Are you interested in sharing those reasons?" "Unspecified, I said." Floyd hung his head even lower. "I'm not sure why I'm bothering." "Are you making an accusation?" "My job isn't to accuse, my job is to dole out the resources. You want blasters and sentries? Perfect, that's great. We've got blasters and sentries. I pass them out and collect signatures. We're good. Sign here, please." "And the tangler," Naomi reminded him. "And a tangler," he agreed. "Assuming, for the sake of argument, that I happen to be the mysterious assailant who had seized control, shouldn't you be interested in staying on my good side?" "Oh, sign the damn form!" "I don't see why I should." Naomi uncrossed her arms and folded them again to reiterate her point. "How about this? Only someone who obeys the rules would sign. If you sign, that tells me you're legitimate. That you're not this mysterious assailant. Naomi blinked. Floyd didn't waver. Well, that makes crude yet logical sense, Naomi admitted. Thank you. Naomi took the form, her pen poised, ready to sign. Then her eyes flew open wide, and she threw down the clipboard in a fury.
Very clever, she cried. The act of signing your form implicates me as a person posing as someone legitimate, hoping to conceal his or her involvement, while at the same time establishes physical proof. I won't do it.
Signing also implies you're legitimately requisitioning equipment, Floyd pointed out. Naomi's narrowed eyes regarded Floyd warily. If that's your assertion. Yeah, why don't we go with that?
Chapter 19.
Kim stepped outside onto the sidewalk, took a deep breath, and immediately regretted it. The nearby alley smelled of yesterday's fast food, and even more unpleasant things. For a moment she considered driving closer to their target destination, but decided against it. It wasn't a long walk. They were close enough already. Angel joined her from her side of the car. They continued on foot in silence.
Only the intermittent glare of occasional streetlights holding the dark of night at bay marked their passing.
It had only taken a few hours to identify the building from Kim's vision. This had left the rest of the day free, but she and Angel had decided it would be best to approach well after nightfall. A feeling of déjà vu swept over Kim as she took in the building for the first time. Somehow the vision memory seemed more genuine and realistic than the reality before her eyes. Kim and Angel skirted between the empty parking lot and the lawn encircling it. With each step, Kim could feel the apprehension and self-doubt slowly worming its way into her heart. This was the right decision, wasn't it? She and Angel were about to engage in a blatantly illegal act. What would happen if the police caught them? What would their new employer have to say about their actions?
Perhaps they could justify their choices in an abstract way, saying they were doing it for the greater good. But even knowing she was breaking the law to save billions wouldn't be much of a consolation if they were sent to prison.
An overhead awning hung over a steel door. Kim stepped into its deep shadow, taking solace in the illusion of safety.
So far, so good. Now for the not-so-easy part.
Kim reached into her pocket and handed Angel a screwdriver and a package of bobby pins. Angel stared at them. She looked at Kim, back to the collection, then back to Kim with a raised eyebrow.
What are you waiting for?
Kim gestured to the locked door.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, but what do you expect me to do? Do your thing!
She waved her hand again.
Pick the lock!
Pick the lock, Angel repeated slowly.
You want me to pick the lock? Yes. With a screwdriver. With a screwdriver, yes, and bobby pins.
Angel's incredulous look didn't diminish.
Listen, Angel, I know screwdrivers and bobby pins aren't necessarily as good as actual genuine lock picks, but I know for a fact it can be done. I've done it hundreds of times myself.
Angel attempted to pass the collection back.
Care to demonstrate? In Fallout 4,
Kim clarified, pushing the hand away.
I've done it hundreds of times playing Fallout 4.
We're not playing Fallout.
Fallout 4,
corrected Kim.
Also Fallout 3, and Skyrim, come to think of it. And I know we're not playing Fallout 4. Give me a little bit of credit, Angel. My point is that it's a learnable skill, and your special talent is picking up new skills at the drop of a hat. I learn skills through direct observation, not improvising. You know that isn't true. I once saw you climb an unclimbable tree without anyone showing you how. It may have taken a couple of tries before you figured it out, but you did it. A tree ceases to be unclimbable the moment anyone climbs it,
Angel pointed out.
My point is, it shouldn't matter if you've done it before or not. Lessons are overrated. In Metal Gear Solid, they train you by making you stand in front of a locked door and tell you to press the action button.
Angel still seemed unconvinced.
How about this? I'll describe it for you. You put the bobby pin part way in at the top. The screwdriver is underneath it.
Kim mimed holding a bobby pin in her left hand, holding it above and slightly to the left of her right.
You try to move the screwdriver clockwise as far as you can until you feel resistance. If that happens, back off and move the bobby pin in a different direction," she demonstrated. "Keep trying with new positions until you don't feel resistance anymore, and the lock clicks open."
Her right hand progressed further with each setting until finally her hands crossed and both were horizontal.
Angel's expression told Kim she was now incredulous as well as unconvinced.
"Are you even listening to yourself? You're describing opening a lock in a video game." "Again, not the point. I'm trying to convince you that it's possible. People can pick locks with bobby pins and screwdrivers. I don't know how because I'm not a professional thief. All I know is that it can be done." "Then why did you bother with your video game demonstration?"
Kim ran a hand through her hair, overcome with frustration.
"I'm just trying to get you to do something, Angel. Take a chance. Do what feels right. Give trial and error a shot. Use my method and expand on it or create your own. Try something, anything. And then you can tell me you can't do it."
Angel looked down the street.
"I don't think we've adequately prepared for breaking and entering." "What are you talking about? How much more prepared do you want? They sell bobby pins in packs of 60, and I brought along 4 packs. Even the failure should boost your skill." "You seriously expect this to work?" "This is your special talent. You're the girl with 100-odd lifetimes worth of gaming personalities competing for space in her head. Are you saying there's not a master thief lurking around in there somewhere?" "Allowing a literal as well as figurative rogue personality to assume dominance in my head seems like an extraordinarily bad idea."
Kim pushed at the heavy steel door, feeling dejected.
"I suppose you're right,"
she sighed. Then she brightened.
"I've got it. Why not check out some lockpicking videos on the internet? Do you have Wi-Fi access in your head?"
"Don't be ridiculous." Angel held out her hand.
"Let me see your cell phone."
Kim unlocked her phone and passed it over. As Angel searched for an appropriate video, Kim found a suitable place to stand lookout and dwell upon what was about to happen. She hoped Blackgate would approve of or even sanction their actions, but what did she truly know? Harrison had hired them on Thursday morning. This was Saturday night. They hadn't attended any sort of work-related orientation. They'd been given no formal instructions, or even been offered thinly veiled suggestions which could be loosely interpreted as permission. In fact, both she and Angel were making a lot of assumptions, any of which might be proven false the moment they talked to anyone in a position of authority. If they were caught, would Blackgate lawyers bail them out or disavow all knowledge of their existence? Had Harrison even processed the paperwork? It was anyone's guess. Angel passed Kim's cell phone back to her.
"Thank you. You think you've got it?" "We'll find out."
Angel took a knee in front of the door, bit her tongue out the side of her mouth, and narrowed her eyes in her very best but unnecessary mask of determination ever. Kim suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Less than a minute later, there was a soft click.
"And done."
Angel pulled open the doors, thankfully without the shriek of an ear-piercing alarm. Kim let out a breath she hadn't been aware she was holding.
"Ready to do this?"
Angel peered into the darkness.
"Please stay here. I need to find and disable their security system." "Okay."
Angel fell into a crouch and crept inside. The minutes crawled past before she returned, slightly dustier, and beckoned Kim inside. Angel closed the door behind them. The interior looked to be a steel workshop. Work tables piled high with miscellaneous equipment stretched out in every direction, interspersed with machines whose function was anyone's guess. Cardboard boxes competed for floor space with handheld tools of every sort. Only the concrete floor looked immaculate. Distant windows high above let in generous amounts of moonlight, the only source of illumination. Darkness shrouded the second floor, but Kim could make out numerous tables and chairs placed among the artfully arranged plant life and fake-looking trees. The largest item by far claimed a spot in the room's geographic center. It stretched upward to just short of the ceiling. A rough, multi-layered drop cloth covered it at every level. Steel scaffolding partially surrounded the unknown structure in a giant semicircle. Angel disappeared down one of the side corridors, while Kim milled about, not at all certain what she was looking for. A wall safe would be ideal. A discarded laptop for Angel to hack would be best of all. 10 minutes later, Kim's search had come to an end. Nothing. Not even an entertaining but ultimately irrelevant audio voice log. She'd found nothing beyond construction equipment, construction supplies, and cleaning materials. Angel approached her. "I found a space on one of the desks completely free of dust and debris. My guess is that it was used for a laptop, but I don't think it's here anymore. Were you able to find anything?" "Not a thing." Both lapsed into silence. Kim's expression turned sour. It hadn't escaped her notice that Angel had left the obvious solution unsaid. Chapter 20. The notification came as a pleasant surprise. Naomi had been worried the personal alert system she'd set in place wouldn't function as she'd hoped, but it did. It worked flawlessly. Localized power had been disrupted at one of the warehouses, and Naomi was now the sole member of their group with the knowledge and authority to do something about it. This could never have happened with her former boss looking over her shoulder and breathing down her neck. Naomi used her central computer link to focus on the disruption and nothing happened. She tried again using a different pathway, and again her efforts were met with failure. The system persisted in telling her the power had been cut entirely, which didn't seem at all likely. Undeterred, Naomi assumed she must be doing something wrong, not that something must be wrong with the system. A third try confirmed the problem. The power had been cut. She'd been right the first time, but more importantly, her scrutiny had allowed her to identify a second, unidentified power source in the area. The modulator was there, and if the modulator was there, that meant Angel and her companion were there too. Things were proceeding at a faster clip than anticipated. Naomi spent a brief moment familiarizing herself with the location and its importance. If Kim and Angel were there, what were they hoping to discover? And more importantly, why had they brought the modulator with them? It didn't make sense. Even if Angel were able to interact with the device, she'd never be able to utilize it to its full potential without the necessary training. The modulator was a precision instrument. What was she hoping to use it on at an empty warehouse? Why bring it when it served no purpose? It seemed her adversary was playing a deeper game. Could it be that Angel was setting a trap, anticipating Naomi would come to reclaim the device? In that case, it was vital Naomi stack the deck against Angel and weigh the odds in her favor. It would serve no purpose to end the game early by reclaiming the device, but she could use the opportunity to extract as much information from Angel as she possibly could. Naomi killed the link, and her thoughts turned to Melanie. This sort of mission would be perfect for her. In an accident of efficiency, the connection went through before Naomi could reconsider her decision.
"Hello?"
Melanie's voice sounded weary. Naomi hesitated. Had she been sleeping? How long did humans need to sleep anyway?
"Hello, Naomi? Is this you?"
How did you know?
Caller ID. You're using a company line. Is something wrong?"
I know it's late. Naomi caught herself before she could say more. Her personal link recorded everything she said and did. If she wanted to involve Melanie, it was imperative she keep her words as vague as possible.
"What do you want?"
Melanie sounded irritated. I'd like you to come with me, into the city. I want to see you.
"You're asking me out?"
Yeah, that.
"Sorry if I sound dubious, but I want to be sure. Are you asking me out on a date?"
A date, as in some sort of social event, that sort of thing.
"Are you?"
No, nothing like that. Melanie chose not to respond, and Naomi realized she'd made a mistake. Her explanation had been too vague. Fortunately, the obvious solution presented itself. If she made a reference to their previous discussion, Melanie would certainly pick up on it. It's related to what we talked about earlier. There was more silence. You remember, at the office? Silence. We talked about dinner, Naomi prompted. Do you remember?
"Are you asking me out to dinner?"
No. Melanie let out an extended sigh.
"Why are you calling, Naomi?"
Naomi also experienced frustration. You know, this would be a lot easier if you just come over to my apartment. Her voice dropped to a confidential whisper. "Once you're here, I could let you know what I really want."
"I'm not coming to your apartment, Naomi."
Frustration grew and multiplied. How else were they supposed to meet? "Fine, I'll cut to the end. Are you familiar with the motel on Monroe Street?"
"I'm not staying the night with you at a damn motel."
"You misunderstand. Not for the night. I'm guessing it shouldn't take more than an hour." There was muffled swearing on the other end, and Naomi realized she'd made another mistake. She delved into the database. It took only seconds to familiarize herself with the concept of motels. Staying the night was another way to indicate sleeping. Her research netted an additional side benefit. "I'm guessing from the tone of your voice that you're as frustrated as I am. Please, don't be angry. I was only referring to the motel as a point of reference. There's a warehouse close by on the opposite side of the street."
"I see."
Melanie's voice sounded distant now, more subdued. "Would you be willing to meet there?"
"What is this about?"
Naomi cursed the necessity of keeping her words vague, but didn't see a way around it. "If things turn out the way I think they might, I'd like to have you near me. You implied you were available, that I could call you at any time."
"This is about the whatever it is that was taken?"
Naomi winced at even the abstract reference. "Yes."
"Why didn't you say that before? I'll go."
"Very good. Shall we meet at the motel?" The line clicked and went dead. Chapter 21. This wasn't the first time Kim and Angel had run into a virtual dead end. Despite being hired as investigators, neither were particularly skilled at investigation, and raw tenacity wasn't the best substitute for training and talent. It went without saying, however, that both knew exactly how to solve this problem. The device had led them this far. Kim and Angel never would have known about the warehouse without the vision. Using it again could provide another valuable clue. Kim's pulse raced as she watched her girlfriend sort through one of the numerous boxes. Given Angel's sex drive, it surprised her that she hadn't already brought it up. No, on second thought, it wasn't surprising. This was standard behavior for Angel. She'd pretend ignorance and wait until Kim finally broke down. Then she would look like the pervert wanting sex all the time and not Angel. Kim fumed in silence. This was Angel's mad obsession to find proof, to discover her history in order to decisively reject it in the name of romance. Why should she have to be the one suggesting how to solve it? Let Angel do it for once. Using the device would be tantamount to admitting that they had no clue what they were doing, that they were nothing more than failures who couldn't get anything accomplished without a convenient and literal plot device leading them to their next clue on a silver platter. She'd be no better than an impatient, frustrated gamer looking up a puzzle solution on the internet.
"I don't think we're going to find anything," Kim ventured. "Ready to go?"
"I'm not ready to leave yet." Angel pointed to the observation level above them with its assorted foliage. "What about up there?" Kim didn't answer. Angel had always been more of a romantic. It made sense she'd prefer a nature setting. In the back of her mind, Kim had been entertaining hopes that her girlfriend wouldn't be so brazen.
"You're not seriously suggesting we climb up there and—"
Kim couldn't bring herself to finish the statement. Typical for Angel, she didn't display even one iota of embarrassment.
"Why not? It's perfect. From that vantage point, we'd have a good view of the structure."
Kim had her doubts. Angel's suggestion was better than going for it in a broom closet, but she still balked at the idea.
"It's a little too exposed, don't you think?"
"How exposed it is shouldn't matter. All that matters is the view."
"The view?"
Kim repeated.
"Seriously? That's what's important to you?"
"The alien device led us here for a reason. No one else is here. We shouldn't let this opportunity to find out more information pass us by. 5 minutes?"
"That's barely enough time to get started,"
Kim scoffed. Angel frowned.
"Not that I'm complaining or anything. 5 minutes should be good. You really think the background setting matters all that much? The garden isn't anything special."
"It isn't the garden itself. I don't care about the garden. It's the view."
Angel waved a hand at the balcony again, past the statue or monolith or whatever it was under all the wrapping.
Kim absently trailed her foot against the concrete floor.
I can't believe I'm suggesting this, but why don't we do it here?
Do what here? Kim looked down at her feet. Her blush threatened to consume her.
The second-floor windows are letting in the moonlight, Angel observed. We'd be able to see more.
It was true, the second floor was better illuminated, but Angel had never struck her as a visually oriented type of girl.
Is this some sort of outdoors thing? A few fake trees isn't going to cut it if so.
Angel seemed at a loss for what to say, and Kim felt a stab of guilt. Had she taken things too far? Angel was trying to make the best of an awkward situation. It wasn't fair for her to keep shooting her down.
Perhaps I can indulge her this once. Okay, if you want, let's give it a shot.
Now that it was decided, Kim focused on the task at hand. Before anything could happen, they needed to reach the second floor. Kim eyed the scaffolding with a critical eye. She wasn't the best athlete in the world, but she'd played more than enough Tomb Raider over the years. This particular climbing puzzle shouldn't be too difficult. Kim pushed and pulled at the lowest rung. The metal seemed solid enough. She found a good handhold and pulled herself up. The next stage would be tricky, but if she took a running leap, she could...
Why don't you take the stairs?
Angel suggested.
Or I could take the stairs.
Kim met Angel on the second floor. Angel brushed past her, heading straight to the railing at the edge. She stretched out, straining to reach the drop cloth that covered the giant-sized structure, but it remained elusively out of reach. Kim didn't see why Angel was bothering. The cloth texture didn't appear to be of particularly high quality. Quite the opposite, in fact. She dreaded the thought of how horrible it would feel against her naked skin. While Kim appreciated the gesture of a blanket of some sort rather than just the cold floor or a hard plastic table, the cloth didn't seem particularly clean. She simply didn't see how using it could keep them from becoming filthy. Angel stretched out a little bit further.
I can almost reach it.
Kim slid off her pants. The cool air did little to counter the heat of embarrassment. She tried to lose herself in the questionably romantic setting. The flowers seemed nice. The fake trees didn't look entirely fake in passing, if one didn't pay any attention to them. The only true selling point was the moonlight, a steady stream of illumination filtering in from the highest windows. But none of it seemed to help. In the end, it was still a half-finished atrium. Kim pulled her shirt off over her head and removed her bra and panties. Technically, neither one of them needed to be naked for this to work, but given Angel's preferences, and how both of them always seemed to end up naked anyway, she didn't see the point of putting off the inevitable. Angel stretched out further, her fingers brushing the cloth, but still unable to grasp it. Kim focused her attention on Angel. She really did have a cute ass, and most definitely looked exceptionally hot, stretching out over the balcony on her tiptoes. Grinning mischievously, Kim slipped her hands around Angel and pulled her back from the edge. Her questing hands immediately told her two things. Her girlfriend wasn't wearing a bra, and the chilly night air was making that fact blatantly obvious.
Leave it,
Kim whispered. Chapter 22. Kim recognized that she was losing herself. What had started out as simple foreplay had escalated into something more. Had Angel lost sight of their original purpose? What about the next clue? Was Angel even planning on using the device at all? Unfortunately, none of these objections were given a voice. The ability to form coherent sentences was always the first to go. Each time Kim made the attempt, her own brain hijacked the message into heated, whispered encouragements. Kim couldn't muster even a semblance of opposition. She felt she should be irritated, but it was only an abstract irritation. Even the act of being irritated at her lack of irritation was beyond her. Her eyes were too busy rolling into the back of her head, and she wasn't about to interrupt Angel for anything. Kim's muscles tightened, and spasms of ecstasy burst through her in a hot rush. She arched her back and groaned. Angel didn't stop until the last of the tremors had ceased. Now that it was over, Kim's irritation became more than an abstract exercise.
The device?
She prompted.
The sex toy?
Kim squeezed her eyes shut.
Yes, the freaking sex toy, she hissed. Weren't you going to use it? Oh, if you want. Angel sorted through her clothing at her feet. That sounded entirely too much like a guess to Kim. Please tell me you were planning on using it? Angel produced the device. I thought you'd want to avoid using it. The last time you became paralyzed and had an adverse reaction. How did you expect anything to happen if we didn't? Angel blinked. What do you mean? It did happen, Kim. I felt the tremors running through your entire body on my tongue. It was beautiful. Magical. Unlike at the condo, you made no attempt to stifle your reactions and cried out loud enough to... What was the point of the little exercise if it wasn't to use that thing? You're upset. Once again, Angel's words sounded like a guess. Why did you want to come up here in the first place? The view? Angel chose to respond physically rather than verbally and eased the device home.
Kim promptly forgot what she'd been about to say. Her hands tightened their grip on the table.
What were you... This isn't... Oh, God, Angel. Angel quickened the pace. Perhaps we could discuss this after, she suggested with a wink. Kim closed her eyes. Insufferable sex-crazed alien pervert! The vision hit her without warning. It was the middle of the day, shortly after lunchtime. It had been raining off and on throughout the week. She'd been busy at work, checking up on the progress of something. Kim recognized her surroundings. It was the same warehouse, but far more crowded, brightly sunlit, and noisy. Teams of sweaty workmen were everywhere, doing various workman things. Sounds of construction and indistinct conversation echoed in her ears. A commercial played in the background, letting the world know that now was the perfect time for a roast beef sandwich. The mysterious object was revealed to be a 3-sided steel monolith. 2 sides were almost entirely covered in silver plaques half the size of a business card. The remaining sides stood empty. Kim's mind tried to make sense of what she was seeing. A monument of some sort? A memorial? Her host selected a cardboard box from a stack of 6. Its contents felt important, but Kim couldn't say why.
Kim let out a gasp as the world rushed back into crystal clarity.
You went completely unresponsive within a minute, Angel was saying.
Her voice sounded distant.
Without a satisfying conclusion, how can that be efficient? I'm also of the opinion that the complete loss of sensation defeats the purpose. We've been calling it a sex toy, but in my opinion, the device was never intended for sexual gratification.
Kim shot Angel a glare. Once certain her legs would hold, she pushed herself to her feet.
Was the experience enjoyable? Angel slipped the device into her jacket pocket. Would you like to continue now or later? Her fingers trembled as Kim started to dress. Later, she rasped. I mean, we'll talk about it later. They had their next clue. Guess it was a plot device after all. Chapter 23. Now that they had a frame of reference, she and Angel quickly discovered that the scaffolding could be manipulated. They shifted it closer to the obelisk until they could reach the covering and pull it away. The plaques turned out to be names, hundreds of them, if not thousands, all neatly arranged in alphabetical order. That's it? Kim couldn't keep the disappointment from her voice. What were you expecting? Angel asked. I don't know. Maybe dates or summaries or something. I got the impression the obelisk was supposed to be some sort of memorial. You get more facts from an average gravestone. Kim pulled out her cell phone and walked a slow circle around the obelisk, snapping pictures as she went. The names might make more sense given time and more information. You mentioned flattened cardboard boxes as well, Angel reminded her.
Kim jumped down from her perch and went directly to the spot from her vision.
One box remained. It looked identical to the others, wider than it was tall. Kim bounced from one foot to the other, elated with the find. Angel folded back the lid, while Kim looked in from the opposite side.
The box was filled to the brim with thin pamphlets.
Their cover design suggested tourist attraction information, like the booklets one might expect to find at tourist traps or hotel registration desks. Giant red words were superimposed over what appeared to be a half-flooded city.
Ravenwood, it proclaimed. Remember the fallen. Nothing about the image seemed out of the ordinary, except for the very out-of-place spacecraft depicted hovering in the corner. Have you ever heard of Ravenwood? Angel asked. Before Kim could answer, the entire box erupted with a flare of blinding light and a backwash of heat. She stumbled away with a cry. All she could see were spots. 2 arms wrapped around her, and Kim felt herself picked up and moved a short distance away. The relative darkness seemed to suggest she'd been placed behind some sort of cover. Tears streamed down Kim's face. She blinked furiously until her vision cleared. Naomi West, receptionist and personal assistant to Joseph Friedman, could now be seen standing confidently and proudly upon one of the workmen's desks, looking down upon them through her librarian-style glasses. She wore a light business suit and a skirt that left her long legs bare. Long black hair flowed freely past her shoulders. One hand extended, palm outward, as if she were a character from Dragon Ball Z, ready to incinerate them with an energy blast. The long winding trail of smoke emanating from her open hand helped reinforce the image. An unknown woman with blonde hair stood next to her, gaping like a landed fish. Her eyes were darting to the remains of the smoldering box, back to Naomi, to the box, and back again. "That will be enough of that," Naomi announced haughtily. She waved a silver-armored hand, then looked irritated when the hand-waving only served to spread the smoke around rather than disperse it.
How did you do that?
Kim managed with a gasp. Naomi folded her arms and smirked. "You were correct in your assumptions. As the 4 of us are alone, I can now reveal my true self. As you've surmised, my associates and I are supervillains. That attack was a mere demonstration of my full power."
Hold on, Naomi's companion interrupted. Being a supervillain is your cover?
"Told you," Angel said. Chapter 24. This was supposed to be the moment. Angel and her timid companion were finally within her villainous, evil clutches. After a sufficient amount of verbal and physical intimidation, Naomi would have all the leverage she needed to extract Angel's secret of independence. And once those secrets were hers, she'd finally be free. Unfortunately, the intimidation part wasn't working out as planned. Naomi had expected fear, perhaps a little shock and awe. She was not expecting open doubt.
If you're really a supervillain, then why aren't you out robbing banks or something? Kim demanded, her hands on her hips. She sounded exceptionally dubious, as if she weren't at all convinced she'd witnessed a superpower demonstrated firsthand. "Robbing banks?" Naomi scoffed. "Why bother? There are other, more lucrative, less high-profile ways of making money." She lowered her hand as she made her point, taking advantage of the distraction. Blasters fit like oversized gloves, designed for convenience, not intimidation. Waving an open hand made her feel ridiculous. What about world domination schemes? Kim asked. Have you got a world domination scheme?
We do have a world domination scheme.
Yeah, right.
Kim rolled her eyes, an expression Naomi recognized as open doubt.
Of course you have one.
How dare you question me? My brethren and I will be in control of your entire planet in the not-too-distant future. Or should I say, your past. But enough laughing. Naomi waved a hand, cutting herself off.
Nope, still not buying it, Kim said. What about a death trap? Villains are supposed to have an elaborate death trap to throw people into.
Naomi hadn't heard of the death trap requirement. A transparent ploy designed to confuse me. I don't need a death trap.
If you're going to be a supervillain...
Angel jumped into the verbal fray.
Kim, stop giving her ideas.
Enough! Naomi stamped her foot to show her impatience. Your pathetic attempts to sidetrack me have failed. Now back to the matter at hand. She pointed at Angel. You, tell me how you escaped.
You have to throw us in the death trap before we can escape from it, Kim pointed out.
I'm not talking about the death trap, Naomi cried. Forget the stupid death trap. Tell me how Angel escaped.
You just said...
Are you referring to why I changed sides? Angel interjected. Naomi pointed and grinned at Angel. That's right, yes. Kim did a double take. She is? I changed sides after I met Kim. Angel turned to address Kim directly. Is it permissible to tell her I fell in love? Oh, sure. Why the hell not? Kim tossed her hands up into the air, a gesture which momentarily threw Naomi into confusion. Either Kim was elated or she was expressing exasperation. Probably the latter. If it makes you uncomfortable, just don't share the details, okay? No details, Angel agreed with a nod. It all started in a deserted parking lot several months ago. 1 month ago, Kim corrected. 1 month ago, Angel nodded again. Our meeting was accidental. We engaged in conversation. Kim became enamored with my beauty and invited me home. Our attraction for each other deepened and grew over time. We kissed, shared romantic moments together, and enjoyed several meaningful dates. After making love to Kim over a magical weekend, I came to realize— Stop! Kim cried. I'm sorry? How is that not sharing details? Angel looked somewhat annoyed at the interruption. Those weren't sex life details, those were highlights. What does being in love have to do with it? Naomi interjected, hoping to speed things along. Being in love makes sex with your partner much more enjoyable, Angel said. When you're doing your best to bring pleasure and fulfillment— No! Naomi cut her off. What does being in love have to do with your escape? Oh. Angel's eyes took on a faraway look, apparently lost in thought. After discovering my history as an alien scout, I formally renounced my mission out of love for Kim. Love changed me into what I am now. Love gave me the mental strength necessary to resist my evil alien masters. Naomi frowned. Evil alien masters? She might consider her boss Brandon unreasonable and a bit of a jerk at times, and she'd certainly rather not have him around, but she'd never once thought of him as evil. And now I work to prevent my former allies from taking over the world, Angel finished. Naomi's brow furrowed to better convey her confusion. Angel's explanation hadn't made a lot of sense. That's it? You were in love and your evil alien masters just let you go? Love supersedes old loyalties. I believe in the power of love. I see, Naomi said. You've given me a lot to think about. So, we're friends now? Kim ventured. Not at all, Naomi told her. You've been very helpful, but I'm likely to have further questions that require clarification. I can't allow you to leave. Kim and Angel exchanged glances. Naomi lowered the timbre of her voice in an attempt to sound more sinister. And there's still the matter of the theft of a certain specific item that belongs to me. Kim fidgeted in place. I don't have any idea what you're— Are you referring to the sex toy? Angel volunteered. Everyone in the room gave Angel varying looks of incredulity. The variety of expressions ranged from surprise to open horror. Naomi recovered first. This was a fortunate turn of events. She hadn't any clue how any sentient life form could misidentify a modulator as a sex toy, but if that was the case, she would certainly capitalize on it. Yes, she cried. You are exactly correct. You and your friend stole my perfectly ordinary and not at all unusual sex toy from my office this afternoon. Her smile became cold. And while it may not be important to me in any way, as I personally consider it to be a substandard piece of junk, it is unique, irreplaceable, and therefore valuable in a way that I don't care to talk about. I want it back. Return the sex toy at once. I doubt you'll want this one back, Angel said dubiously. We've used it twice. If you'll excuse me, Kim spoke in a meek voice. I'm going to go find a dark corner and die of embarrassment now. Naomi raised her hand. It burned with an ominous, fiery light, more than enough to arrest Kim in her tracks. You'll do no such thing. Return the sex toy, or I'll burn you to ash where you stand. You're bluffing, Angel said. You can't risk such a devastating attack without knowing which of us is carrying the sex toy, for fear of damaging it. Naomi smirked. Angel's words rang true, but she'd planned ahead. Then I'll have to persuade you. Her hand blurred, catching Melanie off guard and pulling her into a tight embrace. An iron hand wrapped around her throat. "Return what you've stolen or the hostage dies."
What?
Melanie squeaked. "Another bluff," Angel cried.
She's one of your co-workers. I recognize her from your office.
"It doesn't matter where she's from," Naomi shouted back. "I needed a beautiful hostage to enforce my demands." Melanie stood frozen.
"Let me go right now, or I'm going to hurt you,"
she said, her voice low. "I'm not going to hurt you."
"No, I'm going to hurt you."
Naomi tried to keep her tone neutral, conscious of her audience and not wanting to give herself away. "That's not how this hostage thing works," she whispered. "You're doing it wrong. I'm hoping to trick them."
"Start explaining,"
Melanie hissed, as if speaking through clenched teeth. "Tell them the following. Do what she says. I don't want to die. I'll handle the rest."
"You're kidding."
"Tell them."
"That's not going to work."
"It will. Trust me." Melanie offered one last glare before calling out,
"Please do what she says. I don't want to die."
"Yeah, right," Kim called out. "Do you honestly think anyone is going to fall for such a lame—"
Angel stepped out into the open, fists clenched.
"You twisted evil fiend! Let her go! Your fight is with us!"
"Perfect." Naomi grinned. She formed a mental link to the tangler attached to her wrist and ordered it to fire, adding a dramatic flick of the wrist to make it all look authentic. Angel stepped to her right. The shot sailed through where she'd been standing, bursting against the wall behind her in a spray of yellow viscous fluid. Naomi fired a second time, and then a third. Angel smirked as she casually dodged each attack.
"What is that weapon supposed to do, assuming you're able to hit your target?"
"It's meant to immobilize you." Naomi attempted to fire again, but the weapon had jammed, and she lacked the free hand to clear it. "Worthless thing," she swore. "Old technology. I don't need it. The fact remains I have a hostage. Are you going to surrender, or do you think I'm bluffing?"
"Being a supervillain doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want," Angel said.
Kim raised a hand.
"Actually—" "Be quiet for a moment, Kim. After you gave Miss Naomi the idea for it and set her upon this dark path, I researched the concept of supervillains."
Kim threw her arms skyward again.
"Oh sure, go ahead, blame me for everything." "As it turns out," Angel continued, "masterminds almost never do their own dirty work. That's what their minions are for."
Naomi mentally activated another link and snapped her fingers for effect. "Interesting you should say that." 4 muscle-bound sentries stepped out of the shadows. Each stood 6.5 feet tall at the shoulder, purposefully designed for maximum intimidation and minimal backtalk. Their black bio-armor was considered armor only in the loosest definition of the word, designed for infiltration, not protection. Naomi thought it would prove sufficient, in that it hid their identities and made them look authentic. Angel hadn't finished her speech.
"Minions are meant to fulfill a variety of purposes. In this case, they're meant to cover their master's escape after the heroes arrive."
Naomi couldn't help but smile. "Oh, is that what you are? Do you fancy yourselves heroes?"
"Can you doubt it? Since our investigation started, we've acted for the public good, but done so with blatant and willful disregard for public property rights and due process. In addition, heroes are only held accountable by other heroes. Given that we're the only heroes in the city, the world," Kim muttered, "it follows that we're permitted to do whatever we want while in the pursuit of justice, however we see fit. Heroes can't be arrested for breaking and entering, for example, or fined for willful destruction of private property."
"Your research is flawed," Naomi mocked. "A hero wouldn't dare call a villain's bluff when the villain has a weapon to someone's head." Angel's smile became curt.
"You admit you're bluffing?"
Naomi blinked. "Irrelevant. I can still kill you if I want."
"A mastermind wouldn't. Not personally,"
Angel said. That brought Naomi up short. I'm inclined to agree."
"Thank you."
"Minions, subdue them at once!" The minions in question looked at each other. "You think she means us?" one of them said.
Naomi released Melanie and spun her blaster to bear on him.
Yes, I mean you! Get in there and take both of them prisoner! The minions advanced. Wait, I've changed my mind! You two! Naomi waved at the two minions closest to her. Come with me. The rest of you subdue the prisoners. Bring me the sex toy! Even her own people seemed to be glaring at her from behind their masks. Naomi took this as a sign of a job well done. She was well on her way to becoming an established supervillain. Naomi gave little thought toward the mission's success. The longer the modulator stayed out of her hands, the better her situation. All that mattered was the illusion of competence, not the reality. She slung a protesting Melanie over her shoulder and vaulted from her perch.
Farewell, heroes! Don't try to follow me. I'll have the sex toy soon enough. Ha 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 ha!
Chapter 25. Kim whirled on Angel.
Damn it, Angel, why did you call it that?
Angel's lips pressed into a fine line.
Because calling it the Illudium Q-36 Explosive Space Modulator sounds too much like a made-up thing. I didn't make it up, I took the name from a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Got it, Angel said, who clearly hoped she'd ended the conversation. One minion circled to Angel's right. The other continued straight ahead, hands stretched out to either side as if preparing himself for anything.
Their masks prevented easy identification, but their unprofessional mannerisms and muscular body shape, combined with the lack of any other potential suspects whatsoever, put Kim in mind of the security goons at Brookings Pharmaceutical.
She hadn't thought of them as anything other than normal humans before, but now, she couldn't help but wonder. Had they been hiding their full potential? Were the aliens like Naomi, pretending to be human? The desire to blend in seemed to be a defining characteristic. Kim took a closer look.
Their form-fitting black clothing rippled as they moved, as if rigid were its natural state. It looked like nothing of Earth manufacture.
This confirmed it in her mind. They had to be aliens. A chill ran down Kim's spine.
If these guys are as strong and fast as Angel, we're in a lot of trouble.
Angel's features were determined and grim. She fell back a step.
We need to find someplace defensible. This way!
Kim hurried into what passed for a side corridor. Boxes formed an impassable barrier on one side, with heavy construction equipment on the other. Angel followed after and turned to wait just inside the entrance.
The minions wouldn't be able to come at her from opposite sides.
It left no room for escape, but that couldn't be helped. The minions stopped just beyond hand-to-hand range. There were no words exchanged between them. One moment they were standing there, sizing each other up. The next, Angel had launched herself into the fray, using the wall in an impressive flipping display that would have made any parkour enthusiast proud, and disappearing into a whirlwind of blinding attacks too quick to follow. Kim refused to be regulated into nothing more than a spectator, though. The aliens had to have some sort of exploitable weakness. All comic book heroes and villains were vulnerable to something, even if that something were common or mundane. If the minion aliens were the same species as Angel, Kim should already have an idea what that weakness could be.
What are Angel's weaknesses?
Nothing came to mind. Angel's was a list of benefits and advantages. Speed, strength, durability, agility, all as superhuman as one could get. Angel's weaknesses were social, not physical. A screwed-up sense of time, an incomplete memory, a subconscious desire to blend in. That was it. Certainly nothing a potential enemy could exploit. But were those last two even weaknesses?
Whenever Angel did something superhuman in the past, she'd been able to get away with it simply because she hadn't known normal humans weren't capable of doing the things she could do.
Her faulty memory became her strength in that regard. Even more advantageous, Angel had recently embraced her alien background. She was still blending in, but now she was blending in as an alien combat monster with a license to kick ass. Her physical limitations were self-imposed. But wait, something wasn't right. Angel's opponents were clearly just as strong, but shouldn't they be doing their best to blend in as ordinary humans with human limitations? How were the minion aliens keeping up with Angel, a woman fighting well beyond maximum human potential? Kim had her answer at once. The minions had started out believing Angel to be nothing more than a typical human. Angel had inadvertently thrown away her advantage by fighting to the best of her ability. They matched her in speed and power, never realizing their opponent wasn't pretending to be ordinary. Playing human. That was the key. How could she twist this information into an advantage? Naomi had figured it out. Her supervillain persona gave her free rein to utilize her alien technology as much as she wanted. But that didn't apply to her minions. They were still in the dark, still vulnerable to self-imposed limitations.
Don't kill them, Angel!
Kim called out.
Remember, they're just ordinary people. You're much stronger than they are.
They're not weaker. Angel's response was ragged as she ducked under the arm of her current attacker, looped her hand up and around the back of his neck, and effortlessly flipped him onto his back before moving on to the next. They continued their relentless exchange, neither one giving ground before the other. Kim couldn't help but smile.
Guess some habits are hard to break.
Angel only breathed to keep up appearances she knew, and the fact she appeared short of breath confirmed her theory.
I could probably drop a smoke bomb on them and call it poison gas, and they'd fall all over themselves with their legs kicking in the air.
Kim hammered the point home.
They may be as fast as you, but all you have to do is wear them down. They're only human, Angel. You're not.
The next 2 seconds were decidedly one-sided and brutal. The aliens fell victim to their own psychological limitations. Their pressing need to blend in transformed them into little more than ordinary brutes with ordinary human limitations. They appeared to grow tired. They stumbled, their punches and kicks slowed, and they couldn't seem to catch their breath as they gave ground before Angel's relentless assault. Finally, they simply turned tail and ran back the way they'd come, disappearing into the darkness. Angel didn't follow. Whether this was done out of mercy or because she was unwilling to relinquish her strategic advantage, Kim couldn't say. But her eyes were alight with wonder as she stood, gasping for breath, watching as Kim stepped out from behind the construction equipment.
Later,
Kim promised.
I'll explain later.
Chapter 26. Kim absently stirred the ashes with her shoe. Naomi's attack had not only obliterated the box, it had also melted away a small portion of the concrete floor beneath.
Nothing. It's all gone.
We should help her, Angel said.
A little bit late to play hero, don't you think?
Kim replied sardonically.
The two of them are long gone. Besides, I don't think that particular hostage needs saving. You said you recognized her from Brookings?
I was referring to helping Naomi, not the hostage. Kim raised an eyebrow.
Naomi? You want to help her?
Correct.
You want to help the psycho receptionist. That Naomi. The very same woman who just now tried to kill us.
Capture us, not kill, Angel corrected.
And yes, that one. Let me think.
Kim held a finger to her head.
How about no? I distinctly remember her bragging about a world domination scheme. She needs to be stopped, not helped.
Angel walked to the main door but didn't open it. If you remember our first meeting, Naomi told us she wanted independence. That implies she wants to break away from her people.
Okay, I admit it did surprise me how she seemed to like your optimistic love conquers all explanation, but then she ruined it by trying to kill us.
Capture, Angel said.
My point is, why would she do that if she wanted our help?
Perhaps she had no choice in the matter? Several times, she's stated her desire for independence. This implies that she isn't free to assist us on her own, that she's an unwilling part of the group. Kim's expression turned sour.
And your solution for helping her achieve that independence?
Is for Naomi to fall in love, Angel finished for her. Then her old loyalties won't matter.
I don't see that happening,
Kim said at last.
Easy for Angel to cast old loyalties aside. She can't even remember them. There's no way her solution could possibly work.
Why not? Kim decided to dodge the question. Open doubt would make Angel think she didn't believe her.
So what are you thinking? You want us to help her find independence, then hope she'll be grateful enough to join our side?
That's correct.
Why? Why is any of that necessary? We've made progress, haven't we? We found... that thing we found.
I'll grant you that the advanced engineering behind the construction of the sex toy does represent advanced technology, but its embarrassing nature prevents us from turning it in.
Kim's face burned at the reminder.
What about the cardboard box? I don't suppose you managed to snag a copy before Naomi nuked it? No. The box and all its contents were burned to ash.
Kim opened the outer door and glanced outside. The parking lot remained as deserted as before. From what she could see of the city streets just beyond, there was no activity. She stepped outside into the cloudless, crisp night air, following the original path they'd taken. Angel followed closely behind.
You're allowing yourself to be sidetracked, Angel said. I think we should focus on helping Naomi achieve her personal goals. She implied that her people were close to finishing their mission. Guess she's not giving up on this. Got anybody in mind for her to fall in love with? What about the woman she brought with her from Brookings Pharmaceutical?
Kim stopped where she stood.
You mean the hostage? She asked, incredulous. The two seemed attracted to each other, Angel said. As I recall, Kim said snidely, Naomi threatened to blow Hostage Girl's head off. True, but Hostage Girl seemed genuinely surprised when it happened. Being surprised doesn't prove anything. I have further evidence. Naomi said she needed a beautiful hostage. This implies attraction.
Kim started walking again, shaking her head.
I can't believe this. You're seriously suggesting we forget all about investigating and start playing matchmaker? Why are you against it? Angel countered. You wanted a new way to investigate. I'm offering one. I just don't see how getting the two of them together would help, Kim said, still hoping Angel would drop it. What about running down the supervillain idea? If Naomi is locked into the role, she may have picked up a supervillain's vulnerabilities. We could exploit that. I don't see how attempting to encourage her to engage in criminal activities would benefit us. That's not what I meant. She's an alien woman disguising herself as a supervillain. It's pretty freaking obvious that no one sat her down and explained supervillains don't exist. Until she figures it out, we can turn it to our advantage. How? I don't know. Maybe we could encourage her to monologue her evil plans or something? Naomi became a supervillain because it offers her the unique freedom to act. Freedom to do what? She's like me, Kim. I've explained it to you. Explain it to me again.
Angel sighed. They'd reached the second intersection. Kim's car was now visible, parked a short distance away. There were no businesses open at this late hour, but Kim found herself craving a late evening snack. Roast beef sounded good.
This goes back to my earlier point, Angel said. She took Kim's hand as they started across the walkway. It wasn't until they'd reached the far side that Kim realized she'd been grinning to herself the entire time, simply from the warm feeling of Angel's hand in her own. Naomi wants independence, Angel continued. That's her personal goal. She's told us that several times. I'm convinced she doesn't like her job, but still feels compelled to work for her people. I admit, I vehemently disagreed when you suggested she become a supervillain, but in retrospect, I see the benefits. The role of supervillain allows her freedom to act in ways she otherwise couldn't.
Kim subtly tightened her grip.
Are you saying this is my fault? Nobody's blaming you, Kim. I'm only suggesting that you're directly responsible. You are saying it's my fault! Angel sighed again. You were the catalyst. That can't be denied. But how is it a matter of blame when the end result is to our benefit? You gave Naomi hope, Kim. Hope is a positive thing. Naomi didn't become a villain because she's evil, greedy, megalomaniacal, or has a pressing desire to destroy Superman. She embraced the role of a villain because it allows her the freedom to act. It's a useful tool, nothing more. And you're suggesting we encourage it somehow?
Kim pressed the button on her key fob. Parking lights flashed as her Corolla's doors unlocked.
I don't see a reason why we shouldn't, Angel said. If Naomi truly desired independence and thinks we are the means to achieve it, she'll welcome our assistance. She won't risk killing us in the most horrific manner possible unless we refuse to help.
Kim's mouth went dry at the thought.
Not convincing me.
Angel opened the passenger side door and slipped inside. She waited for Kim to take her own seat before replying.
Do you remember when I suggested that a mastermind wouldn't deign to get their hands dirty? She agreed with me. Why would she do that? She took my suggestion to heart by refusing to become personally involved. Kim inserted her keys into the ignition, but didn't start the car. So? A true villain wouldn't have cared about established comic book villain tradition. A true villain would have taken the path of least resistance, killed us both, and then recovered the sex toy at their convenience. I maintain that she only plays the part of the villain because she hasn't yet achieved independence and is still part of the group. Kim ran a hand through her hair. Assuming you have a point, what are you suggesting we do? We help her achieve full independence. And you want to help her do that? By helping her fall in love. If she could be turned, Kim said in her best Vader impression, she would become a powerful ally. Then you agree? Not at all, just quoting Empire. I still think it's a bad idea. Kim. Listen, Angel. Kim turned in her seat. It doesn't matter if she's a villain with world domination on her mind or an alien pretending to be a villain, thinking she's got us all fooled. In the end, she's still doing the exact same thing she'd normally be doing. That hasn't changed. I disagree. She's no longer acting in secret. Kim groaned. So you're saying I've made it worse? No, Angel said gently. You've changed Naomi's behavior, certainly, but not for the worse. I suggest that we take her new persona into account and work with it. Employ my solution. Help her by helping her fall in love. Kim grimaced anew. I just don't see myself as some sort of romantic matchmaker. There's gotta be... She stopped. Angel looked stunned. What? I'm not certain how to respond to that, Angel murmured, half to herself. For as long as I've known you, you've seen nothing but romantic potential in me. Between the two of us, there's no contest. You're the one most qualified to bring them together. Where does Angel get these ideas? Sorry, Angel, I don't see that happening. But what about... Short of throwing Naomi and her potential girlfriend into dangerous situations so they'll realize what they mean to each other and confess their love, how could it possibly work? Angel blinked. I don't think it could work any other way, Kim continued, hoping to let Angel down gently. She twisted the key in the ignition and glanced at her mirrors, then gave her belt a quick tug to ensure it was fastened correctly. Forget the list for now. What we need to do is focus on that tourist attraction place. Do some research. I only saw the cover. Ravenwood, Remember the Fallen. There you go. Kim nodded in encouragement. If it's a city or a town, that's a good place to start. Angel also nodded, looking thoughtful. I know it isn't what you wanted. Don't worry, Angel said. I've got a few ideas. I can work with this. Kim frowned, suddenly struck with the notion she'd somehow missed something. Chapter 27. Naomi grinned at her sullen companion and spread her arms wide. We're here. And where exactly is here? Melanie asked, the sour expression on her face remaining. We're in a technically abandoned warehouse. Welcome to my new secret lair. The warehouse was filled with miscellaneous auto parts, calipers, rotors, brake pads, and everything else an ailing car needed to stay in good repair. From what Naomi could tell, her former hostage didn't seem particularly impressed. Technically abandoned? Melanie absently rubbed her right arm. What's that supposed to mean? That means it hasn't been abandoned for very long. You're not worried the owners might come back? Not at all. I own it. Again, technically. Meaning? The building became mine after I took control, in other words. Then how could it be abandoned? Naomi leaned against the metal framework that passed as shelving. I consider it abandoned, as I have yet to inform any of the employees working here that they've been fired and need not come in to work tomorrow morning. Melanie seemed horrified. Do you even know these people? Naomi silently expelled a portion of air to more effectively draw it back in again in a gasp of surprise. What, you don't think getting to know them before firing them seems unnaturally cruel? Why fire them at all?
Oh, I see. You make a valid point. Naomi stroked her chin to indicate deep thought. After I fire them, I suppose I could rehire them as minions.
Or you could let them keep their jobs?
Then the warehouse wouldn't be abandoned. Melanie sighed and looked up at the ceiling.
Why do you even need a secret lair in the first place?
Naomi considered her words. Why did she need a secret lair? Given her need to keep the modulator as far from herself as possible, Naomi had originally envisioned the lair as a form of insurance. She hadn't wanted her minions being able to find her, should their recovery mission be successful. But what good was a secret lair if its usefulness expired the moment she returned to work, where anyone could find her fewer than 10 hours from now?
That's another excellent point, Naomi admitted. Very well, it's still early. I'll compose another email to countermand this morning's scheduled mass firing email. She snapped her fingers. Even better, I'll cancel the first message before it gets sent. Good for you. There was a half pallet nearby with cases of washer fluid.
Melanie found a space to sit where someone had removed several boxes.
Are you planning on quitting Brookings and doing the villain thing full-time?
I can't. The supervillain thing is a side job, not my primary one.
Ah. Seeing as we've got some time to ourselves and you're not actively threatening to kill anyone, namely me, I want to get a few things off my chest.
Go ahead. Communication is necessary in healthy relationships. Melanie crossed her arms.
First things first, agreeing to help you doesn't mean agreeing for you to take me hostage.
I invited you because I thought I might need a beautiful hostage if things turned out badly.
And naturally you thought of me.
Of course. You were the very first person on my list.
As a potential hostage?
No, as a beautiful potential hostage. Naomi corrected her. That's an important detail. I wanted you with me because you're beautiful. Melanie looked away. Her expression seemed to suggest she smelled something unpleasant.
Sometimes I wonder about you.
Granted, my potential list of hostages is notably small and you're the only person who agreed to help me, but you're still the first person on it.
And then you followed it up with comments like that and we're back to where we started. Melanie sighed. Why not start explaining? In detail, please.
Explain what? I have nothing to hide. Naomi tried not to let her confidence show, doing her best to appear cooperative, with a hopefully innocent smile. Feel free to ask me anything. Did you want to know more about the sex toy? Melanie averted her eyes.
I don't care about that.
Naomi's grin widened. Thank you for understanding. Let's agree to put the cat back in the bag and keep the matter of the sex toy confidential.
This is really about that other woman, isn't it?
What is there to know? I believe Angel used to work for us, and I needed to ask a few specific questions, Naomi said, which was basically true. Hopefully Central Authority wouldn't be able to use any of it against her in the future.
Why not try talking to her instead of going out of your way to kidnap her?
I tried that on the first day. Her companion Kim told her to keep quiet.
Maybe Kim was jealous? Or embarrassed you were showing Angel attention?
I see you've also come to the same conclusion. I've long suspected she and Angel are a romantic couple.
No!
Melanie gasped, jumping to her feet.
Do you really think so?
Naomi tapped the side of her head. My mind is like a steel trap. Nothing escapes me. Melanie's face twisted.
That expression doesn't mean... Oh, never mind.
Naomi brushed the inconsistency aside. Regardless, I assume Kim didn't want Angel sharing her secret.
What secret?
The secret of how she achieved independence.
Independence from what?
Melanie continued to look more and more exasperated. Oh, you know, independence in general, Naomi explained, waving a hand to hopefully conceal how much she desperately wanted to avoid explaining anything further.
Are you suggesting Angel's love conquers all explanation makes sense to you?
Not completely, but I'm certain the details behind her explanation will become apparent. I'm nothing if not observant.
Yeah, I noticed that about you.
We now know Angel used love to achieve independence. We need to expand on that.
How? That doesn't even make sense.
It does to me. You think I'm attractive, don't you?
Attractive and borderline insane,
Melanie agreed,
but her eyes were already beginning to narrow, as if she were suddenly dubious about something.
Where are you going with this?
You understand my situation. You're familiar with my personality. I'm gambling that love could free me too.
Melanie looked to be having difficulty swallowing.
And what has that got to do with me?
She finally asked. Don't think I haven't noticed you, Melanie. You're intelligent, beautiful, perceptive, resourceful. Melanie seemed pleased with the compliment. But most importantly, available, Naomi finished. The scowl returned.
I need someone like that in my life. Naomi smiled her best winning smile. And I'm hoping it will be someone like you.
Ah.
Melanie looked down at her hands. So what do you think? Are you interested?
Is this about me this time?
Yes, this is about you. I'm asking you.
About me.
Should I say it again? Yes, this is about you. Specifically about you. I'm asking you. Will you help me? Melanie's smile lit up the room.
Yes, of course.
Naomi couldn't help but smile back, rubbing her hands together in glee. Oh, thank you. I was hoping you'd say that. She slipped her hands into Melanie's. Her joy felt overwhelming, infectious. It means so much to me that you'd say yes. Melanie seemed to melt with the attention. With your help, Naomi continued, I'm certain we'll be able to find a likely candidate for me to fall in love with before long. Do you have a suggestion for where we should start looking?
Melanie freed her hands from Naomi's grasp.
She stood up, walked over to the nearest wall, placed her hands against it, and struck the wall with her forehead. Then she did it again. And again. This didn't seem at all healthy to Naomi. Is something wrong?
Yeah, this has all been great, but you know what? I'm going home.
But you agreed to help me.
You don't need my help to fall in love with some random stranger. I'm done here.
Naomi was left to stare as Melanie took a meandering, indirect path toward the general direction of the door. Her hands clawed the air to convey frustration as she sought an explanation for her sudden reversal in fortune. I get it, she spat. Time for you to go home and tell your team of lovers all about what happened tonight. That's it, isn't it? Melanie paused, her hand resting on the doorknob.
Team of lovers?
Don't think I don't know. Naomi tried to keep the raw jealousy from her voice, but feared she wasn't successful. The encrypted messages, the secret phone calls, I know all about them. Melanie burst into sudden laughter. Naomi folded her arms and glared in indignant anger. This amuses you?
You think I'm seeing someone else?
Am I wrong?
Oh my, where to start?
Melanie gingerly touched her forehead and winced.
First of all, there is no team. I'm in contact with one specific person, and not that frequently.
The same person you once said hated you? Naomi mocked. The same one who'd once suggested this job would be the effective end of your career?
That's the one.
Naomi remained dubious. Please tell me why you would keep in semi-regular contact with someone who hates you.
I keep up to date with him, that's true, but only because he expects progress reports, Melanie said. I do it because that's my job. That's the only reason. Surely he's got to know that if I ever did find anything worthwhile, the last thing I'd ever want to do is tell him about it.
Melanie's excuse made little sense. Why would anyone want to know what went on in pharmaceuticals? So you're saying that you're not interested in him as a life partner?
Oh, God, no!
Melanie hugged herself and shuddered. Not even slightly?
Not even slightly, Melanie confirmed. I'm completely single in every conceivable way. No relationships, no nothing.
Naomi dared to hope. She'd always admired Melanie, but given Melanie's ties to her current love interests, she'd never once considered taking things further. She'd only be setting herself up for disappointment and potential heartbreak. But if she'd been mistaken all this time and Melanie wasn't interested in any of them, might it be possible she was interested in her? The attraction couldn't be denied. Melanie was her type, exactly her type.
Intelligent, brave, beautiful, independent, a bundle of sweetness rolled up into one adorable little package. It would be wonderful if it were true. Could it be possible? "There's no one in my life," Melanie said. "I'm not interested in anyone else, do you understand? No one else." And just like that, all of Naomi's hopes were crushed beneath the weight of despair. "Oh," she whispered. "Not even a little bit." Melanie continued to destroy Naomi's hopes of a romantic future. Her words were absolute and without mercy. "I'm alone as can be. I'm perfectly fine with it." "I understand." Naomi did her best to mask her disappointment, hoping it wouldn't show. Melanie was everything she could ever want, but what could she do if her potential romantic interest wasn't interested in loving her in return? Not even a little bit. The answer was nothing. There was nothing she could do. Nothing at all. Chapter 28. Kim woke up to greet the darkened curtains blocking the sunlight with a smile on her face. She couldn't confirm whether or not it was a lovely day outside, but from the light around the edges of the curtains, it seemed as if it could be. Today was the day the magic would happen. She was determined this time. There would be no more excuses, no more delays. Time was running out. The signs were there for all to see. Each succeeding day eroded just a little bit more of Kim's already tenuous self-control. She knew if she didn't act soon, it would have dire consequences. Kim had examined her situation from every angle and could see no other options. All the benefits of marriage without an official ceremony, or the reality of marriage with all the implied benefits. Those were her only choices. And given Kim's near-fanatical resistance towards even the mere thought of marriage, her choice was clear. It had to be option 1. If she wanted to keep her single status, it was absolutely imperative she seduced the hell out of Angel at the earliest opportunity to remove Angel's reason for wanting it. Kim slipped on a fresh t-shirt, dragging her not-so-fresh clothing from the night before behind her to be tossed into the bathroom hamper. She examined herself in the mirror with a critical eye. If avoiding marriage was her only reason, Kim might not have the strength to go through with it. But it was not her only reason. In the early days of self-deluded, fanciful hopes of resistance, Kim had come to fully appreciate how an ordinary event could become deeply meaningful, depending upon the circumstances. Kim had resisted temptation because she hadn't wanted to send Angel a signal she couldn't take back. It hadn't occurred to her then that the opposite also held true, that the meaningfulness of a moment was itself a variable, subject to interpretation. A wedding night was considered special because it marked a long-awaited first time in a couple's lives. The greater the delay, the greater the corresponding significance for when it finally did happen. The logic was inescapable. For that reason alone, it was vital Kim allowed nothing to delay her. It needed to happen now, sooner rather than later, before the underlying significance of the event became something deeply meaningful and beyond her control. Then there was the matter of her own self-preservation. She knew enough about sex to know both partners should receive mutual satisfaction at some point in order to fall asleep, or at least think about something else for a change. That meant Kim needed to start doing her part. If things continued to be one-sided, she would eventually die from sexual exhaustion. After taming her hair into something that didn't closely resemble a rat's nest, Kim found her toothbrush and brushed her morning breath away. She prepared for the day on autopilot. Most of her mind remained focused on her immediate future. There was a final reason that today had to be the day, and admittedly, it was not her best. As a science fiction geek, Kim was fully conscious of her unique status. She alone was uniquely placed to go where no one had gone before. No one outside of science fiction had ever made love to an alien before. Kim could be the first ever in recorded history with that unique insight. Again, not her best reason, as Kim had absolutely no intention of sharing the details of her personal life with anyone, let alone the entire scientific community. In addition, this technical first time wouldn't truly be a first. Kim had long since lost track of how often she'd been with Angel. It did make for a good justification, however, so in the end she decided to allow it.
Her plan was as detailed and complex as a casual plan could get, carefully crafted to conceal the fact that it was a plan at all. She and Angel would spend the day at home. At some point, Kim would seize the opportunity and get things started. It couldn't be anything romantic, as it was all about spontaneity, not enthusiasm. But that was the only set condition. It was vital Kim not send Angel a message which could be twisted into a blatant admission that she really wanted her in the worst way possible. The aroma of roast beef filled the air. Kim followed her nose to the kitchen. Angel was setting out reheated sandwiches from the night before. Feeling uncharacteristically brave, Kim stepped in from behind, wrapping her arms around her and hugging her tightly.
"Today's Sunday," she said. "No one's expecting us to do any work. Anything special you'd like to do today?"
Angel smiled as she gently disengaged herself from Kim's embrace.
"Several things," she replied. "I'd like to borrow your car. I won the lottery yesterday, and I'd like to turn in my ticket."
Kim was halfway around the table to her chair when the full weight of Angel's statement sank in.
"The lottery?"
Kim tried to keep her eyes from bugging out.
"The state lottery?"
Angel gave a slight nod.
"The $50 million lottery, that one?"
83 million at present, not 50, Angel corrected. And yes, that one. Kim could only stare. The odds against winning the jackpot were in the high multi-millions to 1 against. Apparently, having concluded that Kim wasn't going to repeat the same question an additional time, Angel slid the ticket across the table. Kim snapped it up and scanned its contents. It revealed the impossible. $83 million. It was all true.
"Did you buy your ticket at the gas station? The same time I did?"
Kim asked.
"No. At the time I didn't see the point."
Kim pulled out her chair and sat down, her head still reeling.
"When did you get yours?"
"Yesterday."
"What changed your mind?"
"You did. It wasn't the first time you've expressed a desire for ultimate freedom." Kim returned the ticket to the table. She had never been the watch with bated breath while the numbers were drawn type of person. If a store scanner told her she'd won, she'd expect a minuscule payout at best. Angel held up Kim's car keys.
"May I borrow the car?"
Kim ignored the question.
"You do realize you can't simply turn it in, don't you? Whenever someone wins the jackpot, they check their background."
"I did not know that," Angel said. "May I borrow the car?"
"Damn it, will you please? Stop for a second. Let me think about this."
Apparently this was enough. Angel took the hint. She pulled out a chair opposite Kim and sat down. Kim took a hefty bite of her sandwich as she gathered her thoughts. Angel clearly didn't understand. If she were placed under the public microscope, it wouldn't take investigators long to discover that Angel didn't have a history they could investigate. Kim doubted they'd ever think space alien, but she wouldn't put it past them to deny Angel her winnings, claiming she wasn't a legal citizen. And what about media attention? A few days of nosy reporters wouldn't be so terrible. She'd have to change her phone number to avoid everyone and their brother calling for a handout, but that was a small price to pay. The big issue was Angel and her lack of history.
"What if I turn in the ticket under my own name and not Angel's?"
The more Kim thought about it, the more she liked the idea. If money were no longer an issue, the two of them could find an isolated place to lie low for a few weeks until the hype blew over. And once the payments started rolling in, Kim would get her expense money back.
"Yes, that sounds perfect." "I have a proposal for you,"
Kim said. Kim now had Angel's undivided attention.
"I think we can make it work. Let's do this, but let's try to keep everything as secret as possible. There's going to be media attention after making the announcement, but I don't see how it can be avoided."
"You don't intend to tell friends? Other relatives?"
"Are you kidding?"
Kim snorted.
"Something like this, they'll find out on their own. I'll have friends and family I never even knew existed coming out of the woodwork."
"I see."
"I don't have a lot of money saved up, but I think I could arrange a trip somewhere. We could disappear for a few weeks."
"Don't you think you're making assumptions?"
"I'm sorry, you're right. Where would you like to go?"
Angel's brow furrowed.
"That isn't what I'm referring to."
Kim's mind swam with the possibilities. What would Angel want to buy? A new car to call her own? A new house?
A new house would be nice, Kim mused half to herself. Would you like that? I think you're neglecting a crucial step in the process.
This brought Kim up short. Angel was right. Here she was, spending Angel's money as if she had every right to it.
It all depends on what you want to do,
Kim offered in lieu of an apology.
You get to decide. If you'd rather go looking for a new home, someplace bigger or nicer, that's entirely up to you.
The prospect of a new place to live made Kim wonder. Would Angel invite her to move in with her? It seemed likely given all the love talk and threats of matrimony, but it seemed rude to make assumptions.
Angel cleared her throat. Isn't there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Kim stared at her blankly. A question you may have forgotten?
One specific, important question?
Kim fidgeted in her chair.
I'm not sure where you're going with this,
she admitted. Angel drew in a large breath, then let it out slowly. Kim brightened.
Oh, I get it. That question. No wonder you're upset.
She reached across the table to take Angel's hands into her own.
Angel, I know this is short notice, but I wanted to ask.
Yes?
Would it be okay if we turned the ticket in under my name and not yours?
Angel's left eye twitched. Her grip tightened slightly.
Don't worry about anything, Kim said. Assuming we go through with it and make it official, nothing is going to change between us. I'll handle the legal matters. You'll have to get used to sharing my last name, but your money will still be yours. It shouldn't be a huge transition. You've already got the account in your name, after all. Well, mostly in your name.
No. That surprised Kim.
No?
That has got to be the single most unromantic proposal I have ever heard.
What does romance have to do with anything? What I'm suggesting is more of a business proposal.
Are you seriously using business as justification? Angel pushed back her chair and rose to her feet. Not just no, then, but emphatically no. The money is incidental as far as I'm concerned.
What are you talking about?
For as long as I've known you, you've gone out of your way to avoid revealing your true feelings for me. I absolutely refuse to allow you to justify those feelings with an interest for financial gain. Kim had the feeling she was missing something.
What's the problem? I'm willing to go all the way for you, Angel. To endure a media circus for you. Doesn't that mean anything?
Angel snatched up the ticket and held it as if preparing to rip it in half. Perhaps I should remove your excuse. Kim shot up from her chair.
Don't do that!
Is this important to you? Do you feel strongly about it? The pieces fell into place. With deliberate care, Kim sat back down in her seat.
I get it. You think this is about money? I honestly don't care how rich or poor you are. Money isn't important to me.
Angel snapped up the keys. I'm keeping the ticket until this matter is resolved. If you truly intend to marry me, you're going to have to do a lot better than that. Kim could only stare as Angel stormed out of the kitchen and slammed the front door after her.
Okay. What just happened?
Her cell phone went off from its place by the refrigerator. Kim picked it up and verified the caller ID before answering.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Kimmy. Got a minute?
Of course.
Any plans for today? Kim sighed at her closed front door, visible just beyond the living room.
Apparently not. Angel ran off with the car.
How have you two been getting along? It all came rushing back to her. 83 million. Even after the government snatched away more than half through the legalized theft known as taxes, millions of leftover anything was more than enough to retire on.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it.
She was about to say more, but caught herself. What happened to her own advice to tell no one? The money wasn't even guaranteed. It especially wasn't guaranteed with Angel threatening to destroy the ticket. Kim's analytical mind kicked into high gear. Could Angel have meant something else? Something symbolic? Could you be planning to destroy the ticket in some sort of twisted, willing to throw it all away for love gesture? That would be romantic bordering on stupid. Kim, are you still there?
Just a second,
Kim said.
For several seconds, Kim fought an internal battle. Her natural reluctance to share information warred against her pressing need to share what had happened.
This was her father. Surely she could tell him something.
Angel and I went out last night. She bought a ticket.
Kim paused. When exactly had Angel purchased her ticket?
Kim had no idea, so she decided to leave it out.
One thing led to another, and I guess there's no easy way to say this except to just come right out and say it.
She grinned maniacally, excitement welling up within her.
Angel got lucky last night.
There was dead silence on the other end.
Dad? Are you still there?
George Rowland's voice sounded strained, as if he'd just endured a coughing fit. Why are you telling me this?
Because I still can't believe it,
Kim gushed.
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it.
You seem happy, he said slowly. But maybe it might be best if you kept that sort of information to yourself from now on.
Normally I would, but I want your advice.
Kim paced around the room.
Do you think Angel and I should try to keep our money separate? I haven't checked the state laws. What do I need to do for her to legally take my last name? I want to do right by her, but at the same time, I don't want her feeling pressured into doing something she doesn't want to do.
I see. Kim blinked as her own words caught up with her.
Wait a second.
When she put it that way, the whole thing sounded like a marriage proposal. The horrifying realization of what she'd said and done with Angel nearly caused her to drop the phone.
I said, I think that Oh, God!
Kim?
I proposed to Angel this morning!
If her father replied, Kim didn't hear it. Her entire conversation with Angel rushed back in crystal clarity. Every word, every last detail. But wait, hadn't Angel turned her down? Kim nearly wept in relief. She'd done everything short of an actual proposal, but she'd been saved. Angel hadn't accepted it. Not only had she not accepted it, she'd rejected her.
Angel's words echoed in her head.
Not just no, then, but emphatically no.
Kim's grip on the phone tightened as a sudden pain in her heart caught her off guard and made her gasp. Angel had rejected her. Their engagement was off. Kim drew in a deep breath. The sharp pain eased into a dull ache that refused to go away. Angel had rejected her. In desperation, Kim tried to rationalize it. Why should that make her feel bad?
If Angel had told her no, what of it? Shouldn't that make her happy? If Angel didn't want to get married, that was a good thing.
Wasn't it? Kim sat down on the cold kitchen floor.
If it's good news, why does it hurt so much?
What did she say? Her father asked.
She said no. Angel said no.
Kim had to make 2 attempts before being able to end the call. The phone clattered to the floor. Kim hugged her knees to her chest, hoping to somehow keep herself together. What had she done? All this time, Angel had been holding out hope for a romantic proposal. What she'd gotten instead was an impersonal, clinical business arrangement. Kim couldn't blame Angel for wanting to leave her now. She'd ruined everything for her. Angel should have known Kim didn't have a romantic bone in her body. What would happen if Angel's memories came back to her? Would she see Kim as someone she loved? Or would she see her as someone too frightened and self-conscious to ever love her in return? The all-too-familiar feeling of dread washed over her. The pseudo-engagement may not have been binding, but Kim now realized she'd been counting on it. The engagement meant Angel cared for her. It told her that they would find a way to stay together. It had been a safety net of sorts. And now that thin safety net was gone. Kim wrung her hands. Why would Angel want to stay if she thought she wasn't loved? How was this happening? She couldn't lose Angel. She just couldn't.
I need to get Angel to agree to some sort of permanence. But how?
Chapter 29. Kim sat before the first of the 2 desks in the computer room, thinking. It wasn't a large room. There was barely space for the 2 ceiling-high bookshelves facing each other, both inherited from the previous owner. The second desk held the flat-screen television, 6 feet away from the first.
It had taken over an hour of internally dodging the subject before she'd finally come to the realization that her situation with Angel hadn't officially changed.
Not truly. It had been called into question, that couldn't be denied, But wasn't an engagement nothing more than a promise to make another promise, a more permanent promise, whenever those involved finally decided to tie the knot? Kim leaned back in her chair. It was difficult not to imagine Angel's hand in the matter. The idea of rigging the lottery system in an attempt to appear more marriage-worthy seemed like something she might try. It did cast Kim as an unscrupulous lout willing to marry for financial gain, though, which was why it managed only a 7 out of 10 in her book, but it was still a plan worthy of consideration. But parts of it didn't make sense. Kim had said the right words, but Angel had rejected her. Why would Angel bother implementing such a grand scheme if she didn't intend to take advantage of her success? It seemed clear that Angel hadn't been after a romantic proposal. But if that were true, what did she truly want? To answer that question, Kim needed to fully contemplate the end results. Since Angel's rejection, Kim had been obsessing over what she needed to do to ensure Angel would stay. Had this been by design? Angel knew how much Kim dreaded the thought of her remembering her past life. Had she been hoping to inject a little uncertainty into their relationship, hoping her recent rejection would spur Kim into action? Kim's fingers drummed the tabletop. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Angel was a romantic. Why else would an admitted romantic deliberately go out of her way to engineer an unromantic proposal and then reject it? It had to be because Angel thought Kim would panic and become desperate to keep her at any cost. Perhaps even desperate enough to arrange a romantic proposal and act against her very nature. Their goals were the same, however. Above all else, Kim wanted Angel to stay, to preserve what they had together. It wasn't because she felt needy or didn't want to be alone. She'd lived most of her life by herself, and had been quite comfortable with it. Angel's plan seemed designed to spur Kim into desperate action to achieve the same results. Given that knowledge, the solution became obvious for all to see. To preserve the status quo, Kim would give Angel a demonstration of love that couldn't be denied. She would achieve the results Angel sought, the same reassurances, but through physical means rather than verbal. An act of love to encourage Angel to stay was vastly different from an act of love to prevent marriage. An amateur might assume both plans were the same, but they'd be wrong. They wouldn't realize that the new plan worked in conjunction with the original. Kim would be working towards a tangible goal, rather than simply doing her best to prevent Angel from achieving hers. But the revised plan wasn't perfect. It still had one fundamental flaw which prevented its successful implementation. No Angel. Her elusive girlfriend was out on her own, perhaps exploring Ravenwood, or tracking down another potential suspect on her alien victims list. Kim hit the power button for her computer and took a moment to make herself more comfortable. Angel had written her alien abduction suspect list at this very computer. Perhaps she could do her own investigating. There was certainly nothing better to do. It took Kim more time to find and load the file than it took to read its contents. There wasn't much to it. 6 store owners and 6 business executives, 5 in the banking industry, 3 psychologists, 3 engineers, 2 technicians, 1 medical doctor, a politician, and 1 author, all arranged by names, dates, and professions. Kim recognized Joseph Friedman from Brookings, but one other name caught her eye. Maris Dorman, a Canadian space opera science fiction writer. Kim had been a fan of hers for years, and most of her books enjoyed a permanent home in her collection. She gave her chair an idle spin. Assuming Angel's catch-and-release theory was accurate, what could the aliens want with Maris Dorman? Had they been fishing for ideas, wanting to tap the local talent pool? Were they looking for advice to avoid common mistakes? Kim could think of several lessons any potentially world-invading aliens might appreciate knowing off the top of her head. Ensure your shields aren't critically vulnerable to viruses launched from a Macintosh PowerBook. Make sure the harmless native bacteria isn't going to kill you. If water burns like acid, don't invade a planet made up of mostly water. Kim called up Maris Dorman's website. She skimmed past the author biography and found 2 links to brand new stories she hadn't heard of before. The first took her directly to the 5th book in her current ongoing space opera series. Kim made a mental note to pick it up at some point before moving on. The second link brought her to a reference page for a currently unwritten contemporary story. Apparently, it was going to be a collection of point-of-view short stories told by people living through the aftermath of an alien invasion. Kim checked the due date. Another year to wait if the author's guesstimate was to be trusted. Kim scooted her chair a little closer and settled down to read. The story summary read like a book preface. 4 years ago, starships appeared in the sky. The aliens announced that Earth was now a part of their empire, and had advised humanity to get used to it, as the matter was already decided. The governments of Earth took exception to that and mobilized for war. Unfortunately, alien technology was too far advanced. Nothing of human manufacture could even touch them. To make matters worse, the aliens weren't content to merely destroy their attackers. They annihilated the military bases responsible for the attack, as well as the closest cities or towns. People blamed their leaders for wanting war. The aliens never killed anyone without being provoked, they would say. Stop provoking them. Some countries lasted longer than others, but in the end, the results were the same. Earth surrendered less than 3 weeks later. The years drifted past. People became accustomed to seeing vast ships hanging in the sky as part of their day-to-day lives. There were no thoughts of resistance. What would be the point? The aliens were too powerful. Life under alien rule became the new normal. That was where the summary ended. Kim clicked on a few highlighted characters at random, but none of the links were active. Nowhere in the brief synopsis had the author offered a reason as to why the aliens did the things they did, or what they intended to do with the Earth now that they'd taken it. Kim shut down the computer and leaned back in her chair. It was easy to imagine a speculative fiction story placed in such a world, years after the aliens had assumed control. People would remember a life before the transition and would need to adapt to the new order. The optimistic would welcome the change and capitalize on opportunities. Others might resent the aliens or become instrumental in establishing organized resistance. There were limitless possibilities. Given that Mara Storman had made Angel's list, it seemed more likely than not that her unwritten story had something to do with the aliens' plans. The basic storyline seemed plausible to her, up to and including how the public responded, which nations resisted, which folded, and how the aliens kicked ass. Could it be a prediction of things to come? It was worth thinking about. Chapter 30. "I need to borrow the car again," Angel said. Kim braced one hand against the bathroom countertop and gave Angel a classic bleary morning one-eyed stare. "That's it? No, I'm sorry for getting home so late last night? Or, I'm so sorry I never bothered to call, that was really inconsiderate of me?" "I don't have a phone." "A good point." But Kim wasn't about to admit it. She certainly wasn't going to mention the hours spent late last night, becoming more and more frantic with worry, before it had finally dawned on her that Angel's screwed-up sense of time was likely to blame. She'd felt like an idiot for not realizing it sooner. Still did, actually. Kim shooed Angel from her path and trudged down the hallway, heading past the living room and directly into the kitchen. Angel followed after her. "I thought of several excuses during the drive home last night. The list might amuse you. Would you like to hear them?" Kim hid her smile under the cover of taking a Mountain Dew out of the refrigerator. "Go ahead." Angel cleared her throat. "Would you believe I became lost and only recently discovered the way back home? No? Would you believe I fully intended to return in a timely manner, but an orphanage had unexpectedly caught fire, and I felt compelled to stop and help rescue the children?" "That sounds nice and heroic." Kim twisted off the cap and drank the life-sustaining nectar of the gods directly from the bottle. A shudder ran through her entire body. "Did you make the news?" Angel shook her head. "After it was over, I realized I hadn't fully anticipated the bureaucratic legal ramifications involved. They wanted me to fill out paperwork. I told them I needed to get home, as further delays would only make my beautiful girlfriend upset." "I like the subtle compliment, but that excuse isn't any more believable." Kim's eyes narrowed. "You better not have set an orphanage on fire to give yourself credibility, either." Angel adopted an offended look. "I wouldn't do that." "The truth this time. What was your actual reason?" "I lost track of time." Kim nodded. "It took me a few minutes, but I guessed as much." "A few minutes, plus or minus 5 hours." "I'm not upset you were gone all day or never called," Kim said, then thought better of it. "Okay, that's not entirely true. I was upset. You've got a lousy sense of time, and I get that, but now you want to leave me behind and borrow the car again?
Not just once, but twice? What in the world were you doing all day yesterday? I'd rather not say. Are you doing something secret behind my back? Yes. Kim lost a moment to sheer incredulity. I'm sorry? I'm doing something secret behind your back, Angel confirmed. And I plan to do more of it today. Please, may I borrow the car? I don't believe it, Kim whispered half to herself. Angel was taken aback. What don't you believe? I'm confirming your suspicions. I'm honestly planning something in secret. That's not what I meant. How much more proof do you need? What do you mean? Isn't the entire reason you started looking for aliens in the first place because you wanted me to believe your background story? Is that what you thought? Angel seemed genuinely surprised. That each time I asked you to believe me, you thought I meant believe my story? Kim crossed her arms. That isn't it? It may have started out that way, but being able to trust my story is only part of it. When I say I want you to trust me, it means I want you to believe me beyond all doubt when I tell you that I love you. Kim tried her very best to suppress the unexpected happy feeling welling up in her heart. When that didn't work, she hid her grin behind the act of taking another drink. Focus! Angel wants to leave for the day. You can't let that happen. Once she had successfully quelled all outward signs of her emotions, Kim set her drink aside. If what you're doing is something to do with the aliens, then why are you leaving me behind? My reasons will become apparent. Kim snorted. The irony wasn't lost on her that Angel's ultimate make Kim love me plan required her to keep her distance. Can't you give me a hint? Angel seemed to consider it, then relented. You've often given hints as to what you truly want in life. I'm actively working towards that end. I want to make it happen. Trust me a little longer. All will be revealed in time. Does this involve Naomi? Yes, it does. Kim turned away. She'd suspected as much, and there it was. Confirmation. The old fear she'd thought long since buried returned to haunt her once again. The thought of Angel, remembering her past and deciding that living on Earth with her wasn't nearly as interesting as the life she'd left behind. And what was worse, Kim knew, intellectually, that her fear wasn't even a rational one. If Naomi desperately hoped to escape that life, why would Angel want to return to it? Logic told her that it shouldn't matter if Angel risked remembering a life Naomi hated. It shouldn't matter at all. And yet it did. Why? Why did she feel that way? Kim wasn't sure. Could she be jealous of a life best left forgotten? Kim steeled her resolve. None of that mattered. This was the moment of truth. Angel wanted to leave, and Kim's plans to seduce her couldn't possibly succeed if Angel wasn't around to be seduced. I don't want you to leave, Kim blurted. Angel chose not to respond. She tilted her head slightly, in her curious expression. Things are a lot simpler when Angel takes the lead. Now that she was committed, though, Kim pressed on. This side project you've got going, you're ultimately doing it to show me you love me, right? Angel nodded faintly. I'm doing this out of love for you, yes. Kim pressed both hands against the kitchen table to keep them from trembling, hoping to make the action look casual. Courage, Kimmy. In that case, if you really want to show me you love me... Her throat went dry. Yes? Oh God, I'm really doing this, aren't I? Fear and excitement warred in Kim's stomach, fighting for supremacy. If you want to show me, she tried again. There's another way. Something we can do together. Something I'd like to do to you. With you, she corrected. Angel smiled softly. I believe I understand what you're asking. Kim's eyes remained fixed on the table. You've often spoken of this fear, Angel said. You're upset that I might decide to leave. This worries you, and you're hoping to persuade me to stay... longer. Is that it? It isn't that I'm worried about it. Kim raised her chin, but still couldn't muster the courage to look Angel in the eye. You're free to come and go as you want. I know you'll come back. I understand, Angel whispered. If you love someone, set them free. A finger gently bade Kim to look up. Angel framed Kim's face with her hand and kissed her deeply, passionately. I love you too, Angel said, then swept the car keys off the counter and left the room. Kim heard the front door open and close. She blinked in the sudden silence. Hey!
Chapter 31. Naomi was not normally one to panic easily, but today marked a special occasion. She walked to the next group of people, her pace brisk but not hurried. The appearance of normalcy was everything. "Did any of you notice anything unusual about breakfast this morning?" she asked for the 5th time that day. The assorted office drones and wage slaves stared back at her. Their response was the same. Blank and uncaring stares all around, with varying levels of curiosity to make each individual reaction distinct. Naomi was far from reassured. She took the stairs to the next floor. Where could he be? She blamed herself for not thinking things through. It had never occurred to her that the humans would spend hours preparing breakfast before actually serving it. She arrived early in the morning, hoping to transfer her now deposed boss to a more secure location, and had been horrified to discover the sub-basement bustling with human activity. Her frozen boss was nowhere to be found. Naomi had been subtle with her inquiries, but had yet to discover anyone who might have witnessed anything. If something happened to him... 2 offices were open for business on the next level, an insurance adjuster and a small-time private investigation firm. The rest were either closed or available to rent. Naomi made inquiries to any who would talk to her. None provided any useful insight. Her time expended, Naomi felt she had no choice but to abandon her search. She rode the elevator to the 16th floor with a heavy heart, fate uncertain. She opened her office door, and there was Brandon, sitting in one of her office chairs, as if waiting for her.
"Brandon?" she blurted. "How did you—"
"Surprised to see me?"
he asked. "Oh, thank God you're still alive!" Brandon narrowed his gaze, as if weighing her words for insincerity, but Naomi knew there was no insincerity to be found. Her relief was genuine and heartfelt, and she didn't mind showing it. An entire hour's worth of accumulated stress drained away in an instant. The situation couldn't be any more perfect. Brandon was here. It didn't matter whether he had escaped or been freed after the humans found him. A personal confrontation in her office was far preferable to being locked in restraints in front of a Central Authority armed tribunal.
"You poisoned me. You locked me in a freezer,"
Brandon accused. "It was necessary."
"You poisoned me. You locked me in a freezer," he repeated, a little louder this time, apparently on the off chance Naomi hadn't heard or fully appreciated his words the first time.
"My actions were necessary. I realize now that you don't understand. I needed you safely out of the way in order to protect you."
"You poisoned me to protect me."
"The modulator was stolen, taken from us last Friday," Naomi confessed.
Brandon half jerked in his chair.
"What?"
"It was taken, and the apparent theft prompted a need for swift action. I'm certain you've taken the time necessary to fully evaluate my recent, unprecedented behavior, have you not? I can also assume you've become fully aware of my attempts to seize control and have doubtless attempted to locate my stockpile of appropriated weapons."
Brandon did another twitch and half jerk.
"When was this?"
"It was necessary," Naomi said again, not in the mood for games.
"You poisoned me."
"There's no need to repeat earlier accusations," Naomi told him scornfully.
"I see what you're about. You're attempting to demonstrate ignorance in the hopes I'll reveal my dark plans, but what I've done goes well beyond petty world domination schemes. The modulator has been taken. This forced my hand. Without the modulator, our mission cannot be completed in a timely manner. I needed to act swiftly and decisively. My path, regretfully, required you to be safely removed from power and out of my way."
"What have you done?"
"I'm getting to that." Naomi sat down in the chair opposite Brandon and took a moment to clear her throat, hoping to add the weight of drama to her words. "Have you fully considered what will happen to the rest of us here if Central Authority discovers we're behind schedule? Whether I'm found directly responsible for this tragedy or not is irrelevant. As your subordinate, I'd be forced to implicate you to save myself.
I wouldn't want to, but I would." Naomi took a moment to breathe, allowing herself to get choked up. "Although doing so would break my heart." "What heart?" Brandon scoffed. Naomi ignored him. "Can you imagine it? They would destroy you, your entire career, everything you ever worked for, and everything you ever hoped to aspire to." She wrung her hands to demonstrate her angst. "All of it would be ruined, taken from you, and I couldn't let that happen." Wide-eyed silence was her only response. Naomi continued to pour it on. "It remains vital that you tell no one," she said. "None of this goes beyond this room. This conversation will only become relevant if you call attention to it. Pretend you're clueless as before. Tell everyone I never tricked you and locked you in a freezer to seize control. Or better yet, tell them nothing." "You poisoned me." "Oh, give it a rest," she snapped. "You're still alive, aren't you?" "No thanks to you." "You're acting as if you're personally offended somehow. I'm certain this isn't the first time you've been poisoned and stashed in an out-of-the-way location by a subordinate you've known and trusted for years." "How could you do this?" Naomi turned away, partially to convey guilt, but mostly because the sight of Brandon's ever-widening eyes was becoming distastefully disturbing. "I did it out of respect for you. You've always been there for me as an idealistic icon, a mentor, someone protecting me, looking out for me. I couldn't bear the guilt of seeing you destroyed by another." "So you decided to do it yourself?" Naomi kept her face averted, turning as much as her chair allowed. Another idea occurred to her. Once certain Brandon couldn't see, she gently touched each eye with her forefinger. When she turned back to face him, her reddened eyes were flowing with tears. "Don't you see? It was out of respect. I did it all to protect you. With you safely out of the way, they'd look to me and no further. As the team's new self-appointed leader, I'd be blamed, and you'd be spared any further scrutiny." Despite her words, Brandon still seemed unimpressed and somewhat incredulous. "This isn't working," Naomi realized. "He's not buying it." Brandon rose to his feet, and Naomi half rose in answer. He raised his hand. Naomi readied herself. "Thank you for explaining," he said. Naomi's grip on the armrests slipped, and she slid halfway back into her chair. "What?" she gasped. "I understand now. It all makes sense." Naomi felt herself relaxed. Then Brandon shook his head. No, wait. It doesn't make sense. You lost the modulator. When? How did this happen?" "It was taken—" "No, you lost the modulator to outsiders and felt compelled to recover it. I understood that much. How is seizing power for yourself a solution?" "It remains vital that we recover the modulator before central authority notices our collective failure and replaces us with a more competent crew. As a victim of a trusted but now proven competent subordinate who'd ruthlessly take advantage and seize control, you'd be blameless and escape the purge." "It doesn't work that way. I'm in charge. I'm the one responsible for you and your mistakes." "But my way is better," Naomi insisted, now beginning to despair. Was Brandon too dim to understand the full complexity of her logic? "You trusted me. I removed you from power. My proven success and ambition elevates my competence. This won't change even if I'm caught. I've proven myself, but if you're left in charge despite my efforts, then it follows that you're the leader responsible for an incompetent subordinate. A subordinate who was not only directly responsible for losing the modulator in the first place, but also failed to remove you from power in an effort to save herself." Brandon's eyes went flat. "No, your so-called solution leaves you in power. I'm not leaving you in charge of anything." "Better to be found guilty of misplaced trust than guilty of presiding over incompetent subordinates." "But it isn't your power." Brandon picked up a pen from Naomi's desk, then threw it down again in an apparent effort to fully convey his growing frustration. "It isn't yours. You stole it." "Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to take it back. Better to be guilty of misplaced trust in me one solitary time than guilty of trusting me even after you'd been successfully disposed of and replaced. If you remain a victim of my takeover, your only crime would be misplaced trust." Naomi drew back to demonstrate surprise and astonishment. Are you suggesting you'd rather be seen as incompetent? How could that be a more favorable outcome? Why shouldn't I remove you now? Why would you wish to? Naomi countered. At present, I'm the only one at fault. Are you prepared to remove me from power and assume full responsibility for my crimes? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't? How can you be certain? Can you afford to take that chance? I am not leaving you in charge of anything, Brandon thundered. Naomi assumed he spoke without contractions to better emphasize his words. Undeterred by Brandon's refusal to accept her version of reality at face value, Naomi tried another tactic. Any attempts to remove me from power will fail. You can't get rid of me. Why can't I? Because I'm the only one with all the information. What information? Naomi proceeded to reel him in, then symbolically threw him into a water-filled bucket to be cleaned and devoured at her leisure. There are complex plans in motion, she said slyly. The cards are on the table, and I'm the only one who understands the rules. If you're attempting to reassume power, it's vital you know what steps I've taken, or risk further disaster. Brandon shielded his eyes, as if attempting to massage away a headache. This was the reaction Naomi had been hoping for, and she seized her opportunity. Her hand snaked under the desk, searching. There it was. The weapon fit easily into her hand. It was roughly half the size of a credit card, a low-quality holdout from earlier times, which wouldn't trigger an immediate alarm. A quick glance confirmed it had a full charge. Brandon still hadn't noticed her actions. I don't think this is a good idea, he said. Naomi shook her head. No, that's terrible. Say instead, you'll never get away with this. Try that, only with feeling. Brandon half-turned in his chair. I'll never get away with what? Close enough, Naomi said, and shot him.
Chapter 32. Naomi had only finished setting her internal alarm to zap Brandon every 3.5 hours when someone knocked on her office door. Come in, she called. The double doors opened, and a burly man with short, sandy blonde hair stuck his head inside. It took Naomi a moment to recognize him as one of her newly acquired sentry minions, Samuel, or something similar.
The woman, Angel, is here, he said in a deep, gravelly voice. Naomi leapt to her feet. She's been captured? The sentry's eyebrows squished together in apparent confusion. No, she's here for her 8:30 appointment. Frowning, Naomi activated her computer link and did a quick scan of her schedule. 8:30. Meet with Angel. She wasn't certain how to feel about that. A meeting made things convenient, but it was also disturbing that the appointment had somehow been arranged without her knowledge. Naomi sat down at her desk, readjusted her glasses, and folded her hands before her in an effort to make herself appear more presentable and natural. Show her in. The minion swung the door open. Angel stepped past him. She ignored the open chairs before Naomi's desk, apparently content to stand. This is unexpected, Naomi admitted. Where's your friend? She wouldn't have approved of our meeting. Why are you here? Have you come to return the sex toy? Angel ignored the question. I believe I understand the nature of the restrictions placed upon you. I'd like to offer a suggestion. I see. Naomi leaned forward to convey her interests, then thought better of it and leaned back to conceal it instead. Her lips curled into an arrogant smirk. You must be getting desperate after your recent failure. What failure? Oh, there's no need to deny it, Naomi mocked. You think you are oh so clever, going out of your way to make a nuisance of yourself, deliberately triggering alarms to prompt a response. Angel's eyes widened. I missed one? Naomi ignored the transparent denial and pointed a finger in accusation. Your plan was to defeat your attackers and interrogate them for the next clue. Very clever, but not clever enough. Thank you? Pray, enlighten me. What information did you extract from my minions? What secrets were you able to discover? Naomi stood to more effectively slam her fist against the table. Nothing! She cried. You discovered nothing, that's what, because all of my minions know nothing. How could you possibly uncover my hidden secrets when there are no secrets to reveal? Your ingenious plan might have worked with someone else, but not with me. Your pathetic attempts to secure information have failed.
We didn't even try, Angel said. Naomi mentally stumbled for a second, but quickly recovered. A transparent denial! If you didn't interrogate them, then that was because you knew the interrogation would fail. It never even occurred to us. She blinked. What? To clarify, it never occurred to us to try. Naomi didn't even attempt to hide her annoyance. No, that's impossible. That can't be true. Why else would you deliberately sabotage the surveillance system, knowing it would alert us? Angel tilted her head slightly. Disabling the surveillance system triggered an alarm? I was alerted because the power was cut, not because of an alarm. I see. I admit I hadn't anticipated that. You didn't know? Naomi was aghast. I honestly had no idea. I disabled what I thought to be the security system. Kim would have been horrified to discover we'd been recorded. I see. Naomi resumed her seat, shaken. As I said before, I believe I understand the nature of the restrictions placed upon you. I'd like to offer a suggestion. Go ahead. You currently lack the mental strength necessary to take a chance. I want to help. Robbing a bank, for example, would do wonders toward establishing yourself as a villain. I don't need that sort of notoriety. Notoriety and fame are not the goals. You'd be doing it to strengthen your inner resolve. It would benefit you personally. Speaking of seemingly pointless exercises, does this suggestion have anything to do with what you said the other night? You told me you were a scout. You said your love for Kim gave you the strength to resist. That love led to your independence. It did. But that doesn't make sense. Is this your original body? Angel seemed taken aback. Why wouldn't it be? Naomi could only stare with open incredulity. What was going on? Why would Angel pretend ignorance? Did Kim become your purpose in life? I'm devoted to her, yes. My happiness is dependent upon her happiness. Angel's words were only partially reassuring. A lifelong purpose was typically work-related. Was Angel suggesting she had somehow substituted Kim as her defining purpose? Naomi could accept the remote possibility of it, but her explanation didn't go far enough. That tells me how you set aside social restrictions, but it tells me nothing of overcoming the physical restrictions. Angel's eyes scrunched up in what Naomi recognized as the human expression of confusion, as if being confused, or not understanding, or not seeing were all synonymous in causing vision problems. Regarding these social restrictions, Angel said, are you referring to the method of adopting an alternative role to play? Don't you already know? Naomi was again appalled at Angel's apparent ignorance. How could this woman be familiar with one side of the equation but not the other? Are you guessing? I'm hoping to confirm what I already believe to be true. Please, tell me more about these social restrictions. Naomi was once again struck by the bizarre nature of the conversation. An outsider would never be told anything. An insider would already know everything there was to know. Could she be wrong about Angel's origins? Was she making a mistake? What if Angel wasn't one of them? No, don't even think about it. Fine, I'll give you a history lesson. She sat back in her chair. Our civilization has been carefully crafted to be a society of purpose. Our people fulfill specific roles in life. If there's a pressing demand for technicians, for example, we make them. Each individual is designed and created, mentally predisposed towards that certain specific line of work. They're gifted with all the specific skills and talents necessary to excel in that job. But the system is far from perfect. If one of those technicians decides she'd much rather be a doctor, or an entertainer, or anything else, then that's too bad. They're a technician. That is their inescapable purpose in life. For a moment, Naomi was tempted to brag about how she'd overcome her own restrictions, how embracing the role of a supervillain had allowed her new purpose without replacing the old. But then her self-preservation instinct kicked in, and she cut herself off before she could say a word. Angel hasn't given me a path to freedom yet, she reminded herself.
You also referred to my original body, Angel said.
These bodies aren't our own. Naomi placed a hand on her chest. Our technology allows for us to operate expendable bodies, similar to ours. The body you see before you is nothing more than a puppet, a construct.
Do you know where your true body is located?
Naomi drew in an unnecessary breath to better snort her contempt of central authority. All I know is that they're locked away, kept hidden from us, kept safe from harm, as they're fond of saying. It's another way they maintain control.
Angel nodded. So if you chose to walk away...
How could we? Walk away to where? How far could we go? If I walked away, I'd risk my personality being changed at the source. My every word and deed is being recorded. No one would risk allowing me a new body until after someone in authority had established what went wrong.
I see.
Naomi let her frustration show. If you were once one of us, how could you not know this?
Why don't you fear it?
Fear what?
Your words suggest that they'd sever the connection to this body at the first hint of disloyalty, but your actions tell a different tale.
Angel settled into one of the plush chairs opposite Naomi.
Isn't that what you're doing? Aren't you in open rebellion?
I'm able to talk with you because I sincerely believe you to be one of us, or used to be. Naomi placed her hands on the table. Now, enough about our people. I've grown tired of this line of questioning. How were you able to achieve physical independence? Please, how did you escape? Angel looked thoughtful but didn't answer. Naomi felt her heart sink. Please tell me you have a solution.
I'm contemplating how to best answer your question.
And?
I'd hoped to conceal this entire conversation from Kim, but I fear I need an expert.
I thought you were in love with her.
I'm very much in love with her.
But you don't trust her. You hesitate to confide in her. Is this love strictly one-sided?
Trust is very much a factor in our relationship. I have no doubt our love is mutual, but Kim often has difficulty expressing herself.
How can you be certain she cares for you at all if she's unable to express it? Angel's expression darkened.
She wants to marry me, for one.
Naomi was taken aback by the contradictory message. Then why do you look upset?
Kim asked, and I refused. I told her no.
Why?
I'd recently won $3 in the state lottery. Kim decided to exploit the fact to propose to me.
Angel rose to her feet, apparently for more room to wave her arms about.
She seized upon it as an excuse. When she proposed to me, she went out of her way to avoid saying anything that could possibly be considered romantic in any way whatsoever.
Naomi traced a finger over the armrest of her chair. If she's willing to marry you for a low amount, doesn't that prove her love for you?
I don't see how it could, Angel huffed.
People often marry for love, but they also do so for financial reasons, or due to social pressures, or out of obligation, or any number of things. Are you more of a romantic than her?
Kim has often accused me of being so.
Then I would suggest that marrying under a flimsy excuse might be the height of romance for her.
How could it be?
Think of it from your partner's perspective, Naomi said. If you were wealthy, and Kim asked you to marry her, would you assume she wanted you or your money? Your situation is the exact opposite. By her words and actions, she's demonstrated money is insignificant to her. I would suggest to you that it's merely the catalyst. All she needed was an excuse. Angel bowed her head.
I hadn't thought of it that way, she admitted.
By telling you the money isn't important, she's telling you she loves you.
But I still don't see the point. How would our lives change if Kim and I married and made it official? I'm still amazed she's willing to endure the embarrassment of an elaborate ceremony, even if it isn't in front of friends and family.
Another point in her favor. Angel took a step back, as if stunned. Kim loves you. Congratulations. Naomi's thoughts turned inward. I wish I could be so lucky.
What of the woman at the warehouse?
She's not interested in me. All Melanie has done is agree to help.
Angel's eyes were intense. Regardless, are you interested in her?
It was Naomi's turn to grow silent.
Are you?
Angel pressed. A line creased Naomi's brow. Yes, very much so, but it doesn't matter. As I've said, she's not interested in me.
She might be more interested than you expect,
Angel said, and left without another word.
Chapter 33.
Kim sat in the middle of her living room couch. A half-empty glass of water sat within easy reach. She had forgotten it was there. Every so often she would reactivate her electronic book reader, then set it aside and pick it back up again. It couldn't hold her attention, though. Internal thoughts consumed her. It had taken several long hours before she could admit to herself that her plan to seduce Angel was only half complete. She had worked out several well-defined reasons to justify why she should implement it, but had yet to consider any of the details. All of this was done on purpose, as the plan was meant to be impulsive and spontaneous. Kim firmly believed details were the polar opposite of spontaneity. She hadn't been consciously aware of it, but her decision had also been largely influenced by the embarrassing nature of the project. This was not to last, though. As the minutes stretched into hours, embarrassment became less of a factor, and finally a turning point had been reached. Kim realized with a start that her plan was a plan in name only, a mere statement of intent and not a true plan at all. To go in blind would be a critical mistake. An impulsive and spontaneous plan left too much to chance. It wasn't in Kim's nature to leave things to chance. Details began to emerge, again backed by full justification. Kim set aside her book reader for the last time. A smile spread across her lips. The appearance of spontaneity, that was the key to success. And it needed to be convincing.
I'm not giving up on you, Angel.
Kim's encounter with Angel that morning had shown her the bitter truth. She had the will but lacked the courage to give it strength. It had been a mistake to attempt to change Angel's plans. The only thing she knew for certain was that Angel would return home eventually. And that would be the moment to strike. All she'd have to do is wait for the proper moment to tell Angel one simple phrase. Here's what I'd like you to do to me, and then demonstrate. The plan was without flaw. It could not fail. If Angel were even half as susceptible to being lost in the moment as Kim, she wouldn't be able to form a coherent thought until after it was over. By then, it would be too late. All the conditions would be fulfilled. Then, it wouldn't matter what personal information Angel might discover from Naomi. After tonight, Angel would never want to leave her side. Tonight was the night. All she had to do was wait. A key twisted in the front door. Kim looked up at the clock in her DVD player. 4:37. She sprang to her feet, grinning savagely. Not bad at all. She would have the rest of the evening to set her plan in motion. Angel walked past her and upended the bag she carried onto the couch. The contents were enough to raise an eyebrow. Kim sorted through it.
Let's see. Black pants, black shirt, black work gloves, black sunglasses, black pretty much everything.
She stood back and placed her hands on her hips.
Seems innocent to me, she said sarcastically. Nothing suspicious at all.
Good. Angel began stripping where she stood, dropping clothing at her feet. Kim could only stare in stunned silence. It was only after Angel stood completely naked that she began sorting through the collection.
Where are the panties?
She wondered aloud. Kim attempted and failed to avoid looking.
You took them off. I wasn't referring to the ones I was wearing. I bought a new pair specifically for this mission.
Angel turned her attention to the previously discarded shopping bag. A quick search revealed the elusive garment within.
Found them,
she smiled. Kim again unsuccessfully attempted to avoid looking.
Are you going for a new look?
I'm not going to be naked, Angel said, sounding irritated.
She mirrored Kim with her hands on her hips. "I've noticed my state of dress, or lack thereof, always seems to bother you." Kim waved a hand in the general location of the couch and the still unworn collection. "I mean, a new look wearing these clothes. Once you wear them, I mean." Angel looked at the collection and back to Kim. "I'm not wearing anything." "Oh, for the love of— I know that!" Kim cried, exasperated. "Could you please put something on? Anything?" Angel slipped on her black panties and shimmied into her new dark pants. Kim spared only quick glances as she studied the far wall. "So," Kim ventured, "care to tell me where you were all day?" Angel stopped dressing. She turned back to Kim, her new black t-shirt all but forgotten in her hand. "I saw Naomi this afternoon, among other things." "What other things?" "Revealing my secret would diminish the surprise." "What about the rest of the day?" "Revealing what I did with the rest of my day would also diminish the surprise." "Didn't I ask you not to talk to her?" "You did, more than once. I decided to go anyway. We can have makeup sex after I return." Kim risked a look. Angel was wearing a new pair of shoes and socks, black, and now sported a new pair of midnight gloves. But for some inexplicable reason, Angel still had yet to find the time necessary to slip on the shirt. Kim resolved to ignore it, determined not to let it distract her. She wasn't successful. "What, did they run out of black bras at the store?" "I didn't ask for one," Angel said. "They tend to get in the way, I've noticed." "And is there something preventing you from putting on the shirt?" "Not at all." A moment went past. "You are capable of carrying on a conversation and dressing yourself at the same time, aren't you?" "Of course I am," Angel said. "And?" Angel picked up on an earlier thread in the conversation. "Regarding Naomi, you and I don't agree on the risk. You're still afraid I might remember a better life among the stars and worry I might choose to embrace that history." "Still waiting." "And I'm hoping to convince you otherwise. That's why I'm doing this. I believe in the power of love. I'm convinced true love will give Naomi the mental strength necessary to take a chance. That could only benefit us." Kim tapped her foot. "There's a reason the aliens favor acting in secret. I believe it's because they're in a precarious position that can't withstand the light of exposure. Having Naomi as an ally will— For God's sake, Angel, put the shirt on!" Angel slipped the shirt on over her head. "You mentioned seeing Naomi," Kim grumbled. "So tell me, how did the meeting go?" "I believe she's taken the bait, so to speak." Angel tucked her long, milky white hair down the back of her shirt. "There's been progress. I'm still working on it." "That explains 1 hour out of your day, maybe 2. What about the rest of it?" "That's what I'm working on. I can't stay for very long. We have matters to discuss, but I only return to change my clothes." "Yeah, I've been wondering about that," Kim remarked dryly. "Are you planning on stealing something?" Angel studied the ceiling and didn't answer, apparently hoping to avert suspicion. Kim's suspicions weren't averted. "Well?" "Not exactly," Angel said. "You're not going to tell me?" "I'd rather not. Now that that's settled, I need to borrow your car." "Are you planning on using my car to commit a crime?" The evasive look returned. "I admit the legality of my actions, or lack thereof, depends upon certain specific, and perhaps liberal, interpretations of lawful activity." "Care to expand on that?" "Again, I'd rather not." "Angel!" "You weren't overly concerned about the legality of our actions before," Angel pointed out. "Then you weren't paying attention." Kim brushed aside a stray lock of hair. "When we broke into that building, it scared the hell out of me. Is that what you're doing now? Committing a crime, but doing it for the greater good?" Angel's face contorted and twisted. "Yes," she said finally. "I predict in almost 100% certainty that my actions will be sanctioned by our new employers should my mission succeed." "And that mission is?" Angel sighed. "You're not letting this go, are you?" "Not at all." "Fine, I'll give in." "Thank you." To ease your conscience, yes, go ahead. You should think of my mission in a different way.
Kim threw her hands in the air.
How am I supposed to do that? You're not giving me anything.
Angel looked as if she'd bitten into something sour.
Legality and consequences.
She waved a hand.
Both are overrated concepts. Tell me this. What defines criminal activity? Assume for a moment that you're stopped at a red light at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's no other traffic. You're alone and have assessed the situation. After weighing your options, you decide to proceed as if the light were green. Has a crime been committed if there's no one to witness it? Similarly, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Yes to both.
Angel looked away with a scowl.
This is becoming frustrating. 3 times you've taken my car and driven off to God knows where to do God knows what. Now you're all but admitting you're up to something illegal, but don't worry, Kim, that's okay. You don't have a thing to worry about because I'm Angel and petty minor concerns like law and order don't apply to me. How can I be guilty of a crime if I don't intend to get caught? I won't deny that true criminals justify their actions to their ultimate sorrow, but my situation is different from that of the average criminal. Criminals aren't sanctioned by a higher power. Give me one good reason why I should let you go.
I can give you 3.
Oh, that's nice.
Kim folded her arms.
This I've got to hear.
My primary reason has something to do with your greatest fear. Kim thought for a moment.
Spiders?
Angel's left eye twitched.
No. I'm not fond of snakes either.
I mentioned this specific fear earlier in this conversation. Kim was still drawing a blank. She remembered Angel stripping off her clothes and taking forever to put on a shirt, but little beyond that. Kim's eyes narrowed.
You're not thinking about going out naked, are you?
Forget that reason. Why not think of the other reasons I prepared instead?
Which are?
The second reason is plausible deniability.
That's not a reason.
Why wouldn't it be? Plausible deniability adequately explains my reluctance to share information. You'll be left in the enviable position of being able to honestly say you had no idea what I was up to should things turn unpleasant.
And your third reason?
Ignorance is bliss.
Ah.
Kim glanced back at the kitchen.
I don't suppose you'd be interested in dinner before you go.
There's no time. I could be returning late. I'll bring back Taco Bell upon my return. Chapter 34. The sudden plunge into darkness roused Kim from a deep slumber. She reached over to Angel's side of the bed. It was empty. That confirmed it. Her trap had been sprung. Not a physical trap, which Angel might have noticed and avoided, but a psychological one. A trap Kim had designed with her elusive girlfriend in mind. Kim had left all the lights burning brightly from the living room to the hallway, anticipating Angel would switch them off as she approached the bedroom. The darkness told her that her plan had been successful. She glanced at the clock on her dresser. 2:15 a.m.
Perfect.
A moving shadow caught her attention. Angel stood undressing on her side of the bed. She pulled the covers aside and slipped in next to her. Kim's breathing quickened. Now was the time. She tried to capture her earlier enthusiasm, but her courage was nowhere to be found. Instead, old fears rose to the forefront. Was this plan the right one? Did she have the strength of will to go through with it?
This isn't working. For self-preservation? For science? Those reasons are stupid. What was I thinking? Not all of the reasons, Kim realized. Do it because it's Angel. Do it because this is what you want to do. Focus on that. Hi.
Kim swallowed past her suddenly dry throat.
I'm glad you're home.
Angel didn't reply. She freed a hand from the bed covers and gave Angel's shoulder a gentle nudge.
Angel? Don't go to sleep.
A hand touched hers. Kim pulled it close, wrapping both hands around it, gathering the shards of her willpower.
Good for you. Angel's awake, so spring the trap already. I've been meaning to talk to you about the other morning. That was kind of a lame proposal, wasn't it?
Kim forced a laugh.
It sounded unconvincing in her ears. Angel turned on her side, facing her.
Demonstration of love Angel can't deny. You know, I'd rather not do anything embarrassing in front of a crowd, but if it's for you, I'm willing to do it.
Kim took another breath.
Please, I want you to know. The money isn't important to me. All that matters is you.
Angel's eyes widened ever so slightly.
I think we can make it...
She shifted closer, and Kim found herself being pressed back into the bed by a very naked Angel. She kissed Kim as if she were the most wonderful, most beautiful person in the entire world. Passion gave her the strength to act. In a burst of lust-inspired courage, Kim did a half-roll to invert their positions and went on the offensive. If Angel was surprised by the bold maneuver, Kim was not aware of it. All of her attention was centered on the here and now, on what lay before her. She kissed and touched Angel everywhere she could, nuzzling down the nape of her neck to her soft and wondrous breasts, allowing herself to be distracted for only a moment or two before moving on. A little further. The true reward was yet to be reached. Through it all, Kim kept her focus. Passion and desire fueled her determination. Her own hands never stilled, never stopped loving Angel. She slipped further down the bed, kissing Angel's stomach, and further still. She didn't dare slow her progress or stop to think, fearing her courage would abandon her. Her hands touched and caressed Angel's silky smooth legs while she kissed along the inside of her knee. All the places Kim loved and enjoyed when it was Angel loving and touching her.
But best of all, most of all, because I never ever want Angel to leave.
Kim's heart beat like a hammer in her chest. She trailed back to kiss Angel's inner thigh, knowing it personally drove her crazy with anticipation and want when it was Angel doing the same with her. Her final prize was close. So close, she could almost taste it. And so she did. In that wonderful, shining moment, time stood still. Kim's senses filled, as if she'd overdosed on caffeine. Full of elation, but without all the uncomfortable twitching side effects. Any and all reservations were now forever laid to rest. The sight before her, and the taste upon her tongue, was like the sweetest...
No comparing Angel to plant life.
At first, Angel seemed content to simply experience what Kim had to offer, breathing deeply, as if savoring each moment. It wasn't long before she began to move, though, writhing under Kim's loving touch. Each gasp and cry fueled Kim's own excitement. It made her want to give Angel more and more. She was already looking forward to the next time, and the next, and the one after that.
Wait, wasn't I supposed to tell Angel? That's right. I need to stop what I'm doing and tell her. I need to stop. Better stop. I need to stop. Yeah. I need to stop. I'm stopping now. Now. And now. Anytime. This time for real. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Okay, this isn't working.
Angel certainly wasn't being at all helpful. For an alien who didn't need to breathe, she certainly gave a good impression of a woman who did. Her fingers wound their way through Kim's hair, which turned out to be necessary as Angel was having difficulty keeping herself still. Kim relished knowing she was the direct cause of it. She felt connected to Angel like never before. Then came the moment. Angel trembled, groaned, and writhed against her. Kim held on as best she could until Angel collapsed into the bed, boneless and gasping. Kim couldn't stop smiling. She wanted to jump up and dance about the bed in a victory dance, and she didn't even dance. She had only begun kissing her way back up to where she'd started when another thought occurred to her. Wouldn't it be worth knowing if aliens were multi-orgasmic? Scientifically speaking, of course. Turnabout was fair play, after all. Chapter 35. Kim retrieved her late morning breakfast from the microwave. 3 leftover, formerly crunchy tacos. Yum. She scooped them over to a waiting paper plate, doing her best not to burn her fingers from the melted cheese.
She was in a very good mood. Last night had been a success on all accounts, and not simply for the obvious reason. The inevitable first time was no longer an issue. The pressure was off. Angel wouldn't want to get married, and... Kim's breath caught. She stumbled, but managed to catch herself in time to save her breakfast and her dignity. It took a moment before the implications of what she'd just thought began to sink in. Kim had taken marriage off the table last night. Because of her actions, Angel wouldn't see a reason to get married anymore. This was a good thing, wasn't it? Hadn't denying Angel her primary reason to get married been the entire reason she'd gone through with it? Okay, admittedly not the entire reason. It had been one of several, but hadn't it been the very best of the 3 or 4 primary reasons for doing so? Kim bit into her taco as she considered the question. How many reasons did she have? What were the others again? Deny Angel her reason to get married. That had been the primary reason. Reason 2, because she flat out couldn't stop thinking about it and had really wanted to do it. Another good primary reason. The wanting to do it reason tied into and supported the inevitability justification, or the third reason. It was going to happen, eventually. Number 4, self-preservation. Perhaps more of a theory, but still good enough to qualify. 5, because each delay increased the moment's significance. It had needed to happen sooner rather than later. Kim finished her meal and scraped up the remaining bits of shell, hamburger, cheese, and lettuce from her plate, devouring them all. 6. The pressing need for scientific discovery. This could also be seen as a bonus, as she'd proven Angel wasn't any sort of android. Kim's brain took a sudden detour into the gutter.
Multi-orgasmic makes 7,
it reminded her.
Oh, God.
Kim sank lower into her seat, then admonished herself sharply.
What's the matter with you? Stop smiling, you lunatic!
Angel walked into the kitchen then. She wore a blue button-down shirt, a pair of white panties, and nothing else. The button-down shirt was also notable, as Kim noted that Angel had neglected to fasten any of the buttons.
Would it kill you to put some clothes on?
Angel glanced down at herself.
I'm wearing a shirt,
she pointed out.
An open shirt.
Angel grinned.
Why should it matter?
Her voice grew softer, more sensuous.
I have reason to believe you enjoy my naked body.
Kim sank even lower.
You're awfully distracting like that,
she murmured.
Thank you.
Kim closed her eyes and attempted to recover her train of thought. Hadn't there been another justification? It had been an important one. Perhaps the most important of all. What was it? Angel took Kim's plate away and set it in the sink, then took a moment to check the refrigerator.
Did you eat all of them?
The tacos?
Yes, why?
I was hoping to have one. It doesn't matter. Angel poured a glass of orange juice and set it in front of Kim, before taking a seat opposite her. She rested her elbows on the table and smiled as though she thought Kim the most fascinating person in the entire world. Kim realized, then, that last night had netted an unforeseen side benefit. If Angel's romance-oriented goals had been met last night, shouldn't that mean there would no longer be any secrets between them? But instead of being elated, Kim was appalled. Dear God, how many reasons did she have, anyway? Did that make 8? When had her list gotten so extensive? Would you like to know what I discovered when I met with Naomi the other day? Angel asked.
Go ahead.
Kim rubbed at her eyes. She definitely needed the distraction.
But first things first, did you tell her you lost your memory?
I did not.
Did she let on why she's convinced you're one of them?
She never offered a reason, but I have no doubt she believes it.
What did you talk about?
A new piece to the puzzle. Angel folded her hands on the table. Naomi told me the bodies they inhabit aren't their own. They use the equivalent of android copies of themselves, which they operate remotely from an undisclosed location. Their superiors tell them this is done to prevent needless danger, but Naomi resents this as another form of control. If any of them become a problem, those in control need only cut the link.
Okay, I'm with you so far. Looks like they got some sort of avatar or surrogate setup going for themselves,
Kim said, referring to the movies of the same names.
And Naomi thinks this applies to you.
Angel gave a faint nod. She doesn't understand how I was able to escape confinement. It doesn't make sense to her. She wants my secret.
Naomi is right. It doesn't make sense. You're not an android anything, Angel. You may not have to eat and breathe like a normal human, but you are most definitely alive. I'm convinced of that.
How can you be sure?
Multi-orgasmic, suggested her inner voice.
Kim stopped blinking.
Because I've seen you go to the bathroom, she offered instead.
Angel shifted in her chair.
That's only true in the literal sense. I'm probably going to regret asking this, but what does that mean? Whenever I go to the bathroom, I close the door and wait several minutes, then I flush the toilet, wash my hands, and leave.
Kim hadn't been aware of this.
Food and water?
I partake in both, but I'm uncertain if I truly need either one. I don't ignore it when it's available, though.
What about sleeping? I've seen you sleep.
I enjoy sleeping with you. Kim's face heated.
I didn't mean sexually.
To clarify, each night I look forward to sleeping with you in the same bed.
Got it.
However, your previous assertion was also correct. I enjoy sleeping with you sexually. Her grin widened.
That's one of my point is, I enjoy it a lot. My point is, you're not like her. The android puppet theory might work in her case, but how does it make sense as it relates to you? Are you suggesting your bosses decided one day that they didn't like you and cut the link?
I can't speak as to why they might have done it, but why wouldn't it be possible?
Because a body can't function without a mind to guide it. How are you still talking and breathing?
Breathing is more of a habit.
Not the point. If your body is some sort of puppet avatar, it should have fallen over in a lifeless heap the moment they severed the connection. Her theory doesn't work with you.
Naomi didn't understand it either.
I'm not even sure how it works in her case, Kim said. If one of them decides to go independent and they cut the connection, they'd be leaving their enemies a fully intact and conveniently lifeless android chock full of all sorts of advanced alien technology for them to take apart and study. How does that make any sense?
Better than leaving the potential enemies a disloyal servant, ready and willing to betray their own kind.
Good point, Kim admitted.
She sipped at her orange juice.
What else did you talk about?
We talked of our mutual need to belong, about the need for a purpose in our lives. Kim looked to the floor, the refrigerator, the countertop, which she idly noted needed cleaning. Anywhere but at Angel. Her words troubled her more than she cared to admit. A need for a purpose suggested that Angel might be looking for fulfillment beyond what domestic life with her could provide.
Surely Angel isn't still thinking about...
Is something wrong? Angel asked. Kim waved a hand, trying to control her racing thoughts.
No, nothing's wrong. Sorry, I was thinking about... something else. Angel isn't going to leave me, especially not after last night. Stop worrying about it. She's finished trying to find out more about herself.
I believe I should clarify regarding Naomi's fears, Angel said. Regardless of her cast-off avatar body, Naomi herself would still be wherever her physical body happened to be. She fears her personality being rewritten at the source, not the threat of someone cutting the link.
That does sound pretty horrible.
Kim shuddered at the thought.
We appreciate your dedication and the years of service, but remember back in the day when you were young, malleable, and innocent? You're going back to being that person again. Forget the 20-some-odd years in between. We're going to pretend they didn't happen, literally forget them.
Perhaps my memory loss isn't memory loss at all. Angel touched a hand to her chest. This body spent years under the care of Dr. Harrison. I could be the result of Blackgate's artificial intelligence gaming system personalities after they took possession of the empty shell the aliens left behind. Kim felt a chill running down her spine. That wasn't possible, was it? Angel took note of Kim's expression.
Is this what you believe? Do you think I'm artificial? Nothing more than a machine? I don't think you are, Kim answered carefully. But I also don't think that it matters.
Angel gave her a dubious look.
Some people can't wrap their heads around the possibility, but I'd argue that a truly advanced artificial intelligence would be another form of life, and worth protecting. People think it simply isn't possible for a machine-based intelligence to have free will. I don't agree with that. Why wouldn't a sufficiently advanced form of technology be able to replicate or improve upon the things an organic brain could do?
The silence was broken only by the central air heating system switching itself on.
Is this really bothering you?
Kim asked.
A little,
Angel said.
I don't like thinking I could be artificial. You're not. Multi-orgasmic. Shut up. Would you like me to test you?
Angel looked surprised.
There's a test? From the movie Blade Runner. It's a classic. Don't worry about smoking, it won't affect the test.
Angel now looked confused as well as surprised. Kim cleared her throat.
It's your birthday, and someone gives you a calfskin wallet. How do you react? Please clarify. Is the new wallet better than the one I have? Better how?
Is it considered to be of higher quality? Will I be able to put more things in it?
Kim shrugged. Sure, why not? Then I'd keep it. Interesting. An ordinary human might feel sorry for the calf. What calf? The calf that died in order to make the wallet? Considering the wallet was meant as a birthday gift, I believe I'd be more interested in discovering the true date of my birthday. Fair enough. Next question. You're in a desert, walking along in the sand when you see a tortoise. The tortoise lays on its back, belly baking in the hot sun, beating its legs, trying to turn itself over. But it can't. Not without your help. But you're not helping. Why is that? I wouldn't want the eagle to starve. Okay, that's new. What eagle? When eagles hunt, they're known to drop tortoises from great heights to split open their shells. I admit this is making an assumption that the tortoise didn't fall onto its back on its own. Okay, that's a good answer. Wouldn't want the eagle to starve, got it. Next question. A little boy shows you his butterfly collection plus the killing jar. What do you do? Are these questions meant for me to contemplate how animals serve a far greater purpose in death than they do in life? They're meant to evoke an emotional response. Although, I've got to admit, I've never really thought of it that way before. Next.
Kim decided to skip ahead. The "how do you feel about your mother" question hadn't ended well for the interviewer in the film.
You're reading a magazine and come across a full-page nude photo of a girl. Is the girl cute?
Kim rolled her eyes.
Angel. Fine.
Angel heaved a dramatic sigh and leaned back, not seeming to care one whit that this resulted in her shirt falling completely open.
To answer, I'd mentally compare her naked body to yours, then evaluate... Right?
Kim's chair scraped the floor as she pushed it back and stood up.
I think we're done here. How did I do? Did you discover anything useful? We've conclusively proven that you've never seen Blade Runner. Other than that, nothing. What else?
Kim knew for a fact that Angel wasn't vulnerable to Harry Mudd's "shut up" phrase from the original Star Trek. A verbal shutdown would have been too great a vulnerability. Any other mad scientist geek might have written it in, but that hadn't been Dr. Harrison's style. He'd wanted his androids self-aware, free, and indistinguishable from humanity. Potential robot uprisings be damned.
Let's go back to what Naomi said,
Kim said.
I'm convinced she's wrong about you. For starters, if you were part of a previous expedition, why didn't she recognize you? Perhaps the information was erased, or perhaps she didn't have access to it.
Kim held up 2 fingers, determined not to be sidetracked.
Second point, you've always been able to read books, but when we found that thing we found, you couldn't make sense of the alien writing. Why not? Reading skills don't selectively vanish, not even with amnesia. How could you read and understand English but not your native language? Perhaps I learned English from the artificial intelligence tenants living rent-free in my head, as you describe them. Also a valid point, Kim conceded. Can you explain how Naomi's escaped puppet theory applies to you? No, it doesn't make sense to her either. Bottom line is, I don't think you're one of them.
Kim's grin got away from her.
Sorry, Angel, they may be androids, but they're not your androids. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Do you honestly believe that? Or were you manipulating the conversation in order to use that joke? Mostly the second, Kim admitted. Normally when people think of androids, they're thinking robots, with all the typical robot limitations, emotionless machines designed to pass for human, that sort of thing. That they're not really alive. But these are aliens, Angel. Who's to say an advanced civilization can't custom make their own population if they feel like it? Tweaking the genetic code from the ground up without the randomness of sexual reproduction. Kim was on her feet, unable to contain herself. Imagine an entire civilization designed specifically for longevity, or engineered to be able to withstand extremes of heat, cold, disease, and radiation. They could live anywhere, not just on habitable planets in a star system's Goldilocks zone. That's probably what the aliens actually are, or at least close to it. They certainly wouldn't be emotionless robots surrounded by living tissue.
Angel seemed almost shaken. That's actually frighteningly similar to what Naomi told me. She told me that their people are designed and created rather than born.
My point is, someone wanted you as perfect as could be. If you are one of them, then what if they made you so perfect that, even after they cut the link, you started living your own life?
Apparently this was exactly the right thing to say. Angel hugged Kim's head to her sizable chest.
Thank you.
Kim's heartbeat spiked. Having her head engulfed by breasts wasn't leaving her much room for oxygen, but she quickly discovered that she wasn't at all adverse to the experience.
You need to come with me, Angel said,
or rather seemed to say. Her voice came through heavily muffled.
Talk. Naomi. Day.
The hug ended. Kim gasped for air. Angel gave her a curious look.
Are you okay?
Ah, Kim said. She held up one finger in a silent plea for time.
What?
Yeah. Kim greedily sucked in oxygen.
I'm good. Did you say something else about Naomi?
I need to talk to her once more, Angel said. But this time you're coming with me. My project is finished. Assuming I'm successful, you and I should know everything there is to know about Naomi and her people before long. Kim's stomach tightened as the old fear flared up again.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Get over it, Kimmy. Angel's not interested in her old life, so you really need to stop worrying about it. She only wants to talk to Naomi because she's hoping to save the world. It isn't anything bigger than that.
Angel seemed to take note of Kim's reaction. There's no need to be afraid.
I'm not afraid,
Kim said at once, irritated at being read so easily. Why did Angel always assume the thought of losing her was her absolute worst fear? Wait, her worst fear. Why did that sound familiar? Then it clicked. Kim's blood ran cold. Angel had hinted that her secret mission had something to do with Kim's worst fear. Now it made sense. The nameless fear had been a reference to Kim's fear of losing Angel. Her own words confirmed it. Angel hadn't abandoned her search for self-discovery. She intended to go through with it. Chapter 36. Kim reached out a hand to steady herself. It couldn't be true. Angel wasn't going to leave her. Surely she was overreacting, seeing potential for disaster where there was none to be found. This wasn't the time to panic. Angel had even said not to be afraid. But the inner voices refused to be silenced.
You were in a great mood this morning. Do you remember what killed it? It was the thought of Angel not having a reason to marry you anymore.
It all came back to her then. When Kim had listed her reasons, she'd forgotten the most important reason of all. A demonstration of love Angel couldn't deny. Making love to Angel was supposed to ensure that she would stay by her side and never ever want to leave her. If theirs were a sappy storybook romance, shouldn't loving Angel be enough to compel her to stay? In a storybook romance, it might. But theirs wasn't a storybook romance. Kim knew enough about the subject to know certain things were to be expected. Unless a romance was a sanitized, save-for-the-entire-family story, the hero would eventually sleep with the romantic interest. That much was certain. It might take more than half the story, but it would happen eventually. Everything would end in a happily ever after. That was the established pattern. But not in the tragic romance. Those were notably different. In those, after their night of passion, the hero moved on. Their separation might be done out of duty, or because of conflicting loyalties, or even because the hero got him or herself killed. But the end result was always the same. Separation. The love of their life would be left behind, and both would end up alone. Neither party would get their happily ever after. This was the defining characteristic of what made the tragic story tragic. Kim felt sick to her stomach. Making love to Angel had been one of the best nights of her life. Had it also been a mistake? Did it mark the beginning of the end? Angel had now accomplished everything she'd set out to do. Nothing remained to keep her here. Theirs was the definition of a tragic romance. By her own actions, Kim had effectively taken marriage off the table. She didn't even have the safety net of the pseudo-engagement to fall back on anymore. All she'd accomplished last night was setting herself up for a broken heart. Did Angel intend to leave her behind? Kim's fists clenched as she drew on a reserve of strength she didn't know she had. No, that wasn't true. Angel might be a hopeless romantic through and through, but their relationship was not a tragic romance. Hadn't Angel said not to be afraid, to trust her? Kim had lost count of how many times Angel had told her she loved her, how often she'd done her best to reassure her that she'd never ever leave her. Their relationship had changed last night, but for the better. It had become stronger. Kim couldn't deny being a little insecure. Angel was an amazing woman, and Kim felt lucky to have her. Perhaps she would always be afraid of losing her, but it was past time she trusted Angel at her word. Kim rose to her feet and lifted her eyes to the heavens, striking a majestic pose. "I'm not giving up on Angel. I'm done being afraid. I'm going to trust her no matter what." "That's good to know," Angel said. "Care to tell me what you're talking about?" Kim froze in place. I didn't mean to say that out loud." She held her chin up higher and corrected her stance. "What I meant to say is, if you want to talk to Naomi, then that's fine by me." "Thank you. This should be the last time. I still need to deliver my ultimatum and stage our final confrontation." Kim dropped out of the pose. "Okay, I think I've been missing something. Final what? What exactly have you been doing?" "I've been researching Ravenwood." Angel straightened and folded her hands behind her back, which did nothing to aid Kim's concentration. 5 years ago, the entire city was abandoned due to wide-scale flooding. The local government decided it would be more cost-effective to relocate its citizens and businesses elsewhere than it would be to drain the water and rebuild anew. It now stands deserted. Some entrepreneurs decided... "Wait a moment. I think I remember hearing about this," Kim exclaimed. "It was all over the news. After the flood, they wanted to turn the place into a lakeside tourist attraction or something." "I'm under the impression that the aliens wish to modify the city without anyone becoming aware of it. I've seen the new construction projects firsthand." "What sort of projects?" Angel stepped to one side and swept her arm in a grand gesture. "Would you care to come with me to see for yourself?" Chapter 37. The drive back to Brookings Pharmaceutical was a quiet one. Kim was still full of questions, but had decided not to ask them. It seemed certain that Angel had a plan to resolve Naomi's problems and become her friend, but that was all she knew, and Kim was going to trust her. That being said, it still bothered her that Angel had yet to admit that she had intended to exploit Naomi's friendship to discover more about herself. Kim tried not to think about it. Surely Angel had her reasons. Let her keep those reasons to herself if she wanted. Keeping secrets didn't mean Angel didn't trust her. It just meant she didn't want to spoil the surprise. Her secrets were probably for harmless, non-nefarious reasons anyway. Kim's phone rang with her father's unique ringtone. She thumbed the button on her steering wheel for hands-free, transferring the phone's audio to the car's speakers. "Hi, Dad." "Good morning. Is Angel with you?" "She's right here," Kim said, speaking slightly louder to ensure she could be heard over the ambient noise of traffic. "I'm going to be in town for a few more hours," he said. "Have either of you had breakfast yet?" "Kim ate my taco this morning," Angel announced brightly. Kim's heart skipped a beat. George Rowland made a strangled noise. I'm sorry, what? I said Kim ate... Kim thumbed the disconnect button. When her hand returned to the steering wheel, it gripped it a little more tightly than normal. Breathe. Just breathe. The traffic ahead of them had thinned out. The driver of a green Chevy S10 behind them had grown impatient. He signaled and accelerated into the empty oncoming traffic lane. Kim let up on the gas and eased her vehicle closer to the edge to make it easier for him to pass. Did you just hang up on your father? Angel asked. Yes, I did. Why? I needed a second. Now fully recovered, Kim reconnected the call. Sorry about that, Kim said. We got disconnected. I meant to say that we've already had breakfast and Angel had something planned for the rest of the day. Maybe next time? I love you. Bye. She killed the connection and her breathing returned to normal. There's no need to feel guilty, Kim, Angel said after a moment. I'm not feeling guilty. This isn't guilt. I understand and accept why you did it. You thought my taco looked especially tasty and... Stop talking, please. Angel was silent for a moment. Should I include tacos as part of the food ban? Kim's eyes darted to Angel, then back to the road. What food ban? I'll add it to the list. What list? I've begun to compile a list of embarrassing foodstuffs I'm not allowed to talk about. Desserts, whipped cream, strawberries, ice cream, and now tacos. Oh, God, kill me now. Kim! Angel's hand shot out and took control of the steering wheel. Please pay attention. It's dangerous closing your eyes while driving. I'm okay. It's okay. Apparently not entirely reassured, Angel continued to watch her in silence. Chapter 38. I heard the news this morning, Angel said. Naomi paused in her work and looked up. Angel was standing just inside her office door, smirking and looking somewhat pleased with herself. She stepped in and closed the door behind her. And? Naomi prompted. Angel's grin widened. I noticed you took my advice from our previous conversation. Naomi leapt to her feet. What? Those are vile accusations. What makes you think I or any of my minions had anything to do with it? The little details added up. Bank customers and employees were found plastered to the walls, reminiscent of your entangled weapons. They're called tanglers, I'll have you know, and I know nothing about it. Witnesses described a woman leading them. Her profile matches your description. Yes. Naomi resumed her seat, her voice neutral. I'm certain that's all very interesting, but surely you didn't come all this way merely to fling baseless accusations. Did you have something of importance to say? Angel took 2 steps and placed both hands on Naomi's desk. I've come with a message. My final preparations are complete. You want the sex toy? Drop whatever you have planned for today and come to Ravenwood. You'll find it there. Naomi recognized the name at once, but gave no outward sign. She leaned back and placed both hands behind her head in her most casual look. Ravenwood, she mused, doing her best to avoid appearing surprised, shocked, horrified, or any combination of the 3. What an unusual name. What is this Ravenwood of which you speak? Ravenwood is a very specific city that happens to be important to your people. You must be mistaken, Naomi obfuscated, taking a moment to examine the fingernails of her left hand. How could an obscure town out in the middle of nowhere, of no importance whatsoever, be of importance to me? I've said enough. Bring Melanie with you and dress accordingly. Naomi blinked. Melanie? She's the woman who... I know who she is, Naomi snapped. Why should I bring her with me? Why should I go at all? Ravenwood has nothing to do with what we discussed yesterday. Now you answer my questions. I've allowed you the extra time necessary to consult your so-called expert. What were you able to discover? Come to Ravenwood, and those questions will be answered. I intend to solve all your problems. With that final chilling threat of goodwill and assistance, Angel left the room. Naomi watched her go, crossing her arms in a huff,
then recrossing them to fully convey her frustration. This was certainly an interesting development. How much was she willing to trust Angel? Did she even have a choice? She brightened. No, she didn't have a choice. Not having a choice was actually kind of liberating now that she thought about it. If she had no freedom, no option but to investigate, the matter of trusting Angel or not wasn't even an issue. Angel had outmaneuvered her. The threat of discovery at Ravenwood could not be ignored, even if she were of a mind to ignore it. Naomi certainly had nothing to lose by complying. Her own plans had stalled. Melanie had been making herself scarce, and Angel's love is the answer solution had been cryptic at best. What else was there to do? I'd best get started. Naomi spent 10 minutes making all the necessary preparations. Weapons, minions, transportation, everything was in readiness. Well, most everything. Naomi hadn't talked to Melanie since Saturday night. Hopefully she'd remembered her promise to help, even if she wasn't at all interested in a romantic future. Sadness gripped her heart and squeezed. If only things had been different. If only Melanie hadn't rejected the idea of dating so thoroughly. Through an effort of will, Naomi regained her composure. No use crying over spilled milk. Let someone else clean up the mess. Melanie wasn't hard to track down. The break room was filled with employees doing their best to murder time with idle conversation. Melanie sat with 3 other office workers whose names Naomi had never bothered to remember. Their presence presented a problem. How best to capture Melanie's attention while maintaining the utmost subtlety? "Melanie, please come to my office for a moment," she called. "I need to talk to you about what happened between us last Saturday night." Conversation stopped. All eyes turned to Melanie. More than half the people grinned, as if amused by something. Not interested in office politics, Naomi turned on her heel and left. She heard Melanie murmur some vague excuse before hurrying to follow. "Was that your idea of being subtle?" she asked. "Effective, wasn't it?" Naomi said proudly. "Did you like it?" "I'd say there's room for improvement. Care to tell me what this is about?" Naomi opened her office doors and ushered the blonde woman inside. "Would you be interested in taking the rest of the week off and spending it with me?" Melanie froze, then shook her head with a gentle smile. "Does that mean no?" "Care to share some details?" Naomi lifted her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Details weren't her strong suit. "There's not much more I can say about it," she said at last. "We'd be going to an out-of-the-way location which is currently undergoing extensive renovations. It will eventually become a major tourist destination, but not for several months yet. We'd be free to do whatever we want." "The entire week?" "For now, yes. Perhaps more, perhaps less, at least 2 days. "Where would we be staying?" Melanie asked, still sounding wary. The question surprised her. "That's right, humans require sleeping arrangements." What would Melanie need, or more accurately, what would she expect? Naomi silently berated herself for not anticipating the problem. Half the things at her apartment were there merely for the sake of appearances, props to avoid suspicion. She owned a king-size bed that had never been slept in. The refrigerator and all the kitchen cabinets were loaded down with unnecessary foodstuffs and cooking utensils, none of which she'd ever intended to use. The brownies Naomi had baked to poison her boss had been the only exception, although it might have been more accurate to label the project a science experiment than a cooking project. "I'll arrange a room for us at a local motel," Naomi said, taking advantage of the knowledge she'd picked up about motels and their purpose from a previous discussion. "We'll spend the night there." Melanie raised her eyebrows, apparently not particularly reassured. "We?" "Of course." Naomi pushed her glasses up slightly. "Naturally, I was referring to both of us. You and I will be sleeping together. There's nothing at all unusual about it." "In the same room," Melanie said without inflection. "In the same room, yes," Naomi agreed. "I don't see a reason why we shouldn't." "You're presuming a lot." "Presuming?" Naomi did her best to quell any outward signs of panic. Melanie had accused her of presuming. That meant she hadn't been convinced at all. What had gone wrong? What had she missed? There had to be a way to salvage the situation, to turn things around. If Melanie realized that Naomi wasn't human and didn't need to sleep, it could only end in disaster. Should she try to reiterate her previous point with different words, deny she'd done anything unusual at all? What about the truth? The truth, yes, that could work. The Renaissance genius Leonardo da Vinci was said to have slept 15 minutes in every 4 hours. Naomi had no intention of claiming the same, but she could use the famous painter's example to subtly insert the notion that humans occasionally slept odd hours. Once this was established, Melanie would conclude that Naomi's own relatively odd sleeping habits were within acceptable human norms. The key was not to spring everything on her at once. Her assertions would have to be subtle. Tighten the noose gradually. Her plan of action established, Naomi's lips curled upward in a grin of reassurance meant to diminish potential resistance. If you do choose to sleep with me, I want you to know that... Naomi leaned closer. I don't plan on doing a lot of sleeping. Melanie's eyes widened. That's unexpected. Unexpected? Naomi was again thrown off stride. There's nothing at all unusual about it.
Oh, of course,
Melanie said. Once again, Naomi was torn with indecision. Melanie's words seemed reassuring, as if she'd accepted Naomi's assertions, but she still seemed doubtful. What additional reassurances would prove beneficial? Which facts would best reassure her? What else would Melanie want to know? She thought of her own unused bed, and the answer came to her. Don't worry, I'll ensure the bed will be large enough for both of us. Melanie looked away, shaking her head. But Naomi noticed the telltale signs. Melanie was attempting to hide a smile. She couldn't help but smile in return. Success. Her efforts had paid off.
All this time I wasn't sure you were interested,
Melanie said. Oh, I'm very interested.
Sounds like a perfect romantic getaway.
Naomi smiled wistfully. That hadn't occurred to her, but it did sound like a romantic getaway, didn't it? Yes, it does. Chapter 39. After returning from Brookings, Angel had delayed their trip only long enough to purchase a teriyaki chicken sandwich from Subway. She left it unopened in the back seat. When Kim asked her about it, she'd simply smiled. They passed cornfield after cornfield, each identical to the last. After an hour, Angel had Kim take a side road she might otherwise have never seen. Other drivers became less and less common. There were no signs indicating how far they had yet to travel. They simply arrived. Angel had Kim guide her Corolla into a vast empty parking lot that could have accommodated hundreds of vehicles with room to spare. From what she could tell, half the town of Ravenwood was in a state of neglect and disrepair. Nothing stood taller than 3 stories.
Charming,
Kim remarked.
It has its purpose.
Angel retrieved the sandwich and closed the door behind her. Kim was about to reply when she caught sight of an elderly man approaching them from one of the outlying buildings. He wore an assortment of filthy, ragged clothes that made her wonder if a local farmer's scarecrow had been robbed. A horrid stench preceded his arrival by several seconds, reminding Kim of an open sewer. You need to leave, he said. Angel approached with the sandwich. The old man's eyes lit up. He accepted the offering, gingerly unwrapped the contents, and attempted to cram nearly a third of it into his mouth.
What can you tell us about this place?
Angel asked. Right. The man blissfully chewed, swallowed, and wiped a filthy hand across his mouth. Let's get this over with. What do you want to know? I'm thinking local legends, am I right? Kim tried to keep what she hoped to be a respectable distance and breathed through her mouth.
You know him?
She asked, glancing at Angel. We've met, Angel confirmed. Kim, I'd like to introduce you to Old Man Gunther. He's been living in one of the abandoned outlying houses for... I can talk, you know, he interrupted, somewhat perturbed. Sorry. Kim raised an eyebrow.
Old Man Gunther? That's your name?
Old Man Gunther smiled a smile that would never be associated with a toothpaste commercial. Yeah, that's me. So, what's your story? You after the treasure? Well, I'll tell you right now, missy, you might as well give it up. You'll never get your hands on it. Treasure? What treasure? He made a sweeping gesture to the road beyond. You should leave, he said. Go on, get out. Leave while you still can.
Apparently satisfied that he'd sufficiently warned Kim of her imminent peril, he bit off another hefty bite of his sandwich, his steely gray eyes half-lidded in bliss. Kim nudged Angel with her elbow. "What's he talking about?"
"I'm not finished."
Old Man Gunther took another bite, chewed thoroughly, and swallowed.
"Legend time. Years ago, the entire city got wiped out in a flood. Everyone left, but not—"
He hesitated, then scratched his head and continued.
"But not this world-class treasure hunter. Hank, sir. Hank, or some such."
"Preston Hanks," Angel offered. Old Man Gunther cradled the remnants of his precious sandwich to his chest and pointed his free hand at Angel.
"Yeah, that's him. So anyway, Hank was a treasure hunter. Turns out some nameless, infamous bank robber back in the day hid his fortune in Ravenwood somewhere before the cops caught him and hauled his ass to jail. They say Hank found where he hid the stash, but that's when the flood happened. No one's ever seen him again."
Kim could only stare. "Hanks," Angel corrected. "And?"
"And what?"
"What about the ghost?" Old Man Gunther rolled his eyes.
"Oh, yeah," he muttered. "Can't forget the ghost."
He popped the last of his sandwich into his mouth, crumpled the wrapping into a small ball, and tossed it over his left shoulder.
"So, anyways, legend has it the ghost of Preston Hank still haunts the town. More of a monster than an actual ghost, if you ask me. Seems he can't cross over, 'cause he can't make himself leave his money behind. That's why no one's come rebuilt the town. They're all too scared."
"Why are you here?" Kim asked.
He blinked. "Sorry?"
"If everyone is scared of the monster, why are you here? Aren't you scared too?" Old Man Gunther drew himself up to his full 5-foot height.
"Hell no, I ain't scared of anything."
Angel broke in. "The ghost allows Gunther to stay because his dire warnings drive away potential treasure seekers." Kim looked to Old Man Gunther for confirmation. He shrugged.
"Yeah, let's go with that."
"Anyway," Angel said, "that's the legend."
"So, we done here?"
Old Man Gunther clapped his hands together, then vigorously waved away the cloud of dirt from his face. The imperious, outraged look returned.
"Go, get out while you still can."
You said that already," Kim said.
"And you're still here."
"Good point," she admitted. Angel ushered Kim down the abandoned city streets. They soon left Old Man Gunther far behind. Kim could barely contain herself until they were out of earshot. "What did you do, Angel?" Angel folded her arms and managed to look mildly insulted. "I conducted research," she said with a disdainful sniff. "I believe the aliens are directly responsible for the new construction projects." "I wasn't talking about the aliens. Care to tell me exactly what Old Man Exposition was talking about?" Old Man Gunther was referring to the town's local legend. "Which is what exactly? A monster or a ghost?" "A ghost is considered a monster. Why can't it be both?" "Is the monster transparent?" "No." "Then it isn't a ghost." Angel pressed her lips into a thin smile. "Perhaps you should save your criticisms until after you've seen it in the flesh." "If it's in the flesh, it sure as hell isn't a ghost." "I'm walking away now." Chapter 40. Naomi decided to take 2 of the company-owned sport utility vehicles. 2 of the sentries rode with her and Melanie in the first, while 4 others, including 2 new sentries recruited from a different site, were being transported in the second. She and Melanie sat alone in the back seat, separated from the others by a one-way partition. The journey allowed her time to think about the interesting dilemma in which she'd inadvertently found herself, specifically her problem regarding the modulator. She'd initially allowed it to fall into Angel's hands in order to buy herself time. A few hours ago, Angel had challenged her for its possession. Success seemed imminent, and Naomi couldn't think of any way to prevent it. She had 6 sentries at her disposal, none of which could be permanently killed. It didn't even matter that they were only armed with substandard tanglers. Nothing could stop her. The thought was depressing.
The moment the modulator was back in her possession, all the justifications she'd used to seize control in order to expedite its recovery would vanish. Could she somehow snap defeat from the jaws of victory? Somehow prevent success? Melanie stirred at her side. Naomi smiled at her and got a smile in return. The depression of her impending victory faded away. The blonde woman was always a welcome distraction. After the end of their last conversation, Melanie had gone home to make her preparations. She'd gathered up personal items, taken a shower, applied makeup, and had dressed as if expecting to go out on a date. Naomi knew all of this because Melanie had made it a point to go out of her way to mention that the date look had been her entire objective. Then she'd found a way to tell her a second time, and then a third half an hour later. "It shouldn't be long now," Naomi said.
Good,
Melanie groused in a somewhat bitter tone.
I'd hate to think I dressed as if I'd been invited out on a date for nothing.
And that makes 4. Yes, I haven't forgotten.
I should have known better. I really should have known better. Tell me this much. Is the restaurant even real?
This surprised Naomi. Why wouldn't it be? I've seen the pictures myself. It has a nice view of the lake. But the damage had been done. Humans require food each day to survive, don't they?
I mean, is the offer of dinner real?
The offer is real. I plan on having dinner at that specific restaurant with you, yes.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us, Naomi confirmed. I'll have the minions wait outside. We'll be alone as can be. No one will disturb us. It was an easy promise to make. The entire town was completely deserted. Hard to get any more alone than that. Melanie drifted back into silence. Naomi's thoughts turned to how the beautiful woman at her side related to her current problem. Perhaps she needed a different outlook? Angel had told her that love was the answer. Could being in love somehow make her unusable or undesirable to her masters, and therein lay the path to freedom? It didn't seem likely, yet hadn't it worked for Angel? Could it truly be that simple? What if it truly was up to her? Perhaps she should devote her full efforts towards finding true love and stop worrying so much about insurance and survival after the fact. An optimistic outlook could only lift her spirits. Angel had once accused her of lacking mental strength, and had suggested robbing a bank to help strengthen her inner resolve. Had it benefited her? Did she now have the courage to take a chance, to follow Angel's example? Naomi held her chin up higher. Yes, she did have the courage. Forget the insurance, forget the stupid modulator. Both were needless distractions. To assume everything would end in failure was ultimately self-destructive. Better to take the optimistic path, to work and strive to avoid disaster entirely, rather than assume the worst and attempt to somehow mitigate the damage. Her gaze wandered back to Melanie, her lovely companion, and Naomi found her inspiration. Hadn't she mentioned that their sex toy recovery mission also closely resembled a romantic getaway? That would be perfect. Naomi made a resolution, right then and there. Melanie had yet to demonstrate any hint of romantic feelings for her, but Naomi intended to turn that around. She would turn their expedition into a romantic getaway in truth.
What are you grinning at?
Melanie asked. I just realized something.
What?
Now that I've got you, I don't need the sex toy anymore. Melanie muttered something under her breath and turned to stare out the window. Chapter 41. A silver Corolla stood alone in the otherwise empty parking lot. Naomi had her driver park in the space next to it. There was no sign of Angel or her companion. Naomi suspected the vehicle must belong to them, but chose not to break in and search it. She didn't care about the modulator. Not anymore. Let Angel keep it if she wanted. Those days were behind her. Melanie shielded her eyes against the sunlight and took a long look around while the 6 sentries arranged themselves in a chaotic mess.
This place looks deserted. Where is everyone?
There shouldn't be anyone here, Naomi said. Didn't I tell you? The town is in the midst of extensive renovations. Melanie gaped at her.
The entire town?
I did say extensive.
Never mind, I see someone.
Naomi scanned the distant horizon until movement caught her eye. An elderly human walked towards them at a brisk pace. She glanced at the sentry minions. Ideally, the approach of an unknown stranger should prompt them to form a defensive perimeter, to stand ready to meet the potential threat with an overwhelming response. Instead, they chose to appear as if they were nothing more than a group of ordinary humans who just happened to be in the area, coincidentally wearing matching suits of head-to-toe bio-armor. 3 leaned against the vehicles. 2 faced each other and pretended as if they were engaged in deep conversation. The last made a show of looking around, swiveling his head as if he were a confused tourist searching for a familiar landmark. Naomi could only shake her head. Pathetic. If she had a piranha tank, she'd toss them in to teach them a lesson, then do it again after they had respawned to ensure the lesson sank in. The elderly man stopped at the edge of the parking lot, crossing his arms and giving them a narrow-eyed look that Naomi identified as a mixture of curiosity and irritation.
"I was only expecting 2, the man said.
He looked beyond the 2 women to the sentries milling about.
"Who are the extras supposed to be?"
"Ignore them," Naomi said. "They're not important. I'm more interested in you. What are you doing here?" Her voice remained calm, but internally she was fuming. What are humans doing here? The entire area should have been swept clean months ago. Melanie stepped next to Naomi, but then she apparently thought better of it and stepped back, wrinkling her nose.
"You were expecting us?"
"You're probably wondering why no one lives here," he said.
"No, I'm wondering why you're living here," Naomi reiterated. "Who are you?"
"You can call me Old Man Gunther. Apparently I'm good at warning people. That's the reason I'm still alive."
"Warning them? About what?"
"The ghost."
"There's a ghost." Old Man Gunther scratched his chest in silent contemplation.
"Yeah, you know what? That's where it gets tricky. More of a monster these days than an actual ghost. Calling it a ghost is supposed to sound better."
He shrugged.
"More scary somehow. Wouldn't you rather hear about the town history?"
"Tell us about the monster, or whatever it is," Naomi said.
"The monster is the reason nobody lives here," he said, then frowned. "Didn't I say that before?"
"Yes, you did."
"Ah."
The wind picked up slightly. A bird chirped in the distance. "And?" Naomi prompted.
"And what?"
"Tell us about the monster."
"The monster is why nobody lives here."
"You said that," Naomi snapped. 3 times now."
"Then maybe you should ask better questions,"
Old Man Gunther snapped back. Melanie took Naomi's arm.
"We've heard enough. Let's go."
Naomi shrugged her off and stepped away. "I'm not finished. He might have useful information." Old Man Gunther perked up.
"Did you want to hear the local history? Or were you and the rest of your men after the treasure?"
"I'm sorry, we're not interested."
Melanie once more attempted to pull Naomi along. Naomi didn't move. "Tell us about the treasure."
"If you're here for the treasure, you might as well give up. You'll do no better than the last group and all that. Get out while you still can."
Naomi and Melanie exchanged glances. The sentries continued to flawlessly play the part of idiots who didn't have the slightest idea what was going on.
"Fine," Old Man Gunther sighed. "You got me all mixed up. This is what happens when you do things out of order."
"Out of what order?" Naomi demanded.
"Don't interrupt or you'll mess me up again."
He took a deep, ragged breath, and then told the story of Preston Hanks, the lost treasure, and his tragic death in a flood. Naomi listened without comment and tapped her chin to indicate silent contemplation. Angel had certainly been busy over the last few days. She couldn't help but admire the tactic. But it was a tactic doomed to fail. If Angel thought unsubstantiated monster threats would be enough to scare her and her people away, she was bound for disappointment. "What does this ghost look like?" she asked. Melanie interposed herself between Naomi and Old Man Gunther. Her eyes were wide with apparent disbelief.
"You know ghosts and monsters don't actually exist, don't you?"
"Oh, I'm not worried about it," Naomi smirked.
"You should be,"
Old Man Gunther warned.
"Get out while you still can."
"Thank you for your advice," Naomi said in her solemn voice. "We will certainly consider it."
Suit yourself. Old Man Gunther turned on his heel and walked away. It was only after he'd gone that Naomi realized Old Man Gunther had never answered any of her specific questions. What did this mysterious monster look like? What was the treasure? What made it important? She still didn't know.
You do realize ghosts don't exist, don't you?
Melanie asked again. Naomi ignored the question. Melanie was the product of a civilization that had only made significant technological and scientific advances in the last few centuries. Her grasp on the nature of the universe was therefore limited. Naomi didn't doubt that Melanie's species could accomplish wonders in time, however, assuming they didn't destroy themselves in nuclear fire before they could learn restraint, of course. Melanie's reaction to the unexplainable was therefore judged to be a typical common human reaction. Naomi had seen the pattern before. Whenever humans ran into something they didn't understand, they'd come up with fantastic theories in the hopes of making themselves appear knowledgeable to their peers. Calling an unknown phenomena a ghost was a good example. Labeling a good percentage of the universe dark matter to explain unknown sources of gravity when scientists didn't have the slightest clue what they were looking at was another. I know this already, but I wish to test your knowledge, Naomi said slyly. How are people meant to handle ghosts?
Let's see.
Melanie put a finger to the side of her head.
You're meant to avoid them entirely, or run from them. Or you could realize, I don't know, that ghosts and monsters don't exist.
The last was said at a considerably higher volume. There's no need to get excited, Naomi admonished her. I understand why the thought of ghosts and monsters might trouble you, but there's no need to be afraid. She gave a nod to the sentries. These may not look like much, but all of them are accomplished fighters.
I'm not afraid.
Naomi looked into Melanie's eyes and realized it was true. Any other human might have been terrified, but not her. Instead, she seemed frustrated. Naomi couldn't help but admire her bravery.
You're planning to fight it, aren't you?
Melanie stated. Naomi simply smiled.
You can't be serious. You can't honestly be thinking about fighting a monster.
Naomi kept smiling. Her companion clearly didn't understand just how much power she truly had at her disposal. Leave that to me, she said.
What's the matter with you? Melanie cried, waving her arms about. Ghosts don't exist. Monsters don't exist. Why in the world are you taking this seriously?
Because I'm determined to see it through, Naomi said. Her gaze turned skyward as she raised a fist and struck a pose. No matter the hardships, no matter what obstacles we'll need to face, or how many minions I'll need to sacrifice in order to overcome them. This time I'm determined. We're going to find that specific restaurant by the lake, and you and I are going to have a nice romantic dinner together, even if it kills them. A new deep voice spoke up. Shouldn't we be armed for this? The other sentries made way, giving Naomi an unobstructed view. What's your name? She asked. Samuel. Naomi looked him up and down. She recognized him from his voice, though he seemed to be much the same as the others, a muscle-bound brute dressed all in black. You show initiative, Samuel. I appreciate your opinion. Thank you. Please do your best to keep future opinions to yourself from now on. Samuel didn't back down, much to Naomi's surprise. Why not assemble a team to hunt down the monster, keep 2 for personal security, send the rest? Naomi drew herself back and placed her hands on her hips to establish a haughty demeanor. And you think yourself capable of leading this group? My plan is much better than your plan. And what's wrong with my plan? Other than the fact you don't have one? Naomi opened her mouth, closed it. A valid point, she conceded. Very well, we'll go with your plan. Will you allow us better weapons? No. Chapter 42. Melanie let out a slow whistle as Samuel pulled the last of the hunting gear from the SUV's trunk.
Wow, it's a good thing you thought to bring all that extra gear along, she commented wryly.
Naomi chose to neither confirm nor deny Melanie's false assumption. Their technology allowed for them to create custom-made, simple items on the spot in whatever form they desired. To an outsider, it would appear as if the equipment had been there all along, but Samuel had merely to establish the link, envision the desired equipment, and then retrieve the finished result. Matter replication technology at its finest. There were limits, of course. The items couldn't be too complex. So it was indeed fortunate that Samuel didn't need anything beyond what an average hunter would possess. Melanie made a show of looking up and down the deserted streets beyond the edge of the parking lot.
At least he won't be attracting attention.
Puzzled by the remark, Naomi gave Samuel another look, searching for flaws. He appeared to be exactly what he was supposed to be. A big game hunter, ready and willing to bag an elephant or rhinoceros or whatever it was big game hunters tracked down and killed for sport. His khakis and pith helmet were state-of-the-art replicas. Nothing about his disguise seemed out of the ordinary.
No elephant gun?
Melanie asked. No need, Naomi said. Elephants are native to an entirely different continent. I shouldn't expect we'll see any. Shall we go? Melanie gave a non-committal shrug. Samuel selected 3 of the 5 minions to accompany him, seemingly at random. Roy, Keith, Randy, you're with me. Samuel and his new subordinates went off in one direction. Naomi, Melanie, and the remaining 2 started in the opposite. The destination was the lake, which stretched out beyond the city center. A persistent south wind kept the autumn chill at bay, occasionally gusting down the blacktop streets. They passed old businesses fallen to ruin. A few buildings had been demolished to make way for new construction, while others rotted where they stood. With each step, Naomi wondered at the true purpose behind Angel's invitation that morning. Did she expect them to wander the streets searching for the modulator until she and her party were discovered and summarily devoured by the monster? Surely Angel had to know that her plan couldn't possibly succeed. If any of the sentries were killed, they would simply return in new bodies to brave the city streets all over again. Hopefully with more caution the second time around. But wait, not everyone would be coming back. If Melanie were killed, she'd be dead. She wouldn't come back at all. That certainly changed things. Had Angel insisted they bring Melanie along to make them overly cautious, conscious of her mortality? Or was she playing a deeper game? Angel's advice yesterday and her words today seemed helpful on the surface, but she never went into specifics. She'd said love was the answer, but neglected to explain how. She'd insisted they bring Melanie, but refused to tell her why. Naomi couldn't make sense of it. Was that Angel's plan? To pull the wool over her eyes and make her scratch her head in irritation and confusion? Questions and more questions. Melanie broke the silence.
Did you set this up?
Naomi gave Melanie her best inquisitive look.
This entire setup seems like someone went through an awful lot of trouble to design a specific set of circumstances.
I suspect Angel is directly responsible, Naomi said. I had no part in it.
Why would you suspect her?
Naomi threw her hands into the air to convey exasperation. Who knows? Because love is the answer? None of it makes any sense.
No, I mean, why would you suspect Angel at all?
Because she invited us. Melanie gave her a wide-eyed, incredulous look.
What?
I said because she invited us, Naomi repeated, this time a bit louder.
I heard you the first time. Angel invited us? You never mentioned that before.
Naomi shrugged.
What does she expect us to do, gather clues and run from the monster?
Naomi stopped in her tracks. It took a few more seconds before the minions took the hint and also stopped. Clues to what?
You know, clues to reveal the monster's true identity.
The monster has a true identity? Melanie's lips slowly curved into a smile.
You really don't have any idea, do you?
Naomi pushed her glasses back, set her hands on her hips, and glared to effectively achieve maximum indignation. This is an example of common social knowledge, isn't it? I'll have you know that there are many explanations I could list which would adequately explain why I may be ignorant as to—
Enough already, I get it. Your parents didn't let you watch cartoons as a child.
Naomi decided to go with it. It was as good an explanation as any. Yes, all my parents were very inconsiderate. She resumed walking. The buildings were showing signs of recent renovations. Novelty stores, souvenir shops, even the occasional bookstore. Capitalism at its finest. Melanie caught up with her.
Thought so.
Given your insight, what's expected of us?
Assuming Angel is taking her cues from Scooby-Doo reruns, we're meant to run from the monster and gather clues. That's the usual pattern. Once we know what's going on, we set a trap and capture him.
Why not fight the monster directly? That seems more efficient.
Because you're not supposed to.
Naomi gave a thoughtful nod, as if Melanie's explanation made sense.
Given that we only have one suspect, Melanie continued, it's probably Old Man Gunther running around in a monster costume.
Why would he do that?
That all depends. If we treat this like one of the old cartoon episodes, he's after something specific. The treasure, I suppose. The monster is supposed to scare people away and give him time to find it.
Could it be Angel running around in a monster costume and not Old Man Gunther?
It could be. I don't have a clue why she would want to, but she could.
Naomi felt elated. Melanie's insight had been invaluable. Could this be the reason why Angel had insisted she take Melanie along?
Perhaps Angel wants to help after all. What sort of clues should we expect to find? Naomi asked.
It could be anything. We'll have to keep our eyes open. If the monster does something extraordinary that can't be easily explained, like flying through the air or passing through walls as if he were a real ghost, we might find clues that would help explain how it was done. Or the clues might help us identify who's behind the mask. Things like that.
This method of scaring people away, is it effective?
Melanie shook her head.
Never. The bad guys always get caught. Always.
Then why bother attempting it at all? It seems pointless and stupid.
That's why I thought you might be behind it.
Naomi had to step closer to give Melanie her well-deserved thump on the head. Chapter 43. Angel had been leading them on a circular route that seemed to emphasize getting a look at the new construction rather than the decrepit, half-destroyed buildings. Most were tightly boarded up, but a few stood open to the elements. They walked down the right side of the street, close to the buildings. Given the traffic, or lack of it, it shouldn't have made a difference. One side seemed just as good as the other. Kim hadn't seen a single soul since their arrival. No one other than Old Man Gunther, of course, and he didn't count. Angel stopped so suddenly that Kim needed to jump back to avoid bumping into her.
"Did you hear that?"
she whispered. Kim hadn't heard anything. She took a quick look around, but there was nothing to see.
"I don't hear anything."
"I heard something." Angel's eyes were wide.
"Do you think it could have been the ghost?"
Kim couldn't help but roll her eyes.
"First of all, why in the world are you scared? Even if a monster did exist, and I'm sure it doesn't, there's no doubt in my mind that you could kick its ass up one side of the street and down the other. And second, no self-respecting ghost would come out in the middle of the day. Everyone knows that."
Angel put her hands on her hips.
"Are you making assumptions?"
Kim answered as if the answer were obvious.
Yes? Why wouldn't I?" "Because you can't possibly know the specific rules for ghosts, or monsters if you prefer, in our situation," Angel admonished her. "As a veteran of horror movies, you should know this. There are no hard and fast rules. Monsters are legendary, Kim, and legends can never be relied upon for accuracy."
Kim was about to give a snarky response when she heard it, a sound almost beyond the range of her hearing, the sound of footsteps. They were coming from somewhere behind them. Her stomach clenched as a feeling of uncertainty and doubt crept over her.
"Okay, what's going on?"
"This way." Angel took Kim's hand and quickened her pace. A part of Kim's mind rebelled. She wanted to stop and think things through, to find a rational explanation for what she'd heard. Wasn't Angel behind the stupid ghost nonsense? Hadn't she fed the legend to Old Man Gunther, and been the one to set everything up? But if it wasn't Angel, who or what was stalking them? Kim's mind flashed back to what Angel had told her back at the house. She'd said the aliens had taken Ravenwood, but Kim had gotten the impression that they had moved on, that the city stood empty. Had they left behind an invincible guardian to safeguard their interests and periodically sweep the area clean of all intruders? Could the ghost legend be another example of the aliens attempting to blend in, having inexplicably taken Scooby-Doo reruns to heart? At any other time, Kim would have laughed and dismissed the idea as ridiculous, but these aliens weren't exactly geniuses.
It could be possible that the monster behind the legend was very real and very dangerous. In any event, Kim knew enough about horror movies to know it was always a bad idea to be the first to see if the supposed monster terrorizing the countryside was a real monster or not. Let someone else be the first. A red shirt nobody liked. Somebody no one would miss. Someone expendable who preferably didn't owe you money. Angel flung open the door to a gift shop and not so gently shoved Kim inside. "You stay here. I'll lead the monster away." "Oh, sure," Kim snapped. "It's always a good idea to split up in horror movies." Immune to sarcasm in all its forms, Angel disappeared down the street, back the way they'd come. "Angel!" Kim hissed, but not quickly enough to stop her. The gift shop was one of the newly renovated buildings. There were cardboard boxes everywhere, stashed in a haphazard manner next to the open store shelves and empty display cases. An elaborate spiral staircase led to the second floor. Kim decided the ground floor was a little too exposed, so she hurried up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The second floor was considerably dustier, but far less cluttered. Unfiltered sunlight streamed in from the giant windows, which stretched from floor to ceiling. Kim eased up to the closest window, taking care to keep out of sight from anyone or anything that might glance up from the street below. Her caution was rewarded. 2 minion-type aliens were checking the buildings on the opposite side. Both seemed identical to the ones Angel had defeated back at the warehouse, wearing the same black, shimmering ninja-style garb. Their search seemed cursory to Kim's eyes, unprofessional. They glanced inside the buildings, but nothing more. Kim's breathing slowed to normal levels. A lackluster search meant Angel wouldn't feel the need to risk herself by leading them away. They stopped at the entrance of a boarded-up restaurant. The first craned his neck to look through the window, while the second stood watch. Mindful of her close proximity, Kim ducked a little bit lower. When Kim saw the monster, her mouth fell open and stayed there.
What the serious hell?
A green, rubbery-skinned creature crept up the alley, partially concealed in shadow. It looked reptilian, but that was being generous. Its scaly tail didn't swing for balance, and its white talons looked painted on. Its dragon-style head seemed perpetually locked into a vicious snarl. Kim fumbled her cell phone from her pocket, activated its camera feature, and lined up a perfect shot. Time seemed to stand still. All she needed to do was press the button. There were no distracting shadows, nothing that might get in the way.
"Do it,"
she admonished herself.
"Take the picture!"
But she couldn't. Embarrassment stayed her hand. The whatever it was looked closer to a 1950s low-budget movie approximation of a monster than an actual monster. Certainly nothing genuine, or even somewhat realistic by any stretch of the imagination. If she showed a picture of this thing to anyone, she'd never hear the end of it. The minions remained blissfully unaware of the costumed menace stalking them. The creature drew closer, and closer still, then attacked with complete surprise. It lunged forward, snarling as the first minion turned unknowingly to face it. A sweeping claw caught the alien solidly in the chest. He flew off his feet, slamming into the restaurant's brick wall with crushing force, then slid to the ground, a slumped-over pile of armor amongst the debris. The unnatural creature turned its unblinking gaze upon the survivor. The remaining minion raised his hand and fired a yellow burst. The dragon hybrid twisted aside with unnatural grace, using the momentum to strike the minion with its tail. The alien stumbled back and attempted to aim a second time. The monster closed in, and the minion's shot went wide as he hurriedly blocked the creature's attack. Claws and limbs tangled together as the alien staggered under the relentless assault. Finally, a well-timed swipe clipped the alien across the jaw. He stumbled, fell to one knee, and collapsed. And then it was over. The entire fight took less than a handful of seconds. Kim let out a breath in a gasp, then froze as the monster also went still. It cocked its head to one side, as if listening. What was going on? It was Angel in that costume, wasn't it? Her meeting with Naomi must have been an invitation to get all the aliens to come play at Ravenwood. This was all some sort of twisted game. It had to be. Kim's own reassurances failed to convince her, though. What if it wasn't? Who else could it be? The whatever it was certainly wasn't on the alien's side. Why would an ally attack two of its own? It had to be Angel. But what if it wasn't?
Well, it certainly isn't a crazed Scooby-Doo fan in a monster suit.
Kim weighed all the available evidence and made a decision. She decided now was not the time to decide. It might be Angel in the costume, it might not. Finding out personally might get her killed. Horror movies had taught her that much, at least. She'd survive by pretending the monster was real until proven otherwise. That was the safest option. If it turned out to be fake, she'd feel ridiculous, but that was all. If it turned out to be real, she'd have the rest of her life to be thankful she didn't test that theory. She could live with the embarrassment. The operative word being live. With that in mind, Kim decided to find another way out. All businesses were required by law to have a back door. This gift shop should prove no exception. All she had to do was find it. Kim crept back down the stairs. Past the bathrooms in the hall were two smaller offices. She found the emergency door between them. It warned of an alarm if she dared open it. Her hand hovered over the door's release bar.
There's no power. It should be safe.
She glanced over her shoulder, down the hallway, which led to the open street. The front door was out. She'd have to chance the emergency one. This was the only option. Kim held her breath, bracing for an ear-piercing alarm. She pushed open the door. Nothing. She hurried through, taking great care to quietly ease the door shut behind her. The alley was empty. Kim proceeded on, her senses on high alert, flitting from one building to another. There were still hours of daylight left. Every time an option presented itself, Kim selected the path leading deeper into the heart of the city. Kim rubbed her hands together.
Okay, we know the aliens are here, she said to herself. I'm going to assume they don't want me poking around.
She refused to give voice to the theory that the rubber monster might be real. No self-respecting alien would ever want such a ridiculous thing guarding their outpost.
No one's ever going to believe me.
Then it clicked.
No one's going to believe me. That's it.
A pressing desire to blend in. If Kim had to pick one defining characteristic to describe the aliens, that's what it would be.
Kind of ironic considering the need to blend in is what makes them stand out.
If Kim were the alien in charge of Ravenwood security, she'd naturally want a ruthlessly efficient combat monster roaming the city. That was to be expected. But as an alien, she'd also want to blend in and avoid public notice.
A horrific creature out of nightmare with razor-sharp claws and acid for blood would attract the curious, not drive the curious away. The more unnatural it appeared, the worse off she'd be. The solution? A guardian monster no one would ever take seriously. If the monster looked ridiculous, then it wouldn't matter if nosy humans escaped with damning photographic evidence because no one would believe them. The more detailed their evidence, the worse their credibility. The theory seemed credible on the surface, but there was a flaw. If the lizard monster was a Ravenwood guardian, why did it attack the minion types? Could they be from two different factions? Did it not recognize them as allies? Kim lamented not having a second opinion. What she really wanted to do was talk to Angel, compare notes.
If nothing else, finding Angel might eliminate her from her list of suspects.
Could Angel be looking for her? Was she searching for her even now, risking her life trying to find her?
Hail, hail, fire and snow,
Kim sang in a low sing-song voice.
Call the angel, we will go. Far away for to see, friendly angel, come to me.
Nothing. Kim could only hear the sound of her breathing. She hadn't expected the chant from that particular Star Trek episode to work, but it helped boost morale at least.
Damn it, Angel, where are you?
She didn't dare risk calling out. That never ended well for the characters in horror movies. Kim started moving again. There was still a lot of city to explore. Maybe she'd get lucky if she kept moving and stumble across something. What were the other rules for surviving in a horror movie? Other than never run upstairs and never wander off alone, both of which she'd already done? Don't pick a hiding place with only one exit. Don't lean against a wall or window while catching your breath because the monster will burst through and grab you. Were there specific dangers for women in general? If she were wearing a white shirt, would that exponentially increase the likelihood of a freak rainstorm to make it transparent? Or did that rule only apply to well-endowed women, with chances doubled yet again if they weren't wearing a bra? Kim looked down at herself and sighed. It was a good bet she was exempt from that rule. Her boobs weren't nearly bouncy enough to tempt the rain gods. Both Angel and Old Man Gunther had mentioned flooding, but Kim had yet to see any water at all. And flooding didn't explain why some of the buildings looked as if a tornado had ripped them asunder. Kim's mind flashed back to the brochure. She'd only caught a glimpse of it before it had been destroyed. Ravenwood. Remember the Fallen. Had the aliens been hoping to turn Ravenwood into a tourist attraction? Why would they think tourists would want to come to such a desolate place? Kim kept going. The answers were out there, somewhere. Something about Ravenwood made it valuable to the aliens, and she was determined to find it. Chapter 44. Kim turned a slow circle in the courtyard, taking in the sights. Restaurants, a welcome center, specialty souvenir shops, a graveyard, more gift shops, and a mixture of concession stands with a limited amount of goods on display. Everything seemed oriented towards separating tourists from their money. Everything, that is, except the graveyard. A graveyard in the geocentric center of the city, no less. She might have ignored it entirely if not for the dates on the tombstones. Remember the Fallen, the pamphlet had said. Had it been a reference to the thousands of dead in this cemetery? It was difficult for Kim to imagine a graveyard as part of a tourist attraction, unless the graveyard was the point of it. Could the cemetery be Ravenwood's claim to fame? She didn't know how many people visited Arlington Cemetery every year or paid their respects to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall, but it had to be substantial. A memorial? Kim's mind flashed back to the obelisk they'd found in the warehouse. She'd been thinking of it as a memorial ever since the foreign memory had been stuffed inside her head. Kim fished out her cell phone and called up the photos she'd taken of it. Nothing more than name tags. No help there. She returned the phone to her pocket. With no other ideas, Kim decided to explore. The overgrown grass brushed up against her ankles as she moved through the graveyard. It seemed clear the site hadn't received the attention of a lawnmower in months. The names inscribed upon the tombstones ran the gamut from individuals to entire families. All had perished on the very same day, August 29th, a little over 2 years ago. This isn't making sense. A death toll in the thousands would have made national news. There would have been blood drives, displaced survivors in need, charities asking for donations. Everyone would have been talking about it for weeks. And hadn't Angel said the flood happened 5 years ago, not 2? Kim grinned and ran back the way she'd come. The pamphlet. That was the key. Naomi had destroyed all the copies at the warehouse, but there were 5 missing boxes. If there were copies anywhere... She braked to a stop at the courtyard, taking a moment to catch her breath. A circular brick-and-mortar building with an overabundance of windows stood before her. A sign hung above the main door. Ravenwood Welcome Center. Kim couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 45. Naomi stroked her chin to indicate deep contemplation. I suspect that this could be a trap. Melanie's reply carried a curious inflection Naomi hadn't heard before. Oh, really? How could you tell? Midway down the alley lay a light brown bag that bore the name First National Bank. It was surrounded by a coil of rope, the end of which trailed out beyond where they could see. Are you suggesting you don't think this could be a trap? Naomi glanced at her companion, honestly wanting to know. Sarcasm, Naomi. We call that sarcasm. Yes, it looks like a trap. It's about as blatant a trap as a cardboard box held up by a stick. First National Bank, Naomi mused. That name. Oh! What is it? Naomi put on her innocent look. You started to say something. She redoubled her look of innocence, looking away and whistling. Melanie stepped into Naomi's averted line of sight. I said you started to say something? Naomi gave it up. Either her innocent look needed more practice, or Melanie had become inured to its effects. I said, oh, as in, oh, that's a common name for a bank, isn't it? That's what I meant to say. Melanie sighed the sigh of the disappointed. Naomi. What? First National Bank was robbed the other day. That was you, wasn't it? Naomi glowered as menacingly as she could. This is becoming irritating. You're the second person to accuse me of robbing that bank.
That explains the melted bank vault.
Naomi waved the accusation aside. Why would you suspect me? It could have been anyone with plasma-based weaponry.
Plasma-based weaponry which you demonstrated, right in front of me.
You make a valid point.
Seriously?
Melanie shook her head again, but this time she smiled as if privately amused.
Why in the world would you rob a bank? Don't you have enough money?
Money wasn't the point of the exercise. Robbing a bank was simply another way to establish credibility as a supervillain while boosting confidence. My minions were left behind to finish up, but were attacked and themselves robbed shortly after. It occurs to me that this could be the missing money.
Any idea why it's here?
I'd like to know that as well. Do you think the bag could be a clue?
That's a trap, not a clue,
said Melanie. They continued to regard the potential trap in silence. Naomi brightened. I have the solution. I'll need a minion volunteer. The remaining minions took a step back. Naomi singled out the closest, the one to her immediate right. You there, retrieve the bag for us.
What are you doing?
Melanie touched her arm.
You don't know what will happen to him.
There's no need to worry, it's only a rope trap. What's the worst that could happen?
How can you be so callous?
Callous? Naomi pushed her glasses back further up her nose. I'll have you know that this specific nameless minion is a professional. He knew the risks when he signed up, and I have every confidence he'll succeed and get the job done. Actually, the other minion broke in, his name is Anderson, and none of us signed up for this. Anderson is a professional, Naomi corrected herself. He may not have been aware of the risks, and may not have ever signed up for this if he'd had a choice, which he doesn't, by the way, but I have the utmost confidence he'll succeed and get the job done. With great reluctance and an inverse display of professionalism, Anderson crept forward. He placed one foot over the rope, touching the circle. Nothing happened. With exaggerated care, he reached for the bag. The instant his hand made contact, the rope pulled taut around his leg and yanked him off his feet. He was swept past the corner and lost to sight. Naomi heard a series of thumps and cries that sounded suspiciously similar to someone being mercilessly pummeled into unconsciousness. Perhaps he's getting the upper hand against his captor, she suggested hopefully. Melanie shot her a withering look. Naomi's prediction turned out to be somewhat less than accurate. The now empty coil of rope returned and settled into its original place. There was no sign of Anderson. The bag remained undisturbed. I suppose not. Naomi's shoulders slumped.
Told you.
Naomi ignored her remark and struck a valiant pose. But in the spirit of not being callous, we won't allow Anderson's noble sacrifice to be in vain. He's given us valuable insight. We now know we need to take the bag before the trap has a chance to reset itself. She spun about to address her remaining subordinate. Minion, I need you to—
Are you insane?
Melanie interrupted, gesticulating wildly to the now empty alley.
One of your people might be dead.
Oh, he's not dead, Naomi scoffed, expelling air in what she hoped was a convincing scoff of derision to convey the appropriate amount of ridicule and scorn. Angel knows killing them would only— She blinked.
Yes? Killing them would only what?
Naomi spoke slowly and carefully, mindful of her words. Angel wouldn't want to kill them because she knows that if she knocks them unconscious, none of them will be able to— Naomi's hands grasped the air. Be replaced, she finished, wincing even as she said it.
Be replaced by what?
Be replaced by other minions. That's how our system works. Dead minions are instantly replaced by other minions. A minion that would, by sheer coincidence, appear to be more or less somewhat almost exactly similar to his predecessor. Melanie's eyebrows raised almost to her hairline.
Inexplicably somewhat almost exactly?
She echoed. Somewhat in every way, Naomi failed to clarify. Yes, and the replacement would likely respond to the same name as his deceased former colleague. It happens all the time and is nothing unusual.
Got it,
Melanie said.
I'm learning more from what you're trying not to say than from what you're actually saying.
Naomi felt a chill. Did Melanie suspect the truth? It's complicated.
How about this?
Melanie's voice dropped into a confidential whisper.
Instead of sending more people and waiting for identical replacements, why don't we circle around the building and find out who's on the other side of that rope?
Naomi brightened. That would be far more effective than my plan. She beckoned the remaining sentry closer. You approach from that side, I'll cover the other direction. We'll trap Angel between us. The sentry stood with legs wide and arms crossed, as if annoyed at the order. Weapons? He snapped. Yes, I have one. She held up her gloved hand to indicate her blaster. Thank you for asking. He didn't move for several seconds, but then obeyed. Naomi watched him go, pondering his reaction. I'm not entirely certain, but do you think that particular minion might be resentful?
Oh, I can't imagine why,
Melanie said with the same sarcastic lilt as before.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to stay here.
Why? I can help.
This is the safest place. If the monster kills you, you won't be coming back. Melanie's lips curled into a smile.
And you would, wouldn't you? You all would. Thanks for confirming my theory.
Naomi turned away. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Please, stay here.
No, I'm going with you.
Naomi wrestled with growing impatience. The last remaining minion had already passed out of sight. If they were going to trap Angel between them, it needed to happen now. Please stay. You're important to me. I don't want to lose you.
You're not going to lose me. We're going together.
Naomi spun about and broke into a sprint. Melanie's angry protests followed her every step of the way. She ignored them. It was better this way. One hand stretched out for balance as she rounded the corner. A smaller passage was to her right. Naomi raced past it without giving it a second thought. Another turn, and she'd completed the circle. The far end of the trapped alleyway came into view. The rope lay perpendicular to her path, extending beyond the right and left corners. She expected to see her minion on the far side, but there was no sign of either him or Angel. Over here! A voice called from somewhere behind her. Naomi spun about. That had sounded like her own voice. For a moment she was overcome with confusion. A trick? But why would... Struck by a sudden fear, she sprinted back the way she'd come. The streets were empty. Her beautiful blonde companion was nowhere to be found. Melanie! Naomi cried. Where are you?
I'm here!
Melanie called out from the alley. The same voice contradicted itself a second later.
No, stay away!
This time Naomi didn't hesitate. It didn't matter which voice had been genuine. Both were coming from the same place, further down the alley. At the far end, she saw it. A hideous, green-skinned abomination stood snarling at her with wide, unblinking eyes. Its elongated, misshapen arms ended in razor-sharp claws, which... Common sense kicked in. Okay, no it isn't. This was not the creature of legend. This was someone in a tacky, low-quality monster costume. Melanie kicked ineffectively in its grasp, her hands clutching at the clawed hand around her throat.
Stay away.
Melanie's eyes rolled back and she went limp. The monster disdainfully tossed her aside and spread its arms wide. Naomi stalked forward, fists clenched, her vision tinted red. She remembered the rope trap the instant after it jerked her off her feet. All of Naomi's trap-related questions were now answered, but the knowledge came at a terrible price. The trap itself wasn't being operated by anyone, she now realized. It was part of an elaborate machine. She might have even admired its effectiveness and craftsmanship were she not being made a victim of it. The machine whipped Naomi about in a tight circle and slammed her into the far wall. It allowed no time to recover before she found herself dragged through the dirt and into a second arcing circle to hit the same spot again. Pain had never been debilitating to her kind, but massive shock from cumulative damage certainly was. The second strike felt less severe, but it was still more than enough to scramble her senses and keep her from attempting anything that might allow her to save herself. Most of the machine's energy was spent by the time she hit the unyielding wall a third and final time, but it was more than enough. All of her senses went dark and silent. The dark cold of the void embraced her. Chapter 46. The windows of the Welcome Center were filthy, but Kim was still able to scan the interior. She could see an information desk, a giant-sized map taking up most of the wall space behind it, and a display case with 2 rows of brochures. Kim focused on the display. The darkened room made it difficult to see, but the cover art on the brochure seemed identical to the ones she'd seen at the warehouse.
Jackpot!
She circled the building, hopeful that there might be another door she could use. But the emergency door in the back turned out to be a type that couldn't be opened from the outside. With no other options, she searched off the beaten path until she found a large rock.
No one's going to miss one window. It's for a good cause. Have to save the world and all that.
The side window shattered easily but noisily. Kim waited beside the broken window for several minutes, listening, alert for anyone who might come to investigate. There was nothing. Not even birdsong. It was as quiet as could be. Reassured, Kim used the rock to clear away the last of the broken glass. The interior seemed dusty, but not as filthy as she'd expected. She slipped off her sunglasses and climbed inside. The display case brochures were all identical. Kim selected one at random, took a seat behind the Welcome to Ravenwood desk, and began reading. The document turned out to be an information guide on the historical site, not a tourist guide as she'd first suspected. It read almost like a documentary. Kim found herself reading passages, then rereading them again. The history it told wasn't a history she remembered. There was no mention of a flood, except as an incidental occurrence, an almost inconsequential side effect to the true main event. Instead, it described a timeline of historical events that hadn't actually happened. According to what was written, the invading aliens had targeted Ravenwood as part of a retaliatory strike. Thousands had been killed in an instant. The document made a cursory mention of how the governments of Earth weren't able to resist, but what was noteworthy to Kim was that the overarching conflict was mentioned only as an afterthought, as if this world-shaking information were common knowledge and nothing more. Kim took a moment to think it through. If she'd been reading a summary about the Battle of Midway, she'd expect similar references to World War II. The war itself would only be mentioned in passing. Kim couldn't help but draw the parallels between this imagined reality and Maris Dorman's background summary for her currently unwritten science fiction novel. They were practically identical. She set the paper aside. Angel's theory had been right. 2 weeks ago, Angel had compiled a list of suspects to identify patterns, hoping to find signs of alien activity. She'd assumed the aliens had been abducting citizens for some nefarious purpose, altering their memories, and then reinserting them back into their old lives with no one the wiser. The list had been based upon the assumption that her own memories had been taken from her. When Angel had first shown her the list, Kim had dismissed the idea as ridiculous. But now, given this new evidence, Angel's theory was looking more and more legitimate. The brochure confirmed everything. Memory manipulation. That was the aliens' power. They hoped to conquer the world by convincing its populace they'd already fought back and lost. Badly. If anyone doubted, show them the graves and the thousands dead. Give them an example of a once thriving city now lost to ruin. Let them read the altered history, revised and reformatted for that very purpose. The people's own memories would convince them they'd been one of the lucky survivors. Why resist the aliens at that point? The invasion had happened years ago and they'd lost. No one would ever realize the truth that only yesterday they had been free. The ability to manipulate memory didn't seem all that impressive at first glance, but Kim didn't doubt it could be devastating if used properly. Philip K. Dick had built his career writing science fiction books that explored those very possibilities. The ability to manipulate memory certainly made things easier. Why go through the time, effort, and expense of actually conquering a world when it could be done retroactively? That had to be what the aliens planned. What was it Naomi had said back at the warehouse? Something about conquering the world in the near future, or rather, the past. She'd even laughed maniacally at the end. That settled things in Kim's mind. The retroactive victory theory seemed not only plausible, but certain. The proof was in her hands. It even explained why it hadn't already happened.
A foreign memory would need to be carefully designed. Anything less, and it might fall apart. That was where the local experts came in. What would the humans believe? The aliens would ask. They'd begin work from there. Maris Dorman's idea of a credible invasion story, with the aliens kicking ass with a relative snap of their fingers, made sense in retrospect. Which countries had resisted the longest? Who had surrendered first? What was the political fallout? All of that information would need to be programmed in. It may not even need to be specific. Perhaps they'd only need the highlights, not the details. Kim looked through the window, taking in the endless rows of gravestones. Had the aliens buried token bodies to satisfy the skeptics? If she dug up a coffin and looked inside, would there be anything to find? Maybe she should find a shovel and find out. Kim hefted her trusty rock and stepped over the remains of the broken window. She hadn't seen a hardware store on her way in, but there had to be something out there she could use. Chapter 47. Kim's mind wandered as she returned to the streets. She started thinking about the cost of death. Gamers such as herself were intimately familiar with the concept. Kim had been killed thousands of times throughout her online career, and had brought death to countless others. The aliens seemed to have duplicated the process in real life. Through the use of puppet androids, the grim finality of death had been downgraded into a costly learning experience. What troubled Kim was the expense. In an online world, death was a mere inconvenience. Players would spend a few seconds staring at their own corpse before being respawned and thrust back into the action. The price they paid was minuscule, measured in seconds. But if an alien were killed, their new surrogate body would be substantial and real. Kim remembered Naomi complaining about substandard gear and old technology. Was this a contradiction? Shouldn't burning through android bodies be expensive? If her bosses were as greedy and stingy as Naomi seemed to imply, did this mean that spare bodies were cheap and easy to make? Ahem. Kim stopped in place. I should pay more attention. That's good advice, a male voice confirmed from behind her. Don't move, and put your hands up. Kim raised her hands and turned around slowly. A minion-type alien stood next to the twisted ruins of what might have been a jewelry store. Kim couldn't help but notice a small cylindrical device wrapped twice around his wrist like an armband. It came to a point just below his open hand, pointed dead center at her chest. What now? Kim asked. Don't move, he said once again, and then shot her. Kim was hit by a burst of sticky yellowish fibers. It washed over her like a warm sentient liquid, wrapping around her from her chest down to her knees. The horrid smell reminded her of the 6-month-old Chinese food she'd once found deep in a dark corner of her refrigerator. She spun her arms about in a desperate attempt to keep from falling, and barely managed to keep her balance. Once she was certain she wasn't about to fall, she got angry. Seriously? What was all that about? Why did you say don't move if you were planning on shooting me anyway? The Tangler is a short-ranged weapon and not very accurate. I didn't want you dodging out of the way. Oh, Kim said. She grinned. You might want to look out behind you. Nice try. From his tone of voice, Kim could imagine the minion smirking behind his mask. You should have used that trick before. The green-skinned monster dropped the unconscious minion at its feet. Then it turned its permanently snarling face on Kim. Well, Angel, it's been fun, Kim quipped, wishing she could take a step or two away. But you can take off the mask now. She tossed her head back toward the welcome center, careful not to overbalance herself. You would not believe what I found. The creature stalked forward. Unless, of course, Kim hastened to add, you're not Angel at all. You're one of those aliens in a clever rubber monster costume, which is very impressive, by the way. I should let you know that I didn't find out anything. Nothing at all. I spent the entire day wandering around and didn't notice a thing. Nothing to see, nothing to do. A big waste of time. So, yeah, you think you could get me out of this glue gun mess and show me the nearest exit? I really should be getting back. The monster moved behind Kim. Kim attempted to twist to follow, but doing so threatened her already precarious balance. The green abomination grasped Kim's arms and gently but firmly
pulled them down until they touched her sides. The instant her arms came into contact with the semi-liquid fibers, they became as enmeshed as the rest of her.
Did I mention that there's someone looking for me?
Kim tried again, her voice rising as her heart rate continued to skyrocket.
She's very protective, dangerous, beautiful, annoying, and sometimes does romantic things that tend to go overboard. And what the serious hell, Angel? Let me go! I don't appreciate being hostage girl all the time!
The monster tucked Kim under one arm and broke into a run. All Kim could see was a disorienting, sideways view of the passing scenery.
Damn it, Angel, this isn't fun anymore!
Chapter 48. Kim woke up to darkness, her head pounding as if she'd gone an entire week without caffeine. The last thing she remembered was being carried hither and yon through darkened tunnels that smelled of mildew, old chemicals, and rot. She sat up slowly. The air felt cool and damp on her skin. She sniffed and wrinkled her nose. The background stink permeating the air reminded her of some of the more noxious chemicals from her chemistry class in high school. The dim shadows gave way to details as her eyes adjusted. She was in a jail cell, or rather the bare bones of one. Steel bars with 2 crossbars, with not even a sleeping cot to break the monotony. Kim had been lying unconscious on a cold stone floor. Melanie was in the cage closest to her. She wore a combination of well-dressed and filthy, looking as if she'd been out on a date when she'd been overtaken by the sudden urge to go spelunking in a bat-infested cave. Naomi's appearance seemed ordinary in comparison. She was also in her own cell, wearing what appeared to be a straitjacket. Her legs were hobbled in a similar fashion. The minions occupied the remaining cells, grouped together 2 by 2. Most were hard to see in their dark armor, but one in particular stood out to Kim.
Is the 19th century Englishman with you? That's right,
Melanie said.
Samuel is a big game monster hunter, apparently.
Kim let it go. Thinking about it too deeply could only hurt her brain.
This is ridiculous. Decades of nothing, and now I can't go more than a few days without being abducted? How many times does this make in the last month? 3? 4?
She's awake, and nothing's happening, Naomi observed. Does this disprove your theory or prove it?
I don't think it proves anything one way or the other,
Melanie said.
Why would Angel do any of this?
To engineer cooperation, Naomi said. I believe she's hoping we'll come together in the face of adversity. Kim has been placed in the same boat. This is significant. In my judgment, it seems clear that Angel intends for us to unite and decide upon a course of action before the monster returns and metaphorically wrecks the boat and kills us all. Melanie touched her open hand to her chest.
That's surprising.
Thank you.
You actually used an idiom the proper way.
Your words frustrate me, Naomi complained. I was hoping you'd be impressed by my point, not impressed by the words conveying my point. And not being able to properly express my frustration through the use of hand gestures is equally as frustrating.
Don't misunderstand. I am impressed. It makes sense to me.
Kim? Naomi leaned her right side against the bars. Now that you're awake, perhaps you would be willing to share your thoughts? Melanie and I are attempting to reach a consensus. Do you have an opinion? Kim attempted to speak, but was overcome with a coughing fit. She held up a hand.
Sorry,
she rasped.
Something down here doesn't agree with me. Why do you think Angel is behind this?
That's what we're trying to determine, Naomi said. Melanie chimed in.
I still don't get why Naomi is assuming Angel is strong enough to beat everyone senseless in a third-rate monster costume. What did you and Angel discuss when we stopped by your office this morning?
Kim asked. Nothing of consequence, Naomi groused. She wouldn't answer my specific questions. Instead, she insisted that those questions would be answered if I came here. She tossed her head, apparently to convey that here meant Ravenwood in general. There have been recent developments, but I'm uncertain how her love is the answer assertion applies to our current situation. Do you have any insight? Kim suspected she already had the answer.
Give me a second,
she said, stalling for time.
Let me think.
She and Angel had argued about this very subject. Angel wanted to turn Naomi into an ally, while Kim believed stopping Naomi should be the priority. Both Naomi and Melanie were still in the dark, Kim realized. Neither had recognized Angel as the ultimate idealistic romantic. The clues were there, but they hadn't put it together. Dare she let on what she knew? If Naomi were made aware of Angel's plans to manipulate her into becoming her friend, she would probably resent it. Likewise, the thought of confronting Naomi with her discoveries didn't sit well with her. Kim was more interested in seeing how her overly romantic girlfriend's plans were going to play out. Angel had formed her list based upon the assumption the aliens could manipulate memory. Joseph Friedman had been on that list. Kim hadn't put the clues together, not even after investigating Friedman had led them to Naomi. What else had Angel been right about? What other facts had she scoffed at, dismissing out of hand? Angel's origin story came to mind. She'd told Kim she'd been part of a rescue mission. After it failed, she'd attempted to kill herself rather than let herself be captured. Her recollections ended at the moment of her supposed death. At the time, Kim had dismissed the story as outright nonsense. But what if it were true? What if Angel believed as Naomi did, that death represented nothing more than a harmless transfer from one body to the next? After Angel's body was taken to Blackgate, Dr. Harrison set out to discover everything there was to know about her, to extract every piece of alien technology he could possibly extract. Angel had come alive and escaped years later, but her freedom came with a steep price. Her memories, her very identity, had been lost. Their stories seemed to differ only in that Harrison claimed to have created Angel from the ground up. But what if both were true? What if Angel had been so critically damaged that everyone involved had simply assumed she was dead? What if Harrison had helped Angel regenerate and afterwards had taken credit for bringing her to life from nothing?
But if that were true, it would mean... I know how Angel escaped, Kim blurted.
All eyes turned to her.
I think you've been tricked. The fact that Angel exists is proof of it.
Explain, Naomi said.
You and the others don't have an original body being held in stasis at some undisclosed location. This body is you, the real you.
Explain more. Kim rolled her eyes.
You're assuming that you're controlling your body as if it were a puppet, right?
The minions gasped and murmured amongst themselves. Kim ignored them and pressed on.
Do your people have the technology to imprint an individual's memories and experiences onto a new, fresh body?
Yes, Naomi said slowly. That's within our power, but that isn't what we're doing.
What happens if the body you're using is killed?
I'd be given a new one.
And what happens to this current body if that happens?
It would eventually be recovered and destroyed.
Why destroyed? Kim asked.
Because it would be dead.
What if somebody found the body and took it away before your people could recover it?
I'd imagine they'd dispose of it as they would any other corpse. Kim hid a grin. Naomi had inadvertently confirmed that she and her people were as much alive as anyone else. Her statement even gave Dr. Harrison's android theory unexpected credibility. When Harrison had been swearing up and down that Angel had been designed and not born, Kim had assumed he'd been referring to Angel as a well-designed robot. Naomi's words confirmed that Angel wasn't one or the other. She was a hybrid of both. Angel may not have ever been born, but she was definitely alive. Kim took a moment to reflect.
Sometimes it's scary being so right all the time. Nope, wouldn't happen, Kim said. They'd spirit it away and do an autopsy, reverse engineer the living hell out of it. My point is, your puppet theory is too sloppy, it doesn't work.
Naomi's eyes narrowed in indignation. It isn't a theory, she spat.
Would you like to hear my theory?
I don't care one whit about your theory.
Here's my theory. I know you're convinced Angel is one of you, or you wouldn't have told her anything.
And yet here I am openly discussing these sensitive matters with you, Naomi mocked.
Good point. That doesn't matter. I'm thinking that Angel has a similar history to yours. Perhaps she was given a few superficial augmentations to help her blend in with the locals, But she's clearly running around in her original body. She's certainly not operating it from somewhere else. Would you agree with that?
Naomi gave a reluctant nod.
I believe Angel spent the majority of her time thinking the body she inhabited didn't belong to her, just as you do.
Is there a point to this? Kim leaned closer.
Every single one of you has access to a central computer, am I right? You're assuming that this link allows you to control your puppet body from wherever it is you're controlling it from. But what if the link is sending constant updates back to the computer instead? New memories, new experiences, all of it. Everything that's important when you imprint a person's personality onto a new body.
I suspect I know where you're going with this, Naomi said. It's far more likely that Angel escaped in her own body. Kim shook her head.
She told me the whole story. I didn't believe her then, but I do now. Her rescue mission failed. When she realized she was going to be captured, she did her best to kill herself. Scientists found her body and took it away. They held her captive for years until the day she woke up and escaped. Now here's where it gets tricky. Let's go back to the day she was taken. Those in charge realized that Angel wasn't coming back. So, what do? If Angel is running a puppet, you cut her strings and call it a day. Her old body is considered dead, and Angel gets a new one to control. You assume the humans are too stupid to realize what they have.
Kim put a finger to her forehead, feigning puzzlement.
But wait, Angel woke up in captivity years later. How does that make sense? How could a puppet body wake up without a puppet master pulling her strings? The answer is, she couldn't. The fact that Angel exists is proof your puppet theory is wrong.
Kim's eyes burned with intensity.
Now, let's run with my theory. Assume Angel was tricked. Her body is hers, but she lives her entire life thinking she's running a puppet body. Angel attempts to kill herself but fails. The computer is still getting updates. The link is active. Those in charge know Angel is still alive. They'd like to activate an Angel Mark II clone with an up-to-date personality, but there's a problem. If the original Angel ever finds her way back, she'd know with absolute certainty that the body she inhabits is her original body. That can't be allowed to happen. Now we get into what I know for certain. Angel's memories were lost, but from the way she talks about it, those memories were taken from her. Did you ever wonder how we found you? She wrote up a list based on the assumptions that your people could selectively erase and manipulate memory. I think that once those in charge realized Angel wasn't coming back, they sent a signal to erase her memories and activated Mark II. The fact that Angel exists proves that everything you believe to be true is nothing more than a lie. That's how they keep control. None of your people recognized Angel because she'd been expunged from the record and quite literally forgotten.
Kim paused to take a deep breath.
Now, for the final proof. I think everyone would agree that memory manipulation is the path of least resistance. Instead of doing actual work, dropping bombs and shooting people, you write a memory and convince everyone that the world was already conquered years ago. Easier that way, less dangerous, certainly less expensive. You remember that thing we found?
The sex toy? Naomi asked. Kim grimaced.
Yes, that. You called it old technology, a substandard piece of garbage. Why didn't anyone think to bring a spare?
Because the elite, in their infinite wisdom, do not believe in spending money without cause, Naomi said. Even then, they'd find excuses.
The same elite who specialize in tricking their enemies.
Your point?
It's the path of least resistance all over again. Why do any work at all when it's so much easier to convince everyone the work has already been done? Or, in your case, why go through the needless expense of maintaining an original body at the expense of putting expensive puppets on the field for them to control, when they could take the quick and easy path and just trick everyone into thinking they've done it instead? You're not controlling anything, Naomi. This body is you.
Kim crossed her arms and smirked. Naomi and her minions looked at each other as if seeing themselves for the first time. Anderson cleared his throat.
If you're killed in real life, you die here?
Kim nodded.
The mind cannot live without the body. Congratulations, you're free.
She reached out and tapped one of the steel bars.
Relatively.
Chapter 49.
What happens now?
Kim asked Naomi.
Will you help us?
Let me think for a moment, Naomi murmured. It's a lot to take in.
If the concept of mortality is bothering you, I'd suggest not thinking about it. Eventually you get used to it.
Samuel's eyes were wild as he rattled the bars. Get used to it? He cried, his deep voice at a curious high pitch. What are you saying? Don't you realize the situation we're in? If we die, we won't survive. We need to escape now before the monster returns and kills us all.
Although some of us might need a little more time,
Kim added. If our link is the source of our greatest vulnerability, our memories could be erased at any time. Naomi tapped the side of her head. Even if we were to escape, our freedom may be short-lived.
Could they use their memory tricks to make you forget everything I've told you?
It would be all or nothing. For detailed work, they'd need the sex toy. Kim looked down at her feet.
Don't call it that. I get it now.
Melanie leaned up against the bars.
You've been referring to it as the sex toy so I wouldn't ask questions. That's actually rather clever. Even if I took my reports seriously, I never would have mentioned it.
This was new to Kim.
Reports?
Naomi pursed her lips together. Melanie reports her experiences to a team of old sex partners in Virginia.
Damn it, Naomi, Melanie cried, exasperated. For the last time, they're not old sex partners, or new ones for that matter.
Oh, really? Naomi shifted until she faced Melanie, her left side against the bars. If you don't care for any of them, why communicate with them at all? Explain that. Light flooded the room with sudden brilliance as the main doors opened with a scream of rusted metal. Kim and Melanie shielded their eyes, while the others craned their necks to see. The costumed monster stood in the doorway. It looked every bit as ridiculous as the last time Kim had seen it. The minions scrambled to the far side of their cells. The sight of them made Kim wonder. To enjoy old monster movies past a certain age, one needed to be able to suspend disbelief. If the aliens didn't know the difference, might it be enough to keep them out of Tokyo? After Kim's eyes adjusted, she scanned the room about her. She stood in the middle of a multi-level factory floor. Two massive vats stood a short distance away, with twin metal staircases circling their perimeter. Kim hugged her arms to her chest as she read the wording on the vat furthest from her. Someone had written the word acid in block lettering using bright orange paint. Above them, a catwalk crisscrossed the room. It ran parallel to a pulley system composed of steel cables and hooks. The creature stopped before Naomi's cage. It produced a key in its awkward rubber hands, unlocked the door, and seized Naomi by her restraints. Naomi struggled and managed to kick the monster twice in its rubbery shins, but this did her little good. Her costumed assailant betrayed no reaction. She was made to stand underneath one of the hooks hanging from the ceiling. "Kim?" Naomi called, a nervous quaver in her voice. "Could you please tell your girlfriend I'm sorry for whatever?" Kim cleared her throat.
Angel, if that's you, we pretty much solved our differences. You can stop now.
Melanie drew as close to Kim as the bars allowed.
I couldn't help noticing the vat of acid. That's not really acid, is it? This is all for show?
The monster used a claw to stab at a 3-button control panel hanging from the ceiling. Machinery coughed, sputtered, and came to life. The cable above the pair descended.
Kim?
Melanie said again.
I hate to break it to you, but Angel isn't one for doing things halfway. What's that?
Melanie grimaced, swallowed, and tried again.
What's that supposed to mean? It means Angel has been known to use lethal props, Kim said. If the situation called for a gun, she wouldn't go out looking for a Hollywood-style prop gun that fires blanks. She'd find a real gun and load it with real bullets.
Naomi was secured to the hook and cable by her restraints. The creature stabbed another button. She rose into the air until she could almost touch the ceiling. A track system engaged and shifted, pulling Naomi along until finally coming to rest above the ominous vat marked acid. Apparently satisfied, the monster left the room. Kim's mouth went dry at the sight.
Yeah, this isn't going to end well.
Naomi drew her legs up into a fetal position. Maybe the rest of you could start thinking of a solution? Please? Any time now?
Has Angel done this sort of thing before?
Melanie pressed.
Only once,
Kim admitted.
but that was a special occasion. Nobody got shot, or stabbed, which still sounds kind of horrible, actually. You'd have had to have been there.
Naomi sucked in a breath. Please tell your girlfriend. Kim had finally had enough.
Everyone needs to stop blaming Angel and start thinking of a way out of this. What if Angel isn't the monster? Has anyone thought of that? Maybe it's some crazed Scooby-Doo fanboy in a monster suit, killing intruders and competitors while he searches for a treasure that probably doesn't exist.
That doesn't sound any better, Naomi complained.
Assuming Angel is behind it, any idea why she's doing it?
Melanie asked.
Because love is the answer?
Kim suggested. Then she blinked.
Oh, that makes sense.
Melanie stared back at her.
Really? You're going to have to explain that to me.
Kim leaned in and spoke softly to ensure Naomi couldn't overhear.
Try to think of it from the point of view of someone with less than a month of life experience. That person wants to know more about love. She starts reading romantic stories and watches movies, but they give her a slanted, unrealistic view. She doesn't realize that romantic fantasies aren't that common. As an idealistic fan of romance, she starts to dream up ideas. Ideas like this one.
Melanie wrinkled her nose as she took a long look at the room about them.
We're surrounded by cobwebs, filth, and old factory machinery no one bothered to salvage. This is Angel's idea of romance? Work with me on this. Angel is a romantic, love-conquers-all type of person. Imagine you're reading a story of two people thrown into dangerous situations. You expect attraction, sexual tension, that sort of thing. Eventually, you start getting impatient for them to just jump into bed and go for it already. But neither one makes a move. They drag it out. The author milks it for all it's worth.
Kim lifted a hand to indicate Naomi, feeling a warm light in her chest as the full implications of Angel's master plan sank in.
Now imagine one of them is about to be horribly killed while the love of their life looks on. This is the end, they think, their final moments. If they don't confess their love now, they may never get another chance to tell the other how they truly feel. A classic romance, don't you get it?
Melanie had heard enough.
Are you seriously suggesting that Angel is listening in, waiting for the two of us to start spouting poetry at each other? Probably not poetry, but yeah, Angel's playing matchmaker. I thought Naomi was certifiable, but your girlfriend is legitimately insane. Can't argue with that.
Kim smiled, a faraway look in her eye.
The whole thing is crazy romantic, though, isn't it? And it's not even aimed at me. I've noticed that you can't stop smiling,
Melanie said, shaking her head slightly.
Sounds like the two of you are perfect for each other. You're as crazy as she is. I love her. I love Angel. God help me, but I do. And I think I've finally figured it out. Angel set everything up to get the two of you together, but she's also doing it to show me how temporary life can be. That I should seize the day. She's left it up to me to decide. I'm free to choose. Either I do everything I can to show her I love her, or I do nothing. In either case, Angel knows where she stands.
Melanie made another show of looking about their decrepit surroundings.
You got all that?
She waved a hand.
From this?
Kim nodded enthusiastically.
Angel's a manipulative genius, and I love her for it. You're suggesting that she's manipulating you into deciding for yourself? How does that make any sense? Think of it another way. Angel can't remember her old life, and she's been going out of her way to get her memories back. Eventually, she'll remember enough to make an informed decision. Will she stay with me or return to the stars? In typical Angel fashion, she's left the decision up to me. That's how it makes sense.
Melanie rubbed her forehead.
This hurts to admit, but I think I followed that. I've tried showing her that I want her to stay, but it didn't work, Kim complained. Have you tried telling her? What? Have you tried telling Angel how you feel?
Kim snorted at the absurdity of the suggestion.
Tell her? Why? What would be the point? How could that possibly work?
Melanie looked to the ceiling, as if searching for inspiration.
Have you tried it? Of course not, Kim scoffed. That would be stupid. Angel isn't going to be satisfied with a lame verbal confession. She wants a demonstration that will... Have you told her how you feel?
Kim squirmed.
Maybe not openly. So, in other words, no is what you're trying to say. I guess so. Maybe you should. How did I get to be the subject of this conversation? Kim demanded angrily. This isn't about me spouting poetry. It's about you spouting poetry. Don't dodge the issue, Melanie shot back. Fine, here's my problem. For days, I've been doing everything I can to get Angel to agree to stay, but I need to convince her to do it without making her think I want to marry her.
Melanie put a finger to her head.
Isn't that the definition of a marriage? An agreement to stay?
Kim's face contorted as the unnatural thought wormed its way into her brain like an unwelcome parasite.
I suppose. Technically. When you oversimplify things like that, then maybe, yeah.
Melanie simply waited. Kim found herself sitting on the cold stone floor without making the conscious decision to do so.
Oh dear God, I've been dreaming up ways to compel Angel to marry me all this time, haven't I? Good for you. You figured out how you really feel. Congratulations!
Kim used the bars to pull herself back onto her feet.
Stop making this about me, she cried. This is about you. I'm not the one with the girlfriend hanging over a vat of acid. No, you're the one whose girlfriend put her there. Yeah, okay.
Kim waved a hand.
But as for right here and now, this is all on you. Go talk to Naomi. Do the poetry spouting thing and make it convincing.
Melanie grumbled something and left for the opposite side of the cage. Kim was about to accompany her as far as her own cell would allow when she heard a strange sound, the muffled sound of something moving. She cocked her head, listening. It was coming from somewhere up above her. A ceiling panel opened and Angel tumbled into Kim's cage. Her arms were bound to her sides with coils of rope, which didn't look at all secure to Kim's eye. Angel proved Kim's point a moment later when she stood and shrugged out of her bonds with the ease of shedding an unwanted coat.
The monster captured me too, she said, as if this explained everything. Have Naomi and Melanie confessed their love yet? What are you doing here? Kim hissed. Don't worry about me. Have they confessed their love yet? Aren't you supposed to be standing by to ensure Naomi's acid bath isn't fatal? I'm sorry?
Angel gave her a look.
Your statement seems to imply that I'm directly responsible. Aren't you? Confirming your assumptions would also imply I'm directly responsible.
Kim stomped her foot.
Stop that! You're worrying over nothing, Kim. There's no need for concern. Of course there's reason for concern, Kim cried. What's the point of confessing their love if you kill one of them?
Angel's eyes narrowed into her irritated expression.
Haven't we talked about this? Naomi needs to become strong on her own, to stop being socially dependent upon what others expect her to be. I'm firmly convinced that love will give her the additional mental strength necessary to take a chance. We've known her for several weeks. 1 week, Kim corrected. A little less than a week, actually. And during that time, Naomi's demonstrated a willingness to risk everything for freedom, but still has yet to take that final, necessary step. The desire to become independent isn't enough. Despite her recent advances, Naomi still hasn't overcome her social restrictions and expectations. I want to win her trust. For that to happen, we need for her to understand that we're trying our best to help.
The cable holding Naomi dropped a notch. She shrieked.
Yeah, I get that part.
Kim held up her hand to block her view of Naomi, so she wouldn't feel compelled to watch.
It's a decent plan. The two of them realize they love each other, Naomi becomes our friend and tosses her old friends aside, and then she joins us and helps us save the planet. That's it, isn't it? Close enough, Angel said. Assuming I'm successful, of course. I'm counting on the fact she'll be willing to share her secrets, allow me access to their computers, and ultimately help us defeat her evil alien masters. Kim couldn't help but notice that Angel hadn't mentioned her primary reason for computer access, how she wanted to learn more about herself.
No, I'm not going to ask her about it. If Angel wants to keep secrets, I'm okay with that. I'm going to trust her. She's not going to leave me. How exactly is confessing her love supposed to save her from an acid bath?
Kim asked. The acid is symbolic. Kim breathed a sigh of relief.
Ah, that's good. For a second I thought it was real.
It is real, Angel said. It's also symbolic. Kim covered her eyes with her hand.
Damn it, Angel!
The fact that Naomi is endangered should be enough to make both realize what they mean to each other. My plan cannot fail at this point. The cable dropped a notch. Naomi let out another shrill scream and started to swear.
What if the acid kills her?
There's no need to worry, Angel said. The classic tragic romance is arguably the most memorable and effective kind of romance there is. Romeo and Juliet, Gwendolen and Oswald. I'm going to assume the list is endless, and that I've largely forgotten them.
Gwendolen and Oswald? Kim gasped. From Odin's Sphere? What are you talking about? I loved that ending.
Surely you can see the parallels. Naomi and Melanie will share an intense romantic moment together. After Naomi dies and respawns in a new body,
I sincerely doubt Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet would still be considered a tragic romance if they respawned after killing themselves.
Then we're in agreement. The story would evolve into something better. All the benefits of a tragic romance with none of the tragic.
None of that matters, Angel.
Why wouldn't it?
Because Naomi isn't getting a new body.
Angel's eyes narrowed. Why wouldn't she?
I figured it out.
Kim couldn't help but smirk.
The aliens aren't running puppets at all. When one of them dies, the computer uploads all their memories and experiences into a brand new body. Their superiors tell them they're running a new puppet, but it's all a lie.
How do you know this?
Like I said, I figured it out, Kim said. Did you know there are people out there who would kill for that type of technology? They call it mind uploading, or whole brain emulation. There are websites devoted to it on the internet. I understand the theory, but the sad fact of the matter is the original Naomi would be dead. The new Respawn Naomi might be calling herself that, but it wouldn't be our Naomi.
Oh. Angel looked to the imperiled alien in question. The cable dropped another notch, as evidenced by another ear-piercing shriek. That's bad.
Yeah, Kim confirmed. That's bad.
Are you certain of this?
It's a fairly common science fiction idea. Personally, I'm thinking they're fooling themselves. What they're actually doing is giving a new clone an inheritance, history, and a place to live. I don't get why anyone would think it's the path to immortality.
Angel was shaking her head. That's not what I meant.
Why not?
Kim asked.
I think you'd agree if you played any of the Borderlands games and knew about the new use stations. After all, what's stopping them from dumping a person's personality into more than one clone? Hard for number 1 to argue he's the original reborn after seeing number 2 crawling out of the clone vats.
Kim.
And what happens if the original survives the so-called transfer process and comes walking through the door? He's going to want his stuff back. Can you imagine? That would be awkward for everyone.
No, Angel said between closed eyes and gritted teeth. Not about that. Are you certain this applies to Naomi?
Oh!
Kim put a finger to her chin.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it wouldn't. Their bosses don't even want them aware they're controlling their own bodies.
Focus, Kim. Is Naomi about to die or not?
Unless something changes really quickly, then yes, Naomi is definitely going to die.
Kim placed her hands on her hips.
And whose fault would that be? I'll give you a hint. I'm looking at her right now.
Angel threw her hands in the air. Why do you persist in blaming me? Why not blame the monster?
Because the monster...
There was another shriek.
You know, we really should be rescuing Naomi, Kim said. How is she supposed to escape?
Angel touched a finger to the side of her head in her thoughtful pose. I have a solution in mind, but if we give it away, Naomi won't be getting full experience points for escaping. I seriously doubt Naomi's worried about not getting full experience points.
Chapter 50. Naomi couldn't tear her eyes away from the blackish, murky pool of acid directly below her. She kept her legs pulled to her chest. If she allowed them to dangle, they probably wouldn't touch the acid, but she wasn't about to take the chance.
And I was just getting used to having my own body, too. Permadeath sucks.
I think I know what we need to do,
Melanie called out to her from her cell. Naomi didn't raise her eyes.
If you've got a plan, you'd better hurry.
Melanie's hands were clenching and unclenching at her sides.
Do you remember what Angel said to you? About love being the answer?
Summarize, please. Even better, skip to the end.
Yeah, I guess vague hints aren't going to work. For a minute, I forgot who I was talking to.
Yes, Naomi snapped. Love, got it. Love is the answer. Excellent, brilliant strategy, Melanie. Thank you for telling me. Now that we've settled that, any ideas for getting me down?
Okay, here it is.
Melanie let out a breath.
You need to tell me you love me.
Naomi gave Melanie her best withering glare.
Excuse me?
Yeah, long talk with Kim. Apparently, Angel's got a really twisted and borderline fatal sense of romance.
Naomi drew in an unnecessary breath, then let it out slowly.
I am so utterly sick and tired of being told love is the solution. If my arms weren't tied down, I'd be throwing them up in the air in frustration. How is love supposed to help me? I'm being lowered into a vat of acid. Into a vat of acid! You need to... A vat of acid! Naomi cried.
Listen to me! You need to tell me you love me, or at least care about me, and they'll let you go.
I don't want to be let go. I'm hanging over a vat of acid.
In their cell, Angel and Kim both competed for space at the side closest to Naomi.
Yes, these are your final moments, Angel called. You're about to die. Melanie is important to you, isn't she? Isn't there anything you'd like to say to her while you still have the chance?
Naomi's eyes met Melanie's as she considered Angel's words.
Yes, Naomi admitted. I do have something I'd like to tell her. There are certain words I've been wanting to share, but I've been holding them back. She hung her head. It was never the right time.
Now is the time, Angel urged.
Perhaps you're right. She sighed again. Melanie?
Melanie's eyes were wide.
Yes?
This is what I truly feel. Since that terrible moment I thought I'd lost you. There's something I've been longing to tell you before it's too late.
Naomi sucked in a breath.
This is all your fault, she screamed. All of it. If I hadn't brought you with me, none of this would have happened.
Oh, for God's sake.
Kim edged Angel out of the way.
You brought Melanie to the warehouse last Saturday night because you said you needed a beautiful hostage. You told us she was the most beautiful woman you could find. Then you brought her here. And from the way she's dressed, she was expecting to be taken on a romantic date, not dragged all over the city. She must be in love with you, because no one else would be stupid enough to put up with you.
If I hadn't charged in to rescue her, none of this would have happened. I never would have been captured.
What?
Melanie gasped.
You did? Why? I told you to stay away. Why would you do that?
Because I wasn't thinking. Because you were in danger. Because I was stupid.
No, you tried to rescue her because you care about her, you stupid idiot!
Kim yelled.
You want the truth? I'll give you the truth.
Naomi closed her eyes.
Everything about Melanie is beautiful. Everything. I've always been attracted to her, since forever.
She hung her head in sorrow.
But Melanie doesn't care about me at all, she wailed.
What?
Melanie gasped.
How can you say that?
It's true,
Naomi sobbed.
I've been doing everything I can to get you to notice me.
There was a moment of silence.
When was this?
Since the beginning.
Oh, please, Naomi shot back. I would have noticed if you had given me some sort of sign.
How much more blatant a sign do you want? Maybe an I love you sign with big flashing neon letters? Would that be good enough?
It would help.
Naomi's entire body jerked as the cable dropped.
No, this isn't fair. All I ever wanted since forever a few hours ago was to find the specific restaurant by the lake. I wanted a chance to have a nice romantic dinner with you, to experience what it would be like to spend hours sleeping with you at the motel. Now I'll never be able to.
She's definitely one of you, Angel, Kim remarked. Everyone shut up! Melanie yelled. Naomi, would you please focus for a minute?
Naomi held her feet up just a little bit higher.
I've never slept with anyone before in my life. It would have been a brand new experience. I want to try doing it with you.
I think you'll find it to be very enjoyable, Angel supplied. Focus, Naomi, Melanie said. Didn't you hear me? I just told you that I loved you.
Loved? Naomi gasped. Loved as in past tense?
No, I love you, as in I love you. I love you, you stupid idiot! Dear God, what the hell's the matter with you?
Maybe if you'd stop insulting me, Naomi said darkly, but then she did a double take. You love me?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You're not just saying that. Silence reigned. Melanie, I can't see. Naomi stretched in an attempt to peer over the rim of the vat, but the angle was wrong. Please don't tell me you've changed your mind.
No, I haven't changed my mind. I was busy pulling my hair out.
Don't do that, Naomi gasped anew. I love your hair. I love your body and your personality and everything about you.
You do?
Came Melanie's tentative answer.
Yes.
Okay, Angel. Kim clapped her hands. You've done it. Mission accomplished. Everyone loves each other. You can let Naomi go now. Not literally, please, Melanie put in. Yes, Kim agreed. Not literally.
Is there anything else I should be doing? Naomi called. Because I'm getting tired of this.
Try swinging toward the far side and grabbing hold of the edge with your legs, Angel suggested. You should be able to hook a foot under the catwalk's safety railing. The cable will eventually lower into the acid. After it dissolves, you'll be free to pull yourself up and out.
Naomi blinked. Very tentatively, she allowed her legs to dangle. There was still a good distance from the pool itself. Encouraged, she started to swing.
That's really acid?
Melanie asked. Naomi could hear Angel's matter-of-fact reply. Why wouldn't it be acid? The vat even says acid on the side.
You're insane, Melanie said. Both of you are completely insane.
There seems to be a consensus on that, Angel agreed. Naomi was starting to build up a decent amount of momentum when Angel appeared beyond the vat's edge. She stretched out her hand. Naomi swung closer, then closer still. The instant Naomi's feet came within range, Angel seized her right ankle and pulled her in as tightly as the steel cable would allow. It was enough to keep her in place. There was another click. The cable slackened. Angel pulled her that much closer.
Were you the one responsible for all this?
Naomi asked.
Of course not,
Angel said without blinking. That was the monster. Seeing as she was literally, as well as figuratively, in no position to argue, Naomi decided to let it go. Chapter 51. The cable slackened once more, and Angel pulled Naomi over the side. She wasted no time unfastening her restraints before tossing them into the vat. They faded into the murky depths, and were quickly lost to sight. Naomi followed her rescuer down the spiraling stairs to the ground floor. Kim and Melanie had also been freed, she noted, but her minions remained locked in their cells.
How did you manage to free yourselves?
The monster didn't search me, Angel said. I picked the lock. The explanation made as much sense as anything else.
I see.
Now that we're friends, I have a request. Angel rubbed her hands together. I'd appreciate it if you could tell us the specifics of what your people have planned.
Oh, no need for explanations, Kim said with a smirk. I've already figured it out.
Naomi attempted to ignore them both, but her efforts were met with limited success. Kim and Angel seemed intent on making their points directly in front of wherever she chose to stand.
So, if you could tell us,
Angel reiterated as if Kim hadn't spoken.
I said I've already figured it out, Kim repeated, this time a little more forcefully. The aliens want to use their memory technology in order to...
We don't have time for that,
Keith cried. Or maybe it was Roy or Randy. Naomi always got them mixed up. One of the lesser ones, at any rate.
Free us before the monster comes back! Free us!
Others added to the chorus, shaking the bars of their prison.
Free us! I don't want to die! Let us go!
Naomi closed her eyes and added minions to her ignore list. If I still had my blaster, they wouldn't be making demands. Or if you'd prefer to grant me computer access. Angel's question was noticeably louder. Whether this was done to drown out the cacophonous voices or because Naomi still hadn't acknowledged her, she couldn't say. This will be necessary to free you from the system. Kim placed her hands on her hips. Angel, are you listening to me? The prisoners shook their bars with greater enthusiasm.
Are you listening to us?
Will all of you shut up for a moment? Naomi cried. I need to think. The clamoring and rattling of bars mercifully stopped. Naomi turned to Angel. Thank you for freeing me, but if we're friends as you claim, why haven't you freed my minions? Are we in agreement? Are you our friend now? Naomi looked away. How could she explain? Before I answer, I think you should know the full story. Naomi looked sidelong at Kim. Your friend was mostly correct. Angel's eyes widened. She was? Don't act so surprised, Kim admonished before turning her glare upon Naomi. What do you mean mostly? What's wrong with my theory? I won't deny that Kim may have divined the absolute basics of our plan, but it isn't anything as dramatic as taking over the Earth for some nefarious purpose. What else could it be? First contact, Naomi said. Oh, please, Kim scoffed. I saw the graves. A first contact is supposed to be peaceful. Your supposed first contact kills thousands. Naomi grimaced. Our first contact kills thousands of people, but only because that's a plausible scenario humanity would accept. Kim gave a reluctant nod. Go on. As I was saying, you were mostly correct. After the surrender, we are discovered to be a benevolent and peaceful people. Humanity wouldn't suffer under new management. There'd be no need for career politicians of dubious talent, or violent warlords, or dictators holding on to scraps of power at the expense of their own people. We'd end world hunger, cure cancer, and set about doing everything humanity would expect from their new alien benefactors. History is a series of lies agreed upon. Through the use of our memory technology, as you call it, Earth's entire population would skip over a first generation's unproductive, and frankly unnecessary xenophobia and resistance to change. They would awaken years into their own future, long after they'd settled their past petty differences. They'd remember how they'd felt during the transition, but only as an old memory. The only casualties would be works of fiction, occasionally supplemented by recently dead to add physical credibility. Once fully accepted by the populace, Earth would be welcomed into an ever-growing community of planets, which currently spans 3% of the known galaxy. I see, Angel nodded. Now that we become friends, I trust you will join us in stopping this. Kim held up a hand. Hold on a second, Angel. Stop it. Let's not be hasty. That sounds like a sweet deal. Chapter 52. Kim had never been the confident and assertive type when crowds were involved, but arguing the pros and cons of a possible alien takeover did wonders for her courage. Now, hear me out. None of you are thinking long-term. You need to consider all the possibilities. Do you know what surprises me? Angel addressed her question to the ceiling. It surprises me that I'm not surprised. Melanie stood sputtering in indignation. You'd hand over the planet to them? Kim stood her ground. I'm sure we can all agree that the planet needs to be united eventually, right? Why not do it under beneficial alien rule? The only reason you're saying that is because you're interested in their technology, Melanie shot back. Of course I am! Why wouldn't I be? What's wrong with snapping up all the alien toys I can find? Melanie's hands clenched into fists. We need to stop them. Amazing new technology aside, what have you got against world peace? You'd rather keep rolling the dice for the next 100 years until we figure out how to travel faster than light ourselves? Hoping some religious nutjob who thinks suicide and mass murder is a surefire ticket to heaven won't decide to start World War III and ruin it for the rest of us? We've been lucky so far. Humanity can't afford to keep all its eggs in one basket. We need to expand the hell off this planet, and I say the sooner the better.
Melanie pinched the bridge of her nose.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. If you'd read any science fiction at all, you'd agree with me. And what gives you the impression the aliens would be willing to share any of their technology?
Kim stopped to think about this. They'd keep it for themselves? All of it? Her hands clenched into fists.
We need to stop them!
Then you'd be stopping me, Naomi said. Melanie, Kim, and Angel turned to stare at her. It's regrettable, but I don't see any other options, Naomi said with a sigh. Until recently, I'd been assuming Angel had discovered a way to rouse herself and escape confinement. I now know this path isn't available to me. She heaved a second sigh to reiterate her point. I suppose I'll stay a supervillain, fulfill my destiny, and subvert your people under my oppressive rule.
You can't suppose you'll be a supervillain, Kim cried in exasperation. It takes planning, dedication, and... I'll handle this.
Melanie took Naomi's arm.
Let me talk to her.
Don't go too far, Angel called after them. We still need to capture the monster. And Kim, could you please refrain from advising Naomi on how to be a proper villain? That's counterproductive. Chapter 53. Naomi followed Melanie to a corner beyond sight of the others. The dim electric lighting gave the illusion of privacy.
Why are you doing this? Melanie asked. If Kim is right about the trick played on your people...
I'm certain she is, Naomi said. The fact that Angel exists is proof our entire system is based upon a lie.
But if Kim's right, you can be free. Why can't you follow Angel's example?
Naomi raised a hand, let it fall. Angel wasn't freed through her own actions. Angel became free only after her memories were taken.
Not all of her memories. Kim told us she remembered her rescue mission.
I don't want to lose my memories of you. Naomi's hands clenched. It's too great a risk. I won't let that happen, not for anything.
What if you acted first? Angel mentioned being able to free you from the system. If she cut your connection, you could keep your memories.
Even if that were possible, it would be a short-term solution. If I freed myself or stepped aside, another would take my place. Your world would still fall.
I see.
Melanie's lips pressed tight. I'm sorry, but there isn't any other way. If I don't maintain a position of authority, I'll become a victim of it. My people won't stand aside without a good reason.
If you need a good reason, I think I have one. But we should discuss it with the others. Angel seems confident she can free you, and Kim might have more ideas.
Naomi's body tensed. I don't approve of Angel's love as the answer solution, she said darkly. Melanie rubbed the back of her neck and looked at the ceiling.
I admit that one needed work.
And given Kim's desire for alien toys, I suspect she's only interested in our technology to have sex with it.
Let's just hear them out, okay?
Chapter 54. Angel shook her head.
I'm sorry, Kim, but I can't agree with your premise. Given sufficiently advanced technology, why wouldn't it be possible to completely copy an individual's mind? Because how could you know for certain if it worked or not? Kim countered. You can't transfer the essence of a person out of one body and into a fresh one and call it immortality. The concept of moving souls around only works in fiction. You'd be fooling yourself.
What if the process was similar to what a transporter does in Star Trek?
A transporter is matter-to-energy conversion. They take you apart molecule by molecule, convert you to energy, and then reassemble you on the far side.
In that case, a transporter is a bad example. Envision a process that would recreate a body in an ideal state.
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
Kim tapped her chin thoughtfully.
That might work, but I still wouldn't trust it. I'm all for a doctor taking out my brain and transferring it over into an android body. Or maybe take an immortality pill or something, but that's me. Excuse me, Melanie said. Kim took note of Naomi and Melanie's return. She half-stepped to her right and turned away slightly, hoping to not make it obvious that she was ignoring them. You may not have realized it, but there's a good chance their memory manipulation technology is directly related to their so-called pseudo-immortality transfer consciousness technology. Both involve the recipient getting new memories, after all. But combining the two is taking the process too far, Angel argued. Eternal life as a slave isn't a life worth living. No arguments there. I'm only suggesting that one technology may have led to the other. I see. Kim's eyes lit up. Oh, I've got it! Instead of tricking everyone into perpetual slavery, by telling them they're running android copies of themselves, why not actually give them androids to control instead? Angel's face twisted. Your so-called solution is their original problem. They'd be back to not being able to quit. Melanie took a step to her left and tried again. Excuse me? Kim and Angel turned to glower at Melanie with identical looks of irritation. We have a problem, said Melanie. Two problems, actually. The way things stand, the aliens will eventually take over the planet. Angel seemed taken aback. I thought, aren't you going to help us? Naomi leaned against her former prison cell, her mouth a tight line. I've discussed this with Melanie. I don't see how I can step aside. I thought you only became a villain because it gave you better options, Angel said. You're partially correct. I became a supervillain because it gave me an alternate purpose, which in turn allowed me better options. In that case, why not set it aside? Hasn't it served its purpose? Because there's no point in stepping aside. Naomi waved a hand. It's best if I stay in control. As a supervillain? Regrettably, yes. Angel looked to Kim, hands pressed together in a pleading gesture. Please tell me you would be against a supervillain taking over the planet? Kim rolled her eyes. Yes, I'd be against a supervillain taking over the planet. Smartass. Good. If Naomi is looking for an alternate purpose, I've got a better idea. Why not take up Angel's alternate history? Become one of Dr. Harrison's escaped artificial intelligence androids. Melanie stammered incoherently at the suggestion, but Naomi leaned in as if interested. How would that help? She asked. You'd be able to give up your supervillain ways for one, Kim said with a shrug. Your only job would be to pass as human. Just stay away from any of the Terminator movies and you'll do fine. Terminator movies? They're where the machine intelligence gets smart and... Kim, Angel warned. Please don't give her ideas. Kim took the hint. Melanie held up her hands in an apparent plea for silence. We're getting sidetracked. This isn't about Naomi finding another job. That's not what I'm worried about. We need to find a way to take her off the system and set her free before we do anything else. I already have an idea for how to get the aliens to leave Earth for good, but why would you want to do that? Kim gasped. Melanie shot Kim a warning look. Let's discuss it later. Kim drew herself up. Let's discuss it now. I have a solution that will free Naomi. Angel held up a hand. If anyone would care to listen. No, Kim's right, said Melanie. Let's get this out of the way. Thank you, Kim said. Don't thank me yet, Melanie muttered under her breath. Naomi, I believe your people should leave because it's in their own best interest. If you want a reason, all you need to do is look at Kim. Not only was she able to discover all of your secrets, but she also figured out how you'd been tricked by your very own people. And she did it without training, without instruction. Samuel, Anderson, and the other minions exchanged troubled glances, but Naomi folded her arms, seemingly unimpressed. I won't deny her accomplishments, but what does that have to do with us? Humanity is ambitious. There's no way we'll be satisfied with whatever scraps of technology you'll allow us. We'll want more. We'll always want more. In 10 or 20 years, you'll be left with nothing to call your own.
I think she's right, Samuel interjected gravely. We should cut our losses and escape while we can. These people are different. He stuck a hand through the bars and waved it at Kim. This woman is ordinary, nothing special, yet she unraveled all of our plans. How can this be ignored? If even the simplest, most common of them could figure it out.
Samuel jerked his hand back an instant before Kim's foot smashed into the bars where his fingers had been.
Then our entire people are at risk. If we stay, they'll own everything.
Nobody's suggesting that anyone has to leave, Kim told him. Melanie is, Angel pointed out. I don't care, she doesn't count. Melanie relentlessly drove her point home. Don't you see? She argues against leaving because she knows you're underestimating us. That's why she's so desperate for you to stay. Most of us would thank you for feeding the hungry, curing the sick, and keeping the peace. But I promise you the goodwill won't last. Didn't your research on humanity teach you anything? Kim's hands clutched the air, overcome with frustration. What are you doing? You're going to chase them away! You're proving my point, Melanie said. Kim whirled on Naomi, her eyes frantic. Don't listen to her! She doesn't know what she's talking about. The only reason you have a lopsided view of humanity is because nobody likes boring stories about peace and cooperation and getting along with each other. Good stories have conflict. People want to see the hero achieving great things, struggling against the odds and winning. That's what makes a story interesting, not peace and harmony. Angel placed a hand on her shoulder. Kim, their leaders enslave their own people. Kim fell silent. I kind of forgot that part, she admitted, her voice subdued. You should have opened with that. If I had, you wouldn't have been half as convincing, Melanie said. That was cruel. You set me up. Melanie had the grace to look apologetic. Yes, I did. Sorry about that. No. Kim shook her head. No, you're not sorry at all, but I get it. She waved a hand. It had to be done. Don't worry about it. Melanie's gaze fell to Angel. You said something about a solution. That's correct, Angel said. Naomi needs to be safely removed before someone notices her rebellion and erases her memories. Isn't there some other reason you wanted to their computers? Kim asked. Something you'd like to share? Angel seemed about to say something, then looked away, her eyes downcast. Kim's chest burned with a dull ache. Damn it, Angel, you don't have to hide it from me. I'm not blaming you for wanting to know more about yourself. All I'm asking is for you to trust me. Tell me you want to make an informed decision. Just say the words, that's all I ask. I'm trusting you not to leave me. Can't you trust me too? What makes you think you'd be able to do it? Naomi asked. This is my special talent, Angel said. You'll need to have the courage to take a chance. Give me access to your computers. Let me free you. Angel's eyes caught Kim's. That's all I'm asking. Naomi stared back at Angel but didn't answer. We need to try, Naomi, Melanie said. This is the only way. Kim gritted her teeth. I'm going to trust her. I'm going to trust her. I'm going to... Oh, to hell with that. Sorry, Angel, not buying it. As I recall, you wanted inside their computers before you knew someone needed to cut their all-important internet access. It's not internet access, Naomi growled, folding her arms. Our system is far more sophisticated than anything you could ever... Angel tried again. I need access to their computers, or Naomi will never escape them. I'm so sorry, Naomi, Kim said, her voice laced with sarcasm. I didn't mean to insult your super-duper, awesomely powerful, ultimate high-speed Wi-Fi connection. Naomi bristled. How is any of what you said not an insult? Tell me what it is, then. I'm not telling you. I thought supervillains liked to brag, Kim mocked. Kim? Melanie cried. Will you please stop encouraging Naomi to be a villain? Kim wrapped her arms around herself. The cold weight of despair had sunk to the pit of her stomach and refused to go away. I want to know why Angel is so dead set on getting into their computers. What's wrong with doing it to save the world? Angel asked no one in particular. One would think saving the world would be a worthwhile goal, something everyone could get behind. But no, nobody seems to care. I care, Melanie declared. That's it? Kim pressed. No other reason? Angel looked torn with inner conflict. Please stop asking me. Just answer one question. Does this have something to do with what you were talking about earlier? My worst fear? Angel's voice was barely a whisper. Yes, it does. I see. Kim swallowed past the lump in her throat. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Angel kept her eyes averted. Kim took her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and smiled. I've changed my mind, she announced brightly. Naomi, you should do what Angel says. This is your best chance. Give her access. Let her free you from the system. She's right, Melanie was quick to agree. Let Angel free you. You'll be able to live your own life. Naomi's mouth hung open. Why this sudden change? I thought you didn't want Angel to have access to our system. Kim stretched out her free hand to idly trace a finger over the bars of the nearest cell. Yeah, I didn't, she admitted. But that was before. That was less than 30 seconds before, Naomi snapped. Like I said, that was before. Kim wished she had the courage to turn toward Angel, to kiss her senseless, and hug the stuffing out of her. I trust her. I want her to stay, but this is her decision. Angel's free to choose the life she wants, to do what she wants. Like the old saying, Angel said. If you love someone, set them free, Kim finished with a wry smile. Their eyes met. Were you simply quoting? No, I meant what I said. Kim rushed ahead before the rational and cautious part of her brain could catch up. I love you, Angel. You mean everything to me. It took me forever to admit it and longer to realize it, but I do. I love you. Lost in Angel's eyes, Kim barely heard Melanie's wry comment. First she admits it, then she realizes it. That sounds about right. Rationality and caution caught up with her. Kim realized with a start that she and Angel were the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's looking at us. Then we shouldn't disappoint them. Angel pulled Kim into an embrace and kissed her as passionately as she was able. The rest of the world faded away. Kim's heart overflowed and burst with happiness. Nothing in the world mattered but Angel. Not to rudely interrupt, Naomi said, doing just that. But if we're all in agreement, then there's only one thing left to do. Get us out, one of the minions said. Free Naomi, Melanie said. Capture the monster? Angel suggested. Make that 4 things, Naomi amended. I was going to suggest that we adjourn and meet up later. I wanted to have dinner with Melanie at the lakeside restaurant and then sleep with her. Maybe we should free Naomi first, Kim suggested. Angel raised her voice. We need to capture the monster before anything else. That's our #1 priority. Can't we do all of them? Kim asked. Absolutely not, Naomi said. Melanie stressed her desire for the 2 of us to be alone. Melanie blinked. I was talking about being alone with you for dinner, Naomi, she said, looking somewhat embarrassed. That's what I meant as well. Oh. So, what's the plan? Kim asked. Monster first, Naomi second? Naomi adopted an exaggerated, perplexed expression, complete with an exaggerated head tilt. Now I'm confused. To what else were you referring? I'll tell you later, Melanie murmured, looking away. Kim ignored the exchange and gave Angel a knowing smirk. I can't imagine that capturing the monster should take very long given the short list of suspects. All eyes turned to Angel, who bristled under the sudden attention. Why is everyone assuming I'm the one responsible? You've all seen the creature, have you not? Any ideas for how to capture it? Kim asked. Free us! Samuel cried. Angel shot an irritated glare at Samuel for the interruption. Yes, as it turns out, I happen to know its habits.
Kim waved her hand with a flourish.
Lead the way.
Isn't anyone listening? Samuel complained to his fellow minions. They all nodded enthusiastically. Naomi walked a slow circle around Melanie, who kept turning away. I'm still looking forward to sleeping with you, if that's what concerns you. I haven't changed my mind. Melanie held her hands to her ears.
Dear God, please stop talking about it.
Anderson rattled the bars of his cage. The others followed suit.
They're making a lot of noise, Angel observed. We should free them, I think.
I agree, Naomi said,
but not to use them as bait.
Naomi folded her arms. I suppose you have a better plan?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Chapter 55. The air became noticeably cooler as Angel led the group down several dark hallways and into a loading dock. The entire area was clear of dust and debris, as well as leftover machinery. 2 of the 4 bays were exposed to the open air, letting in the last remnants of the day's sunlight. The remaining overhead doors were closed and locked. Angel stopped at a stairwell door.
This leads directly to the monster's lair, she said, her voice low. We'll set our trap here. Kim, do you think you could find us some rope?
Kim glanced to her right.
What about the convenient coil of rope hanging on the wall over there? That would be perfect. Now all we need is a weapon.
Angel set her hands on her hips and made a show of looking about. Her eyes settled upon a cast-iron frying pan, sitting alone on an otherwise empty shelf. She picked it up and gave it an experimental swing.
Yes, this will do nicely.
The others watched as Angel searched for and found 2 hooks 2 inches from the ground on either side of the door. She tied the rope to one hook, then stretched it across the doorway to the other and tied off the other end. Melanie gave a slow whistle.
Awfully convenient, all this stuff just sitting here waiting for her to find it. Don't spoil the illusion, Kim admonished.
Angel stood and dusted her hands.
The rest of you should hide.
The newly freed minions scattered into the dark corners of the room. Naomi stepped next to the wall, out of direct line of sight. After a moment, Kim shrugged and joined her. Melanie didn't move.
That's your trap. You're going to wait for the monster and trip him.
There isn't time to debate, Angel said, somewhat exasperated. The monster could return at any moment.
You're expecting him?
Kim took Melanie's hand and ushered her to stand over against the wall by Naomi's side.
It's best if you don't think about it.
Angel hefted her frying pan to one shoulder and held a finger to her lips. Apparently satisfied, she took hold of the door handle and jerked it open. The monster stumbled out from the other side of the door as if he'd been sleeping against it. One foot caught the rope, sending the creature further off balance. It crashed to the floor at Angel's feet.
Don't move, she warned.
Either ignoring or not hearing the advice, the monster braced itself and attempted to rise. Angel rapped his forehead sharply with the frying pan. He collapsed in an ungainly heap. Wasting no time, Angel shifted the monster until it was facing her. She found the suit's clasp and wrenched the head free. Kim had no trouble recognizing the suit's occupant by his distinctive greasy hair.
Old Man Gunther!
Angel gasped. 2 things happened at once, but only Kim instantly understood exactly what was happening. Kim heard Old Man Gunther's voice, plain as day, but underneath it, she could also hear muffled noises. Noises that sounded suspiciously similar to an angry old man attempting to swear, but unable to do so due to the generous amounts of tape plastered over his mouth.
I was hoping to scare you away so I could find the money,
Old Man Gunther was saying, or rather, Angel's flawless imitation of Old Man Gunther's voice was saying.
I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
The others stared in stunned disbelief. Kim couldn't stop smiling. Angel disappeared into the darkened stairwell, returning seconds later with a bag marked First National Bank. She thrust it into Old Man Gunther's arms. He staggered under its weight.
I found the treasure you were after, Angel told him. I noticed it under the stairs. Take it and go. My only advice is to avoid spending it all in one place.
There was more muffled swearing. Angel held up an admonishing finger and wagged it slowly.
Promise to never do it again, and I won't involve the police.
I've learned my lesson, Angel replied in her Old Man Gunther voice. I promise to use this money to clean myself up and make a better life for myself.
See that you do, Angel said in her normal voice and ripped the tape free.
Gah!
Old Man Gunther shrieked.
You crazy bitch, the hell's the matter with you? When you set this whole thing up, I never agreed.
Angel used one hand to seize a fistful of costume and hoisted him off his feet. I said, she growled, take the money and go. She released him. Old Man Gunther took the hint and staggered out the open door to freedom. I'm compelled to ask where you got the money, Kim said. Plausible deniability. You remember, don't you? Ignorance is bliss. Of course. We should keep this frying pan, Angel said. I have a feeling ours could be missing from home. You could be right. Chapter 56. Darkness had fallen by the time the group returned to the parking lot. A chill was in the air, but it wasn't uncomfortably cold. Naomi pulled out a laptop from the trunk of her SUV and handed it to Angel. She set it on the vehicle's hood. After a moment, Angel smiled. I see. The vehicle itself is connected to the system, isn't it? Yes. Naomi couldn't keep her hands still. Please don't keep me in suspense. Do you have it? Angel's fingers blurred over the keyboard. I'm in. Give me a few moments to... Stop! Kim cried. Naomi and Angel both turned to stare at her. Okay, this is just wrong, Kim said. I don't care what sort of nonsense you've seen on television, Angel, but hacking into a computer system does not mean hitting all the keys as quickly as you can. You're not competing for the Olympic key-mashing world record. Do it normally. Angel blew a stray tuft of hair away from her eyes and resumed typing at a normal speed. I thought they had computers in their heads, Melanie whispered to Kim. Does Angel even need a laptop? She doesn't, Kim whispered back. She's tapped directly into the car, from what I can tell. Then why is she bothering with a keyboard? Kim leaned closer, using one hand to make it a stage whisper. They think they're fooling us. We can hear you, you know, Naomi warned. It took less than a minute before Angel closed the laptop and took a step back. You've done it. Naomi clasped her hands to her chest, beaming. I don't know how, but you've done it. The link is gone. Samuel removed his pith helmet and tossed it over his shoulder. Then we're finished. This is where we say goodbye, he said in his distinctive deep voice. You're on your own from this point on. We're taking the vehicles. All of them. What are your plans? Naomi asked. I've spoken to the others and they're in agreement. We're going to leave this place and never come back. And upon our homecoming, things are going to change. We won't be tricked any longer. This can't be allowed to continue. That seems awfully convenient, Kim remarked. Not that I'm complaining, but does anyone here have that kind of authority? What choice is there? Widespread doubt would ruin our efforts. Our mission has failed. Kim opened her mouth, but then closed it again. What are your intentions? He asked. Naomi reached for Melanie's hand. I'm going on a date. After that, who knows? Speaking more practically, Melanie said, Kim, do you think you could drive up tomorrow morning and give us a ride back to the city? Not a problem, Kim said. Have a nice night. Hand in hand, Naomi and Melanie wandered back into Ravenwood. The assembled minions drove away. Within minutes, they were nothing more than shadows upon the horizon. Kim watched them go with a heavy heart. That's it then. They'll take their starship and we'll never see them again. This is a good thing, Kim. The aliens may offer a bloodless takeover, but it would still be a takeover. The peace they offer is superficial at best. It had to be done. I really wanted a starship, Kim lamented. Are you sure we can't? We don't need their starship, Angel said. The one they're using isn't anywhere near the best of what they could have. They take the path of least resistance and cut corners whenever possible. I suppose you're right. Kim fished out the keys to her Corolla, but paused before opening the doors. That sounds oddly specific, she remarked. Maybe too specific. How do you know that much about their starship?
Her question was met with silence.
Angel?
This may be difficult to hear, but you were right, Angel said. You'd guess there was another reason I wanted into their computers. I deliberately kept that reason from you, and I apologize for that.
Oh, don't worry about it,
Kim waved a hand.
I figured out what you were really after days ago. You wanted to learn more about yourself to make an informed decision on whether or not to go. I get it.
I'm not certain how to phrase this, but there's more. You've often told me how you couldn't imagine anyone choosing to stay on Earth if it meant giving up the stars. Angel looked up at the full moon rising in the sky. Not even for love. Kim felt her blood run cold.
No,
she whispered.
Just no, don't tell me I was right.
Angel stared down at her feet. I'm sorry, Kim, she whispered. You were right. I'm so sorry. Kim's legs threatened to give out. She steadied herself against her car.
No, this isn't happening,
she said, her voice a whisper. All this time, I hid my true intentions from you, Angel continued. What I did, from the beginning, nothing of what I did was solely with the intention of freeing Naomi. She was simply a means to an end. I wanted access. You were right to suspect me. Everything I did was toward that. I needed access to their computers because I hoped to uncover... Her face twisted. To uncover certain truths. Kim bit her lip, determined not to cry.
Damn it, Angel. Don't do this to me. Don't tell me. Just don't.
This is important, Kim. You need to know.
Are you leaving me?
Is that what you think?
Isn't it?
Delicate fingers touched her face. No, never. I could never leave you, Kim Rowland. I love you.
You better start explaining then.
I've noticed the pattern. Humans in science fiction alien invasion stories often become focused upon the wrong objectives. They lose sight of what should be their true goal, and instead work towards stopping the aliens' evil plans to the exclusion of all else. Our primary purpose as investigators should be oriented toward liberating every piece of alien technology we can find, nailed down or otherwise. From what I can tell after months of living with you...
1 month.
Angel's eyes widened. Only one? Still?
Keep talking.
During this entire time, you've made no secret of how much you wanted alien toys. I believe this to be the primary reason you volunteered for the job. Saving the world was incidental. What you truly wanted above all else was a starship, a means to leave this planet, to live a life among the stars. It was a life you couldn't conceive of anyone being willing to give up, not even for love.
What does any of what you just said have to do with you leaving?
As I said, everything I did was oriented towards one specific goal. Naomi wanted the freedom to pursue a relationship. To achieve my goals, I helped her achieve hers. I helped bring her and Melanie together. And then, Angel said, after securing Naomi's trust, I pressed for computer access. It took time and further persuasion, but she granted it. I took advantage of her trust in me, abused our newfound friendship, and...
And?
I stole the secret to faster-than-light technology. Kim blinked.
You what?
I stole the secret to faster-than-light technology.
You what?
Angel rolled her eyes to the heavens. I said I stole the secret.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. And the second. What? You did... what?
Kim bounced on her feet.
What are you saying, Angel?
I admit a fully functional starship may take years to design. Scientists will still need to puzzle out the minor details, but that's somebody else's problem. The secret to interstellar travel? She whistled. That's the really nice one.
You stole...
I imagine that if we agreed to bonus shares of company stock before bringing the secret to light, the two of us should be multi-billionaires by the time Harrison or one of the others finishes a working prototype. I imagine humanity could expand for decades, or perhaps even centuries before encountering any of the other civilized species. It's a big galaxy. Kim looked up at the night sky.
Tears flowed unchecked down her face. Angel had given her the stars, the unlimited freedom to do anything. Anything at all.
You stole the secret
To faster-than-light technology. Yes.
Wow.
Angel took Kim's unresponsive hand. I'm sorry, but this discovery effectively removes the entire reason for the job. I can't imagine we'll have anything to do beyond today. We could travel, see the world, eat exotic foods, have lots and lots of sex, whatever we feel like doing.
Looks like we don't need your lottery ticket.
No, I suppose we don't.
I love you, Angel.
I know. Kim grinned savagely.
I love you even more because you got the quote right.
There's a quote? This has been The Dark Path of Romance, Kim and Angel, Book 2. Written by J Judkins and read by Richard Coombs. Copyright 2017 by J Judkins. Production copyright 2017 by J Judkins.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.